Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1281 Angela's Disease. Perhaps he couldn't bear to watch the 8 vassal states go to extinction. Archbishop Richard struggled for a long time, walked up to the complacent Duke Henry, and whispered, "Be careful." But just as he opened his mouth, Johnny, who had just looked bitter and resentful, suddenly glared at him secretly. Thinking of the many black materials on him that were caught by the spies of the North Sea Kingdom, Richard immediately shut up. After all, it was most important for him to successfully become the Archbishop of Trier. These 8 vassal states were not as important as his own future. Duke Henry had just dealt with the congratulations of a vassal and didn't hear Archbishop Richard's words clearly. So he turned around and asked, "Lord Richard, what did you say just now?" Archbishop Richard forced out an ugly smile and said, "No. Nothing, just, congratulations, Lord Henry." "Huh, thank you. By destroying the North Sea Kingdom, we have also eliminated a harm for the empire," Duke Henry said proudly. After sighing quietly, Archbishop Richard left the venue on the grounds of being unwell. Maximilian I looked thoughtfully at Archbishop Richard's slightly lonely back, and then looked at Johnny, who was still pretending to be a victim with deep meaning. It was not easy to order the Archbishop of Trier. However, thinking of a rumor, Maximilian I was relieved again. It is said that Archbishop Richard of Trier has not yet received the approval document from the Holy See. Obviously, this is why Archbishop Richard is controlled by others. After all, Marin has a close relationship with Pope Julius II, which Maximilian I is very clear about. But thinking of the North Sea Kingdom annexing the 2 Brunswick duchies and the other 6 small counties, this strength has caught up with the Habsburg family. Maximilian I couldn't help but secretly begin to be wary of the North Sea Kingdom, but thinking of the situation that the North Sea Kingdom was rejected by most princes, he relaxed again. After all, it is difficult for Marin, who was excluded by the princes, to become an enemy of the Habsburg family. In order to survive, he even had to huddle with the Habsburg family for warmth. But Maximilian I soon had no time to think about these things, because Frederick III and others came to debate with him again in a fierce manner. But the 2 sides debated for several days without any results. In fact, it is nonsense to decide the right and wrong by debate. Therefore, European law seems fair, but as long as a barrister with the level of a master of debate comes out, all fairness and justice will retreat. And the poor cannot afford the kind of barrister who is good at debate, so the result is needless to say. However, if both sides of the debate are masters of the same level, it will cause another situation. The public says that the public is right and the woman says that the woman is right. Then, the stalemate, no one can do anything to anyone. Just like at the Imperial Conference, Maximilian I and Frederick III are rare wise kings and smart people among the German princes, and their brains are better. Therefore, the 2 sides argued for several days without any result. Frederick III insisted that Basel is not a territory recognized by the law of the Habsburg family, so he did not admit that he had provoked the Habsburg family first. But Maximilian I insisted that the double-headed eagle flag of the Habsburg family was hung on the top of the city of Basel, and attacking the city of Basel that hung this flag was a provocation first. In fact, what the emperor said made more sense. After all, such a big flag was hung there, and it was not invisible. As for whether it was the territory of the Habsburg family, it was not important. After all, the embassy was located abroad, and others attacking your embassy was also a provocation to you. What's the embassy? Isn't it just hanging the national flag? But hanging the flag represents the country and cannot be provoked. However, the modern diplomatic system in this era has not yet been perfected. Although embassies have been established, there has been no formal convention to protect the rights and interests of embassies of various countries. Therefore, the laws in this regard are somewhat vague. Moreover, most of the princes favor the Princes' alliance and do not want Maximilian I to become powerful. Therefore, under the favoritism of the princes, the debate between the 2 sides was evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Not to mention the excitement in Worms, Marin heard good news and Orikonfu Mizuko was born, and it was a son. According to the previous plan, this German-Japanese mixed-race child was naturally named Gonfu Nobunaga. For this reason, Marin also secretly took people to visit Gonfu Mizuko and her son in Wilhelmshaven. "Don't worry, I declare that my son Nobunaga will be the guardian daimyo of Osumi province in the future. In the future, I will find a way to make him the shogun." Returning to the Auric secret house, Marin was so happy that he drank a few more glasses. Then, Angela got the words out of him. After that, Marin was unlucky. He was pinched and bitten by the jealous Angela, and he grimaced in pain. After tossing Marin for a while, Angela was jealous. How can that woman be so lucky? She got pregnant in such a short time. We were together every day before, how come Caesar is the only son? It turned out that the simple and kind Angela was not simply jealous of Gonfu Schwiezi for sharing her husband with her. After all, in Europe, especially in the open Italy, Angela has seen many bishops have multiple mistresses. Therefore, Angela doesn't care so much about Marin having multiple women. Anyway, the mistress can't be on the table, and her son is the heir. As long as Marin doesn't divide the country with the illegitimate son, she won't care too much. However, Gonfu Schwiezi took a boat with Marin and got pregnant, and gave birth to a boy, which made Angela jealous. He drank Marin and slept with him all day long. In addition, he was well maintained and was often tossed by Marin. However, she and Marin have been married for more than 10 years, and only gave birth to Caesar, a son, which made Angela a little scared and uneasy. She wondered whether she could not have another child. Marin had previously given birth to 3 children with Felice, and now, he has given birth to a son with a wild woman named Gonfu Schwiezi who came from nowhere. As smart as Angela is, she also knows a fact: it should be her body that has problems, not Marin. So, after venting for a while, Angela was afraid and lay on Marin and cried. You know, it is a taboo in the royal family to have no offspring. In this era, the infant mortality rate of children in Europe is very high. Many nobles gave birth to a lot of children, but none of them could be kept. Here, we have to mention the future Queen Anne of England. She gave birth to 17 children, all of whom died. So, Angela is afraid that she can't have children again. If Caesar has another accident, then Marin will really be extinct. Okay, dear, don't worry. Let's do this, I'll take you to see a doctor. Doctor? Dr. Morigen or Dr. Bader? Angela thought he was talking about the 2 Mongolian doctors. In fact, Angela had already seen them. No, they are experts in surgery. Infertility is either internal medicine or gynecology, which they are not good at. This time when I went to the Ming Empire, I brought back 3 imperial doctors. One of them is an expert in gynecology and should be able to cure infertility. Angela, you have given birth to Caesar, so it is not that you are completely incapable of getting pregnant. Therefore, it should be curable. Really? Ask him to come and treat me. No, the imperial doctor of the Ming Empire is a yellow man, and his appearance in Auric will attract attention. So, we have to go to Port William secretly. The next day, Angela pretended to be sick and did not see outsiders, but actually entered the secret house through a secret passage. Then, together with Marin, they took a closed carriage out of the city and went to Port Wilhelm. In the main hall of the permanent military camp in Port Wilhelm, Marin and Angela called Lu En, the imperial physician of the Ming dynasty who was temporarily placed there, through Scheer, the commander of the naval fleet in Port Wilhelm. Lu En was a famous gynecologist in the imperial hospital and was very popular among the nobles in the palace. However, in order to compete for the position of the director of the imperial hospital, Lu En used the excuse of the family to curry favor with Lu Jin, the powerful eunuch at the time. Moreover, Lu Jin also promised to push him to the position after the elderly director retired. However, before the old director retired, Lu Jin fell first. Then, Lu En, who had attached himself to Lu Jin, suffered a great disaster. Not only did he lose his position as an imperial physician, but he was also imprisoned and exiled. Then, he was asked to come by Marin. Marin did not treat Lu En badly. He not only rescued Lu En and the other 5 imperial physicians who were imprisoned, but also rescued their families and took them away. Except for imperial physician Jiang and imperial physician Li who were left in Keelung because they were seasick and could not return to Beihai Kingdom by ship, Lu En, imperial physician Ma and imperial physician Chen, along with their families, were brought to Beihai Kingdom and are currently temporarily placed in the Williamport camp. When Lu En entered the main hall, Angela was eating ice cream to cool off because of the hot summer. Lu En frowned, but did not speak. After Angela finished eating the ice cream, he took her pulse. After taking her pulse, Lu En stroked his beard and suddenly asked, "Lord, does the lady often eat this kind of ice?" Marin was stunned, then reacted, "You mean ice cream? Is there something wrong with this?" By the way, the ice cream was made by Marin to please Angela. At the beginning, Angela had just come to Beihai Kingdom, had no relatives, and was uneasy. In order to please her, Marin made fruit-flavored ice cream. After all, many little girls in later generations like to eat this. Then, Angela fell in love with ice cream uncontrollably. Every summer, Angela eats all kinds of ice cream almost every day. Even if it is not summer, as long as it is not too cold, Angela likes to eat some ice cream. Lu En nodded and said, "Of course there is a problem. Eating raw and cold food frequently will cause cold uterus in women. Once the uterus is cold, it is difficult to conceive. Moreover, just now, I confirmed that Madame has cold uterus through taking her pulse. There is nothing wrong with other things. Cold uterus. Oh, why did I forget this? Marin slapped his head and finally figured out why Angela has been infertile for many years. When Caesar was born, it was probably because she had eaten ice cream not long ago, so the cold uterus was not serious. Later, it became serious and it was difficult to conceive. Thinking of this, Marin solemnly said to Angela, "Angela, you are not allowed to eat ice cream in the future." Chapter 1282 Henry VIII. Ah. Angela was immediately confused. Ma Lin and Dr. Lu were chatting in Chinese, and Angela didn't understand what they were saying. So when Ma Lin told her that she couldn't eat ice cream, she was immediately confused. After reacting, Angela asked back, "Why? Ice cream is my favorite." Ma Lin said in a heavy tone, "Your favorite makes you unable to get pregnant." What? Angela was shocked. Ma Lin repeated Luan's words to her and explained the consequences of uterine cold, difficulty in getting pregnant. "Woo woo, I will never eat ice cream again, and tell everyone that eating ice cream is harmful. If other ladies also eat ice cream, they will not be able to get pregnant." Angela cried. But when he heard Angela say this, the old Inbi Marin suddenly flashed his eyes. Perhaps he thought of some bad idea. Marin smiled evilly, and then said to Angela, "Angela, you can't tell the secret that eating ice cream can't make you pregnant." "Why? Isn't it good for everyone to tell it?" Marin waved his hand and said, "If you say that, then my ice cream won't sell." Marin is a person who has opened many ice cream shops, and his main customers are women and children. If Angela said that eating ice cream will lead to infertility, most of the business will be lost in an instant. After all, women are the main consumers of ice cream. Moreover, the old Inbi Marin thinks that encouraging the wives of hostile nobles to eat more ice cream will help eliminate the offspring of hostile nobles. But, Schwartz and Kohler's wives also like to eat ice cream. If we don't tell them, it will hurt them. Marin waved his hand, "It's okay, I will tell Schwartz and Kohler the truth quietly. Don't make this secret public, otherwise my ice cream shop will go bankrupt." "Oh." Angela said obediently. She didn't know that her husband was thinking about the Yin people again. Later, an ice cream chain called Häagen-Dazs appeared in major European cities, mainly selling all kinds of delicious ice cream, and selling it specifically to noble ladies, cheating many European royal families. Even in order to cheat hostile nobles, the unethical Marin directly asked people to add colorless and tasteless contraceptives to the ice cream sold to the wives of hostile nobles, so that they could not get pregnant after eating it. Of course, compared with the farmers who fed hairy crabs with contraceptives in later generations, Marin's operation can only be regarded as basic. In the previous life, the wife of Marin's colleague had a miscarriage because of taking contraceptives to feed hairy crabs. It's just contraceptives, and it's considered conscientious not to add sterilization drugs. Afterwards, Luan prescribed medicine for Angela to recuperate. Fortunately, the fleet brought back a lot of finished Chinese medicinal materials, so there was no need to worry about the lack of medicine. Moreover, the main prescription for treating uterine cold given by Luan is also very simple: brown sugar ginger soup. These two materials are very easy to get. No, it seems that Beihai Kingdom has no brown sugar, only black sugar. So, Marin ordered Shur to send a ship to Cuba to let them produce some brown sugar. Before, when Marin passed through Cuba, he left a few sugar craftsmen recruited from Hujianan and asked them to help make white sugar. Some craftsmen there have mastered the method of using yellow mud to absorb impurities. The method is to use gauze to hold a lot of yellow mud, and then pour sugar juice on it. The sugar juice flows through the yellow mud and gauze, and when passing through the yellow mud, a lot of impurities are absorbed by the yellow mud, making the sugar juice clearer. After so many filtrations and clarifications, whiter sugar can be obtained. But now Marin remembered that brown sugar seems to be something very useful for women. It can not only relieve uterine cold, but also relieve dysmenorrhea. Therefore, it can be produced more. As for white sugar, Marin plans to go the boutique route, produce less and sell at a high price. After returning to Auric, Angela immediately announced that she was tired of ice cream, and sent the master who made ice cream in the palace out of the palace and sent him to the ice cream shop. Because there was no brown sugar, she could only make do with brown sugar and boil ginger soup. Then, at Luan's suggestion, a batch of precious birds' nests brought back from the Ming dynasty were also used to make porridge for Angela to drink. According to Luan, Angela's palace has been cold for 10 years, and it is estimated that it will take more than half a year to adjust before she can continue to get pregnant. Therefore, Angela did not come to pester Marin to make a little man during this period. Because, even if she made it, she couldn't make it. One day, Marin was drinking afternoon tea leisurely, and suddenly Kohler ran over in a hurry. "My lord, something happened." "What's the matter?" "The matter of the eight-nation alliance." "No, it's the matter over in France." "France? Did they increase their troops in Switzerland?" Marin asked curiously. "No, the French announced that they would support little Prince Henry as King Henry VIII of England." "Henry VIII?" Marin was so shocked that he spit out the afternoon tea in his mouth. Damn, Henry VIII, the son of Henry VII, had been killed by himself through Edward, so where did another Henry VIII come from? It was the boy born by Margaret, the daughter of Henry VII. Margaret named him Henry. Recently, the UK has been unstable because of the discussion on the abolition of the Magna Carta. Louis XII saw an opportunity and planned to interfere in the internal affairs of the UK. So, he supported Henry, the remaining boy of Margaret, as King Henry VIII of England to encourage the forces in England against Edward. Margaret gave birth to a boy. Marin didn't know about Margaret. When he left Europe 2 years ago, Margaret seemed to be still pregnant. Of course, this so-called Henry VIII was not born by Margaret at all. Because Queen Margaret was not pregnant at all, but she used a trick to deceive the envoy of the Holy See, and later found an illegitimate son of a trusted noble under Louis XII, pretending that he was born by herself, and named him Henry, saying that it was in memory of her father Henry VII. But Margaret and Louis XII knew very well that this so-called Little Henry was an important chess piece used by France to interfere in England. Sure enough, when the Marin spies clamored to abolish the Magna Carta in England, it caused a backlash in England. There were even protests in some places. Louis XII saw an opportunity, so he pushed out the 2-year-old Little Henry, and made him King of England, Henry VIII, and King of Scotland, Henry I. However, the title of King of Scotland is not important. After all, Scotland is just a poor mountainous country with a population of only 500,000. What is important is the title of King of England. With the title of Henry VIII, Louis XII can use Margaret, mother and son, to win over and integrate Edward's opponents in England. With the young King Henry VIII, Edward's opponents in England had a backbone and a goal, and their determination to oppose Edward became even stronger. The intelligence brought back by Kohler showed that King Edward of England had been maddened by the actions of the French, and the two countries had become enemies. Moreover, Edward had sent 3 waves of assassins to assassinate Margaret, mother and son. However, they all failed. Because the French sent thousands of troops to protect Margaret and the so-called Henry VIII, the English assassins could not take action. Several risky assassinations failed and all the assassins were killed. Chapter 1283, The Letter of Invitation and Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Our people can't assassinate this mother and son? Marin asked in a deep voice. It's difficult. Now Margaret's residence is surrounded by French soldiers, and not even a bird can fly in. It is said that every time Margaret went out with little Henry, there were dozens of big men in armor standing beside her. With them as human shields, it is difficult to shoot them with crossbows and muskets from a distance. Kohler shook his head. Then there was no time for those armored guards to leave. Marin asked unhappily. You know, this mother and son are not only a threat to Edward, but also a threat to Caesar in the future. Edward is destined to have no heirs. As long as Caesar marries Edward's only daughter Margaret, he will be the King of England. And the existence of this so-called Henry VIII will become a threat to Caesar. Therefore, Marin must get rid of him. Kohler thought for a while and said, it is said that except in the residence, only when the King of France and the French nobles invite Margaret and her son to a banquet, those plate armor guards will not stand by. However, it is very difficult for our people to sneak into the banquets of the King of France and the French nobles. Unless we can find a French noble as an insider. Moreover, he must be at least a middle-level French noble. But at present, we don't have such an insider. French noble? Marin touched his chin, thought for a long time, and suddenly asked, what do you think, we send someone to France to be a noble? Kohler was stunned after hearing this, and then shook his head. How is it possible? If we send someone to France, it would be scary if he can become a knight or a baron. Moreover, it takes many years of lurking to get in. Without great merit, how can you become a French noble, and a middle-level noble or above? That's true. But the next day, Marin suddenly called Kohler excitedly and said happily, I have an idea. We can send a spy to France to be a noble. Kohler Manchester United didn't believe it and thought Marin was joking. Marin explained, didn't you tell me last time about the arrangement of spies in Munster City after the death of Bishop Conrad? Kohler nodded, yes, can you arrange those spies to be nobles in France? It's unlikely, right? Can the French casually make a foreigner of unknown origin a noble? Marin smiled proudly, Hee, of course it's impossible under normal circumstances. But what if this spy gives Louis XII a letter of allegiance that makes Louis XII extremely tempted? Letter of allegiance? What is that? Kohler didn't know what a letter of allegiance was. Marin had to explain that a letter of allegiance was a certificate of loyalty, which means that before joining an organization, one expresses loyalty with actions recognized by the organization. However, it is generally used in social groups, and the letters of allegiance are generally illegal activities. Oh, you mean, let the spy give King Louis XII of France a gift that he cannot refuse, in exchange for Louis XII granting him the title? Kohler reacted. Yes, that's what I mean. Do you remember that we deliberately gave the princes of the 7 countries a fake fertilizer formula? Of course I remember, it's volcanic ash. But speaking of it, if the volcanic ash is chosen correctly, it is really a good fertilizer. The Golden Basin in Sicily, Italy, is said to have an output of about 200 pounds per mu. Yes, but do you remember that I said at the time that volcanic ash is mainly produced in Italy? Kohler suddenly realized, you mean to let this spy tell King Louis XII of France the secret that volcanic ash can increase grain production in exchange for a French title? Marin nodded, that's right, but it's more than that. Think about it, if the French knew that the volcanic ash produced in abundance in Italy is an important fertilizer, would they invade Italy again? Especially the Kingdom of Naples in southern Italy, which is full of volcanoes. Kohler was shocked. This is the kill 2 birds with 1 stone strategy you mentioned. Not only did we put our spy into the French aristocratic circle, we got the opportunity to contact Margaret and her son, but we also instigated France to attack Italy and set off a new war for Italian hegemony. Lord, your wisdom is as good as heaven. Stop flattering me, you let it slip. In fact, there is a 3rd mission for sending this spy. The 3rd mission? What is it? Kohler asked curiously. Do you remember that I sent people to invest in the shipyards in Amsterdam and transform them into furniture factories? Kohler nodded immediately. He was the one who handled this matter, so of course he knew it very well. A few years ago, Amsterdam was still an important shipbuilding center in Europe, with 30 shipyards. But later, after helping the French transport supplies, Marin, with the help of the handsome King Philip who hated France, severely hit those Dutch shipowners and took the opportunity to acquire those shipyards in Amsterdam. Now, 2 or 3 years have passed, and only 3 of the original 30 shipyards in Amsterdam are still building ships. The remaining 27 were all acquired by Marin spies and turned into furniture factories, focusing on creating all kinds of exquisite furniture and wooden crafts. In other words, Marin used this invisible economic means to quietly abolish Amsterdam's great navigation capabilities. Many Dutch merchants were also wooed to become home furnishing agents and sellers. Moreover, as long as there are merchants in Amsterdam who want to engage in great navigation, they will soon be suppressed by the Dutch branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce and then abolished. In this way, Amsterdam is increasingly developing in the direction of a furniture city. Marin also plans to use the same tactics against France this time. In fact, Marin had previously sent his men to buy French oak as merchants, especially the tall oak logs that can be used as keels for shipbuilding. Then, the originally tall oak logs were broken down into sections, which were suitable for making furniture, not shipbuilding materials. However, it was later discovered that the power of merchants alone was not enough in France. After all, this is an era of aristocracy. Simple merchants cannot compete with aristocrats at all. Even if you have money and fancy a certain oak log, as long as there are French nobles to grab it, your wealth is useless. Moreover, if they say they won't sell it to you, you can't do anything. Unless you are also a French noble and have privileges in France. It just so happens that this time Marin plans to send spies to deliver the letter of surrender of volcanic ash fertilizer in exchange for the title of French noble. And after Marin's spies become French nobles, it will be easier to acquire French oak logs. After all, French nobles are a privileged class in France. Of course, after Marin lets him acquire oak logs, he will not learn from Amsterdam to build furniture or something. After all, the furniture market is not that big. Because the use cycle of furniture is very long and the replacement is very slow. For some people, a set of furniture can be used for decades. Therefore, Marin plans to arrange an industry with high wood consumption for him barrel making. You know, in France, because wine production is very developed. Therefore, the consumption of oak barrels used for brewing wine is very large. Moreover, oak barrels have a lifespan. The lifespan mentioned here refers specifically to oak barrels used for winemaking, because oak barrels can secrete a kind of tannin that helps age wine. There are also compounds such as vanillin and oak-lactone eugenol that come with oak, which play a great role in winemaking. However, the amount of these substances is limited. After 4 years of winemaking, these substances are basically consumed, and they are not very useful for winemaking. Therefore, in later generations, the winemaking life of oak barrels produced in France is 4 years. After 4 years, oak barrels will be eliminated and disposed of as old barrels. Of course, they can still be used in other industries, and they can be used for decades. Marin's plan is to promote the rule of oak barrels for winemaking are eliminated after 4 years in France, and standardize and scientificize winemaking in later generations. Moreover, it is particularly pointed out that oak barrels made of French oak are the highest grade oak barrels. Then, it is widely publicized that the older the oak, the better the effect. In this way, the consumption of French oak will definitely increase. In order to make high-grade wine, the felling of French oak will definitely increase significantly. In particular, in order to pursue the quality of wine, they will deliberately look for old oak trees that are suitable for keels to make barrels. In this way, they can avoid wasting money on oak that is not suitable for shipbuilding. Moreover, France's shipbuilding potential will be greatly weakened. After listening to Marin's explanation, Kohler opened his mouth in surprise. This is really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Then, Kohler added in his heart, the master's mind is really vicious, and he has come up with a lot of tricks. Chapter 1284, Simon is seriously injured. What is the international label of France in the future? French fashion, French perfume, French wine, French cuisine. Among them, French wine can be ranked in the top 3 French specialties and is a world-famous luxury consumable. In the future, many wealthy people and celebrities also went to France to buy wineries and produce their own wine. Moreover, the French in the future played a lot with winemaking, strictly stipulated the rule that oak barrels can only be used for 4 years, and specially stipulated that French oak barrels are the world's top barrels for winemaking. But the cost of making oak barrels for winemaking is high. In his previous life, Marin heard that an 80-year-old oak tree can only make 2 oak barrels for winemaking. Therefore, French oak barrels in the future are very expensive, and a new barrel costs $600. And this old oak tree is also a good material for shipbuilding and is suitable for making keels. Therefore, as long as the use of old oak wood to make wine barrels is promoted in France, it will definitely compete with shipbuilding. But this is actually not a big deal, because the French are not keen on great voyages, and they don't care too much whether to cut down old oak trees suitable for shipbuilding. However, when the French get used to using old oak trees to make wine barrels, they cut down all the old oak trees. When they want to build ships again, they will find that there are not enough old oak trees suitable for shipbuilding. So, Marin's move is also very poisonous. Unknowingly, it has severely hit the potential of French shipbuilding. Moreover, it is hard to see. In order to cooperate with this action, Marin plans to buy multiple wineries in Bordeaux and other places in southwestern France, hire top winemakers at high salaries, and strive to create top wine brands. Of course, Marin is not afraid of spending money. Because his North Sea mint can produce a large number of fake French silver coins. Therefore, it doesn't really cost much money. In addition, Marin also gave the spy who was going to be sent to France as a noble a name Lafite. Then, the wineries he bought were all under his name, called Lafite Winery. In fact, Lafite Winery had already existed at this time. But Marin doesn't care. At most, he can just spend money to buy Lafite. You know, in this era, Bordeaux wine is not very popular in France. Although Lafite red wine is of high quality, the French prefer Burgundy wine, that is, wine produced in the Franche-Comté region and the nearby Dijon region. It was not until the 18th century that Lafite red wine began to become popular in the French court and then throughout Europe because of the special liking of Madame Bombardier, the mistress of King Louis XV of France. After all, France was the first power in Europe at that time. Even during the reign of Louis XIV, the Sun King, the whole of Europe was proud of being able to speak French. Just like the things of the old Americans in later generations, they are very popular in the world. So, the current Lafite winery is not very famous. Although the quality is good, it is not well known. Marin plans to spend a huge amount of money to buy Lafite. Then, strive for excellence in winemaking technology, strictly implement the system of scrapping wine barrels in 4 years, and strictly brew good wine. At the same time, strictly select the famous local Cabernet Sauvignon grapes as raw materials for winemaking. Then, let the fat brother who sneaked into the French palace as a royal chef find a way to recommend it to Louis XII and his wife. In this way, the reputation will be established, and it will not be a problem to become popular. As long as this high-quality red wine becomes popular in France, it will definitely promote the felling of old oak trees in France. Moreover, it can also bring considerable profits to investor Marin. After all, the profit of alcohol has always been very high. In addition, Marin can also develop the manufacturing of glass bottles and supporting industries such as corks. The manufacturing of glass bottles can be done by the North Sea. With coal with high calorific value and crucible furnace, the cost of melting glass will be greatly reduced. The Ruhr area and Newcastle, which are rich in coal, can mass-produce glass bottles for wine. Then, they are shipped by sea to the Bordeaux area on the southwest coast of France. If the French produce their own glass bottles, they will need to consume a lot of firewood, and the cost cannot catch up with the Ruhr area and Newcastle. Moreover, large-scale production of glass bottles can also create many jobs, and can also bring a lot of profits and taxes. As for corks, there is really no way. Because the cork oak, which produces cork, mainly grows in warm but not hot Portugal, Spain and southern France. Therefore, Marin can only promote the planting of cork oak in these areas through the Chamber of Commerce. And Marin's plan is to cut down a large number of old oak trees in southern France through spy merchants and plant cork oak to produce corks for red wine bottles. This is also a blow to France's shipbuilding potential. Although it is not as good as making oak barrels for winemaking, it will have a certain effect. In addition, Marin also plans to promote the use of exquisite gift wooden boxes to package high-end Lafite red wine, and fix the red wine bottles in wooden boxes to avoid collision and shattering with other glass bottles. In this way, the appearance also looks high-end, atmospheric and upscale. At the same time, Marin will definitely choose oak boxes, which is another consumption of French oak resources. In short, Marin plans to use the oak barrels and wooden boxes needed by the red wine industry, as well as the cork oak trees that replace oak trees to collect cork, to consume all the old oak trees of the French. Even if it cannot be consumed, it can greatly weaken the French shipbuilding potential. There is no way. The French have an Atlantic port and a large population. If they also engage in great navigation, their potential is the best. For this reason, Marin had to find a way to hinder the French's navigation potential, so as not to create a strong navigation opponent. Just when Marin and Kohler were discussing how to cheat the French oak resources, Schwartz suddenly ran in with a panic and went straight to the secret room of the secret house. After pushing open the door of the secret room, Schwartz said anxiously, "Oh no, Simon is injured." Marin and Kohler were stunned, and Kohler asked puzzledly, "How did you know?" "My intelligence personnel didn't report it." It stands to reason that he should know the intelligence before Schwartz. Therefore, Kohler even suspected that Schwartz had received false information. Schwartz explained, "Your adjutant came to inform me. He didn't know you were here, but the matter was urgent, so he came to report to me first." Marin stood up suddenly and asked nervously, "Didn't I ask Angela to order him to withdraw to Auric? How could he be injured? Where was he injured? Is he seriously injured?" Before, Simon was ordered to guard his hometown, Bochum, with 2,000 second-line troops. But considering that the Eight-Nation Alliance was powerful and had marched into the Ruhr area, Marin recently ordered through Angela to let Simon withdraw to Auric and temporarily abandon the Ruhr area. After all, the 2,000 second-line troops in Bochum were really no match for the more than 40,000 Eight-Nation Alliance. Here is the problem. According to the newspaper, Simon expressed serious doubts about Angela's ability because he was dissatisfied with Angela's regent forcing the 2nd and 3rd legions to revolt. This time, Angela gave him an order, but it had the opposite effect. Simon stubbornly refused the order and chose to stay and defend the city of Bochum, and did not come back. The Eight-Nation Alliance sent more than 10,000 people to besiege Bochum. Simon had fewer people and could not resist. So, in desperation, he led his troops out of the city to fight the enemy, but was shot off his horse by the enemy's archers and was seriously injured. It is said that he has been unconscious. Schwartz explained. What? Seriously injured? In a coma? Then where is he now? Has he been captured? Schwartz shook his head and said, "He was not captured." Kohler's spies fought to snatch the seriously injured Simon back, then fled to the Ruhr River, boarded a boat, and sailed towards the mainland through the Rhine, Lippe and Munster Canal. It is said that the military doctor had treated his wounds and disinfected them before he was put on. However, due to excessive blood loss, he is still unconscious. Did he get hurt? Is his life in danger? Marin asked nervously. Nothing hurt, otherwise he would have been finished. However, because he was hit by several arrows and had several holes pierced, he lost too much blood. So Simon is very weak now. Fortunately, he came back by boat, which is relatively stable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to come back. Asshole. Find out who hurt Simon, I want them to pay with blood. Relevant personnel, if you meet them on the battlefield later, don't take them prisoners, find an opportunity to kill them on the spot. Marin gritted his teeth in anger. After all, that was his own brother, and it did not involve the issue of inheritance rights, and it was not a threat to Caesar. If Adler was injured, Marin might not be so angry. After thinking for a while, Marin ordered, "Find me a few skilled craftsmen who are good at making precision devices. I want to build a few things." Chapter 1285, Revenge for Uncle. Marin is looking for craftsmen who are good at making precision devices, so naturally he wants to make precision gadgets. And what he wants to make is a set of medical utensils, syringes, pillows and infusion tubes. Among them, the syringe is made of traditional glass. For a craftsman with dexterity, it is not difficult to make a glass syringe. As for the infusion tube, Marin has also chosen it, the small intestine of the animal that has been boiled. However, a small valve that can adjust the infusion speed should be added to it. After all, the infusion speed cannot be too fast or too slow. This is not too difficult for craftsmen who are dexterous enough to make precision objects such as pocket watches. The only difficulty is to make the needle of the syringe. Because the needle needs to be thin enough and hollow. In addition, the needle must ensure a certain strength to avoid being easily bent. Seeing this, all the old book fans guessed that Marin was going to give Simon a blood transfusion. Simon's symptoms were obviously a problem of excessive blood loss. Because of the lack of blood in the body, the blood pressure was too low and the brain was not supplied with enough blood, so he naturally fell into a coma. Therefore, Marin planned to give Simon a blood transfusion to solve the problem of insufficient blood supply in his body. But the problem is that Marin did not have the coagulation reagent for blood type testing, so he could not test the blood type clearly. If he made a mistake, it would cost Simon his life. Then, Marin thought of the problem of blood transfusion from relatives. However, Marin remembered that even brothers may have different blood types, and blood transfusions cannot be random. Even father and son may be different. Therefore, he could not be sure whose blood type in the family was suitable for Simon. However, Marin remembered that one of the parents usually has a blood type that can match the child. In addition, Marin also remembered that blood type can affect a person's personality. According to the characteristics of the Hoffman family, it seems that Marin and Albert's temperament is more like Mrs. Mary, who likes to use their brains. Adler and Simon, on the other hand, are more like old Hoffman, who prefer to do things. Therefore, Marin judged that Simon, Adler and old Hoffman should have the same blood type, while he and Albert should have the same blood type as Mrs. Mary. However, he was not too sure. "So, I'll have to give it a try when the time comes." The syringe barrel and the infusion tube with a valve were quickly made, but the needle was indeed difficult to make. The craftsmen tried a lot of materials. At first, they used pure silver, but it was too soft. Then, they used a harder silver sheet mixed with copper, and finally rolled a suitable needle successfully. In order to make a suitable needle, they failed hundreds of times. Coincidentally, after Adler was transported back to Emden by water and transported to Aurich by cement road, the needle was made. Then, Marin began to prepare for blood transfusion. He didn't dare to use his own blood to transfuse Simon. After all, he and Simon had very different personalities. So, he could only find old Hoffman and Adler. But Adler was in Ireland at this time and couldn't help. But if he went to find old Hoffman, Marin was afraid that the old man would beat him. After all, his fake death indirectly pitted Simon. So, he is a little afraid to see the old man now. Fortunately, Marin's troubles did not last long, and good news came. Adler heard that the North Sea Kingdom was in trouble, and he took 40 knights and most of the fiefdom soldiers to Emden by boat. Obviously, Adler was going to come back to help. After all, the bad news of the North Sea Kingdom spread to Ireland, and Adler must be anxious. Marin was very happy to hear that Adler was back. So he asked someone to quickly invite Adler to Aurich. Seeing Marin standing in front of him alive and kicking, Adler was stunned at first, and then showed a look of great joy. Then, it turned to anger again. "Why did Europe spread the news that you are dead? Aren't you alive and well? Hurry up and announce that you are alive so that the betrayed legion can return. Otherwise, the North Sea Kingdom will be lost." Marin paid close attention to Adler's expression, and was sure that he did not see disappointment in his expression, and he was happy in his heart. It seems that Adler did not have any evil intentions when he came back this time. Otherwise, he would definitely show a disappointed expression when he saw Marin. Since the boss had no intention of bullying Caesar, Marin naturally had no grudges in his heart. Then, he asked Adler to keep it secret for the time being. Don't tell old Hoffman and Mrs. Mary, lest the two old people accidentally leak the secret. But Adler still punched Marin angrily, because he also thought that Simon's injury was related to Marin's fake death. Although his eyes were bruised, Marin was not angry at all. Because Adler beat him for Simon, and he did bear a lot of responsibility. After beating Marin, Adler rolled up his sleeves without hesitation when he heard that blood was to be drawn. But Marin did not dare to be careless, because even if they were brothers, their blood types might not match. Marin did not have the technology to verify the exact blood type, so he could only guess. In order not to kill Simon, Marin hesitated for a long time, first drew a small amount of blood from Adler, and gave it to Simon. In this way, even if it did not match, Simon would not be finished. After the first blood transfusion, Marin observed for 3 days without finding any abnormalities, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the saying that blood type determines personality is true, and the blood types of muscular men and muscular men are indeed matched. Then, he increased the amount of blood transfusion, but still did not give a large amount. After observing for another 2 days, he finally gave a large dose. Then, Simon's pulse began to become strong, and his complexion became more rosy from pale. I was scared to death. I was afraid that I would accidentally kill Simon. It seems that I still have to study serum specifically used for blood type testing. Maybe I can give it to Ada. In terms of medicine, Marin knows a lot, but it's all talk. His real medical level is not as good as Leonardo da Vinci. Therefore, the burden of developing blood type reagents has to fall on Leonardo da Vinci, who told him that he is not only good at medical methods such as dissection, but also knows alchemy. No matter what method he uses, as long as he can develop 1 or 2 reagents that can make a certain blood type coagulate, but prevent other blood types from coagulating, it can be used for simple blood tests. It would be even better if it was possible to simply test for type O blood, the king of blood transfusion. As Simon's condition gradually improved, Marin's guilt finally eased. However, Marin, who was full of conspiracies, suddenly came up with another plan. Simon, you continue to pretend to be unconscious. Only in this way can I have more reasons to avenge you and kill those who murdered you. Marin said it in a high-sounding manner, but in fact, it just gave him more excuses to annex the enemy. However, this reason is enough to coax Simon, who doesn't like to use his brain. Okay, I'll continue to pretend to be unconscious. But pretending to be unconscious is so troublesome. Simon looked at Marin pitifully. Subtext, I want benefits. Marin thought about it and said, don't you want to fight? After this war is over, I will let you lead troops to the wild continent to destroy an indigenous country. Marin was worried about letting Simon lead troops to fight in Europe alone. However, there is no problem in sending him to destroy the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire in Mexico. Simon has no brains, but the Indians are even dumber. Hearing that he could fight a war to destroy a country, Simon immediately agreed to cooperate with satisfaction. Then, he began to fantasize about his dream of commanding tens of thousands of troops to flatten the enemy country. But Simon didn't know that to destroy the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire, only 1,000 people were needed. Thousands of troops. Dreaming. But now Marin will not tell him the truth, lest he regret it. After Simon agreed to continue pretending to be unconscious, Marin began to find spies who were proficient in makeup to make Simon's face more sick. Then, he arranged for him to recuperate in a designated house. Marin even specially arranged for foreign envoys to visit the unconscious Simon. In order to make Simon pretend to be more miserable, Marin not only asked the spies to put on very sick makeup for Simon, but also wrapped his wounds with blood-stained bandages. Of course, he usually doesn't get tangled. When outsiders come to visit, he immediately adds a layer of bleeding bandage to the real bandage, which looks miserable. Then, Marin instructed Angela to issue a battle manifesto with relatively immature wording in the name of 10-year-old Caesar, announcing that his uncle Simon was seriously injured and unconscious, and in danger after being injured by the 8-nation alliance. Then, he publicly vowed to destroy the 8 countries and avenge his uncle. After the manifesto was made public, many people sympathized with the 10-year-old Caesar, and some gloated over his misfortune. When the 2 dukes of Henry learned about it, they laughed. His uncle was beaten so hard by us that he couldn't wake up. How could he, a 10-year-old kid, defeat our powerful coalition? Celebrate, allies, we will win. Several other princes toasted to celebrate, and even the most cunning Earl of Geldon, Charlie, did not doubt him. Because if the enemy had a conspiracy, they would not let Simon, an important family member, take such a big risk. After all, Simon was shot and fell off his horse. Many people on the battlefield saw it, so it couldn't be fake. Chapter 1286, A Tale of Love in the Ward. After the news of Simon's serious injury spread, others did not feel deeply, but old Hoffman exploded. After all, Simon was his son. Moreover, his personality was very similar to his, and he had high hopes for him. Although they were all sons, parents always had their own preferences. For those emperors, they might pay more attention to the eldest son. However, for a rough knight like old Hoffman, the people love the youngest, is more suitable. However, although Albert was the youngest son, he was not strong enough and was in the same faction as Lady Mary and Marin. Therefore, old Hoffman preferred Adler and Simon who were like him. Especially Simon, as one of the youngest sons who was only 2 years younger than Albert, was the most valued by old Hoffman. Even Simon was 28 years old and still not married, which was the work of old Hoffman. Of course, it was not that he did not love Simon, but that he planned to let Simon marry a princess. But how could a princess be so easy to marry? Most of the German princes looked down on the Hoffman family who came from the bottom. And those who looked up to the Hoffman family and were willing to marry did not have a princess of the right age. So, Simon was delayed like this, and he was still unmarried at the age of 28. But this was very normal in this era. Many princes, because they could not find a suitable princess to marry, often got married in their 30s. However, the princesses they married were all in their teens. Or, they happened to marry a widowed princess whose husband had died. Old Hoffman was almost furious when his most beloved son was seriously injured. So, although he was in his 50s or 60s, he put on armor, led a warhorse, found Angela and asked to lead the troops to the battle in person. How could Angela agree? But she did not dare to stop the angry father-in-law. So, she had to go to Marin in a hurry. Marin had no choice but to release Adler, who had originally planned to hide first. After all, he could not show up, and only Adler could stop the angry old Hoffman. Before letting Adler go to dissuade old Hoffman, Marin repeatedly warned him, "Don't tell the secret that I'm still alive, otherwise, the old man's big mouth can't keep it secret." Adler deeply agreed, let alone old Hoffman, it was difficult for him to keep it secret. If Marin hadn't dragged him to live in a secret house, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that he would not reveal the secret. The most obvious feature is that Adler smiled a lot more after learning that Marin was still alive. However, this smile will leak secrets. Because, theoretically speaking, Marin is dead, and Adler shouldn't laugh. Therefore, Marin hid Adler in the secret house and didn't let him go out, lest he accidentally giggle and reveal the news that he was still alive. But when the old man gets angry, most people can't stop him. After all, old Hoffman can be said to be the emperor of the North Sea Kingdom. When the emperor gets angry, I'm afraid only the princes can persuade him, and the daughters-in-law can't persuade him. Moreover, generals such as Schwartz and Stade were not suitable to dissuade old Hoffman. Because old Hoffman was their master's father. So, after old Hoffman got angry, Schwartz and Stade both pretended to be sick and did not come to the palace to avoid being confronted by old Hoffman. Then, old Hoffman had to find fault with the nominal Queen Regent Angela. Angela was frightened by the furious old Hoffman, and Caesar's persuasion was also retorted by old Hoffman, "What do children know?" Just when Angela and Caesar could not stand it, Adler walked in. Seeing Adler, one of his 2 favorite sons, come in, old Hoffman's anger suddenly dissipated a lot. "Adler, you are back." Then, remembering that Simon was seriously injured and was still unconscious, his anger rose again. "It just so happens that your brother was injured by the enemy. How many people did you bring back? The 2 of us, with a group of knights, will charge together and kill those bastards who dared to hurt Simon." Adler was speechless. The old man was so old, and he was still so irritable. What's more, he still thinks he is in his 30s or 40s. He also got on the horse and led the charge. But he couldn't stop it directly, otherwise, he would definitely be beaten. So, he said as Marin taught, "Father, Simon is only seriously injured, not dead yet. Now, the most important thing for us is not revenge, but to find a way to save Simon. After all, Simon's survival is more important than anything else. In this way, I will talk to Dr. Morigen and Dr. Bartle later and ask them to save Simon. As for revenge, it's not too late to wait until Simon wakes up. If Simon can't wake up, get out. You can't wake up. Simon will definitely wake up." Sure enough, as Marin expected, Adler's words diverted old Hoffman's attention and let him focus on treating Simon. However, old Hoffman was really unreliable. He went to find Moss, a famous pastor and doctor in Emden, to treat Simon. When Marin heard Moss's name, he was so scared that he immediately asked Adler to stop it. Why? Because Moss was the most famous quack in Emden who liked to bleed people. However, he did treat some people through bloodletting, so he was very famous. Of course, that was before. Since Morigen and Bartle came, the East Frisian nobles no longer went to Moss for medical treatment. But many people still went to Moss for medical treatment, so his reputation was still very big. But the problem was that Simon was in a coma because of excessive blood loss. Letting Moss, who was good at bleeding, come, wouldn't it really make Simon comatose again? But the old man was very stubborn and insisted on asking Moss, who was good at bleeding, to help. In desperation, Marin had to ask Morigen and Bartel to cooperate in this performance. Let them tell old Hoffman that Simon was in a coma because of excessive bleeding and lack of blood. If he bled again, he would die. Professionals came out and finally fooled old Hoffman. But old Hoffman loved his son so much that he actually had to accompany his son in bed. Marin was dumbfounded again. You accompany Simon all day, then Simon pretending to be in a coma will be exposed. Once exposed, with old Hoffman's character, it will be easy to be exposed, right? Helplessly, Marin had to send Morigen and Bartel again, asking them to persuade old Hoffman that the patient needed to rest and could not be taken care of by a rough old man. For this reason, Morigen also transferred a female disciple with excellent medical skills to be a nurse to take care of Simon personally. Then, in the name of "women are more careful than men," he drove old Hoffman away. But Marin didn't know that this move brought an illegitimate child to the Hoffman family. Simon and the female nurse had an affair. After all, Simon was not really unconscious, but pretended to be unconscious. A 28-year-old man with blood and calluses on his left hand, how could he bear the girlish breath of a beautiful female nurse? Moreover, one of Morigen's female disciples was very beautiful, with a pair of papayas on her chest trembling, which made Simon swallow his saliva. Then, Simon drank some wine on a quiet night, and took advantage of the alcohol to do it with the papaya nurse. "Ah, I have a fiancé." The little nurse resisted in panic. But Simon was already blinded by lust. "I don't care about that. Aren't we still married? Don't worry, my brother is the Grand Duke. If you follow me, you will have a good life in the future." Then, Simon pressed the nurse down on the bed. The little nurse panicked and called for help, but in order to avoid Simon being disturbed, Marin arranged a very quiet residence for Simon with a large yard, and prohibited ordinary people from approaching. Therefore, the little nurse's cry for help did not cause anyone to respond. As for the guards outside the door, the Grand Duke's brother bullied the little nurse. They didn't dare to intervene. "Are you so impatient? Will you die if you hold back?" The little nurse volunteered. In fact, she already had a boyfriend and planned to get married in 2 years. After suffering such a big loss, she was naturally desperate. Marlon was furious and scolded Simon severely. Simon felt wronged. "Can you blame me for this? Brother, I'm 28 years old and I'm about to develop the unicorn arm you mentioned. But the old man insisted that I wait to marry a princess. How can I not be jealous when I see a beautiful woman? In addition, it's the middle of the night, and a beautiful woman is guarding my bedside, and there are no outsiders. I can't control myself. But she already has a fiancé. How can she get married if you do this?" Europe at this time was not like later generations. The church rules were very strict. Catholicism strictly prohibited premarital sex. Simon's actions were equivalent to ruining this little nurse. Simon said indifferently, "Brother, you are still talking about me. Isn't that Felice your lover? You took her to live in the palace. In this regard, you are the real boss." Simon smiled meanly. "I." Marlon was speechless immediately. His background was not clean either. Chapter 1287, The Asshole Brother. Taking a deep breath, Marin resisted the urge to beat Simon up. In fact, if they really had to fight, Marin couldn't beat Simon. After all, Simon was a muscular man like Adler. Marin was an intellectual hero, and he couldn't fight against a beast man like Simon head-on. So, he could only continue to reason. Felice is different from Anna. She was married before, but her husband died later. I took her in because I felt sorry for her. Moreover, Felice was very willing to be my mistress. But you, Anna didn't want to at all, but you forced her. According to the law, you are a rapist and will be sentenced to a heavy sentence. Brother, I am a nobleman and have immunity." Simon interrupted. Marin choked up immediately. He suddenly remembered that this was an era of aristocrats, not the rule of law era of equality in later generations. In this era, nobles openly have criminal immunity. Unless, the target of his crime is also a nobleman. 28. 28. It is indeed unreasonable to still practice the Chilean arm at the age of 28. Moreover, this matter was also improperly arranged by Marin and Morigen. Put a beautiful girl and a 28-year-old Chilean arm master in a room with a bed. If nothing goes wrong, there must be something fishy. In desperation, Marin had to clean up Simon's ass. There is no need to worry about legal issues, because the nobles themselves have immunity. The biggest problem is that the girl has a fiancé. Simon robbed someone's fiancé, that is, the hatred of stealing a wife. For this reason, Marin specially sent Kohler to represent the Hoffman family to apologize to Anna's fiancé. Anna's fiancé Charlie is a small cloth merchant, and Kohler is also a shrewd person, and directly proposed to pay compensation. Sure enough, Charlie, who was originally very angry, lost his integrity when he heard about the compensation. Then, Kohler used the sky-high price of 1,000 gold coins to directly knock Charlie down. Then, Charlie's family took the initiative to cancel the engagement with Anna. And Anna, under Kohler's persuasion, agreed to be Simon's mistress. Because Marin offered a price that Anna's family could not refuse, Anna's eldest brother George became a noble. Although he was only the lowest level knight and had no fiefdom, he was also a noble. For Anna's family, who came from an ordinary doctor's family, this was a pie in the sky, or a super pie that could be eaten for a lifetime. For the sake of the noble title, Anna's whole family mobilized Anna to be Simon's mistress with peace of mind. After all, Anna is not an only child, she has several brothers and sisters. If a nobleman comes out of the family, the whole family will be prosperous. Anna finally chose to give in. Before giving in, she went to find her former fiancé Charlie. But Charlie thought she was not clean and not worthy of herself. Moreover, with the 1,000 gold coins compensated by Marin, Charlie expanded his business and had a higher vision. Naturally, he looked down on broken shoes like Anna. In desperation, Anna had to give in. But she made a request, asking her brother George to become Morigen's apprentice. She herself is Morigen's student, but there is a big difference between students and apprentices. Students and teachers only have a teaching and learning relationship, and the relationship is not close. Moreover, what students can learn is only what is in the textbooks. The apprentice is the teacher's direct disciple. Not only can they learn the knowledge in the textbooks, but they can also learn unique skills from the teacher. Anna's family is originally a family of doctors, and her brother George also knows medical skills and has good talent. If he can learn advanced medical skills from Morigen, plus an aristocratic status, he can become a medical officer. Marin naturally agreed to this little thing. Not only that, Anna's other brothers and sisters were also exempted from the exam to enter the medical school where Morigen is a teacher. Although they are not as good as Morigen's direct disciples, they can also learn good medical skills. Just like that, Anna, this little cabbage, was forcibly taken by Simon, this wretched guy. Before handing Anna over to Simon again, Marin warned solemnly, "Although I can't give Anna a name, I hope that my brother is not a scum who abandons her after having sex. Since you have harmed her, you must make good arrangements for her. Even if you don't like her in the future, you must give her enough benefits to make her rich for life, understand? The most important thing for a person is to be kind." Marin does not object to Simon finding a woman, after all, this is the general environment. However, you can't be too immoral. At least, you have to give women enough benefits like Lu, the big man in Hong Kong in later generations. Although Lu, the big man in Hong Kong, has slept with many female stars, none of them hates him. Why? He is generous. He doesn't send flowers and jewelry, but directly sends houses. How expensive are houses in Hong Kong? That is the ancestor of the mainland real estate market. Therefore, none of the female stars who have been slept with him resent him. Even the one who was stuffed with the golf ball didn't blame him. But Simon's answer directly made Marin furious. "What are you afraid of? You are my brother, how can you treat me badly? Now that I am pregnant, I will naturally not treat her badly. If she gives birth to a son for me, either, brother, give her a fiefdom. It doesn't have to be big, a knight's manor will do." After saying that, Simon smiled like a bootlicker. You gave birth to a bastard and still want a fiefdom? Didn't you say that people shouldn't be treated badly? I'll give her son a fiefdom, so that she will have no worries about food and clothing when she grows up and relies on her son. See how thoughtful I am? Simon said confidently. Marin tried hard not to spit out blood. He was really defeated by this shameless brother. It would be fine if he raised him by himself, but this bastard even asked him to help raise his bastard himself. Before, I only thought he was thick-skinned, why didn't I think he was so shameless? After glaring at Simon, Marin said unhappily, "Illegitimate children, don't even think about the fiefdom in your native land. You want a fiefdom? Sure, a manor in the savage continent is good enough. Deal." Simon stood up and said with shining eyes. Then, he flattered Anna beside him, "Look, how generous my brother is. Let me tell you, although it's called the savage continent, it's said that there's a lot of good land there, and the climate is pleasant. When the time comes, each of our children will get a manor, and they can be guaranteed to have no worries about food and clothing. Moreover, with a fiefdom, they are knights and nobles anyway. Look, I'm good to you. 1 manor for each of us, puff. Marin finally broke his promise. This bastard, it's okay to pick up girls, but he actually spent his own money. Luda gave the actress a house, it's his, right? This bastard actually used my things to pick up girls. I can't hold it anymore. So, Marin left silently. When he came back, Marin brought the humanoid monster Khan. Anna, please go out first, my brother and I have something to talk about. Marin sent the little white cabbage Anna away with a pleasant face. Then, Simon's ghostly howling came from the room. Chapter 1288, The Brothers' Arrangements. Seeing Simon being beaten to a pulp, Marin was finally in a good mood. Of course, he would not give less benefits. After all, he was his brother. Simon glared at Marin at first and threatened to complain to old Hoffman. After all, old Hoffman beat Marin without anyone's approval. And Simon was favored, so as long as he went to old Hoffman with his eyes bruised by Khan, he would definitely be able to complain successfully. But what Marin said made Simon lose all his temper. You little brat, your illegitimate son dares to ask for a fiefdom. Look at other people's illegitimate children, at most they are given some more money, but how can they be given titles and fiefdoms? But you are lucky, I happen to have a large tract of land in the savage continent. When your illegitimate son grows up, the army over there must have conquered a lot of territories. By then, it is not impossible to give your illegitimate son a few manors. Really? But brother, don't grant my son a barren place. I think I have to wait to marry a princess, so the illegitimate son will definitely come out first. By then, you have to give your nephew some fertile land. As for the savage continent, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, the savage continent is very big. It's no problem to give your illegitimate son a 1,500-acre manor that meets the French knight standards. Moreover, you can give him a fertile fiefdom near the river. Fiefdoms are different. If the same knight's territory is located in a barren mountain area, then the knight must be poor. If the fields are all near the river and convenient for irrigation, then it would be a superior fiefdom. There are very few nobles who have fiefdoms near the river, unless this person is particularly favored by the monarch. But Marin's situation is different. If he only has his native land, he will definitely not agree to Simon's unconventional request. After all, European countries do not have much land. It is simply a luxury to give the illegitimate son of the monarch's brother a fiefdom. But who asked Marin to colonize America? Apart from anything else, the basin area of the Hudson River in New York alone is 36,000 square kilometers. Not to mention that North America is full of rivers, and there is also the world's 4th largest river, the Mississippi River. Therefore, giving Simon's illegitimate son a fiefdom near the river is not a big deal at all. After all, it's only 1,500 acres, only 6 square kilometers. Compared with the 24 million square kilometers of the North American continent, it's a drop in the bucket. Land near the river. 1,500 acres. Wow, my illegitimate children are all going to be rich. Simon was envious when he heard it. Speaking of which, although Adler was granted the Wicklow County in Ireland as a fiefdom and was still an earl, Simon was not stupid. He knew that it was the reward that Adler had given up his inheritance right to the Earl of East Frisia. Therefore, Simon and Albert never thought that they could be like the eldest brother Adler, and they could also get a fiefdom as big as a county. In their opinion, it was good to get a baronial territory with fertile land. Moreover, up to now, Simon and Albert's fiefdom has not been implemented. The main reason lies in Simon. He is not married yet. Marin's plan is to give each of his 2 younger brothers a fiefdom after they are married. However, Albert, the 4th child, got married first, and Simon has not yet married. Therefore, the fiefdom was delayed. Moreover, the married Albert was also very sensible and said that he would give him the fiefdom together after Simon got married. Otherwise, Simon would definitely feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Simon does not have his own source of income now, and mainly relies on asking for it from old Hoffman. Of course, in fact, the money is also Marin's. But Marin thought it was inappropriate to give money directly to his brother, and it didn't make sense. So he gave the money to old Hoffman and Lady Mary. Then, the old couple gave it to his brother to spend. In this way, it makes sense. But it's very sad to ask parents for money to spend, because every time you ask for money to spend, the shrewd Lady Mary will ask the purpose of the money, which makes Simon very depressed. If there is a barony, the money produced will be at his own disposal. How great it would be. He heard that the barony of Lisle County that Marin gave to Adler at the beginning, although only 2,000 ugrams were cultivated land, it is said that it can earn more than 100,000 gold coins a year. At the beginning, his eldest sister-in-law Liv was said to count gold coins at home every day, and there was money to subsidize the brothers of the Hamler family to spend wine and women. Later, Adler's fiefdom was moved to County Wicklow, Ireland, and the barony of Lisle County was returned to Marin. Simon has long been coveting the barony of Lisle. You know, when Marin chose the place, he specially chose the fertile farmland by the Ems River. And the castle of Baron Lisle is ready-made. It was built by Marin specifically for Adler. As long as you get that fief, it means that the annual income exceeds 100,000 gold coins, and the castle is ready-made. So, despite the bruises in his eyes, Simon still said with a drooling face, "Brother," still dragged out the sound. Marin got goosebumps when he heard it. "What? My brother is short of money, and I have to support a mistress in the future, so I'll advance the fiefdom first. Tight of money?" Marin was stunned, but nodded in agreement. "Isn't it? Many corrupt officials in later generations started to be greedy after they found mistresses and were short of money. If you only care about your wife and children at home, your salary and benefits are enough. But supporting a mistress? The cost is really not low. First of all, you have to get a house to accommodate your mistress, right? Houses are so expensive, where can you get the money to buy a house if you don't be greedy? I also need to buy a car and jewelry." So, Simon said that keeping a mistress would be tight on money, and Marin agreed. "Then where do you want to go?" Marin deliberately let Simon say it himself. He also wanted to see if his brother had a big appetite. If his appetite was too big, Marin would have other ideas. I want the Baron of Lisle that my eldest brother used to have." After saying that, Simon nervously looked at Marin's expression, fearing that Marin would think he was greedy. After all, it was a treasure land with an annual income of more than 100,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Marin was relieved after hearing it. He was most afraid that Simon would follow Adler's example and ask him for the earldom. Marin should give Adler the earldom. But Simon and Albert are not qualified to be the earl. It seems a bit low to give the baron. So, Marin had thought about it before to make his two younger brothers viscounts. But he didn't know what his younger brothers thought. Moreover, letting them say it themselves can also show their thoughts. What made Marin feel relieved was that Simon was sensible and only wanted the barony. However, he rejected Simon's request. "No, the barony of Lisle is not acceptable." "Why? Are you going to make me a knight?" Simon was a little dumbfounded. Was he going to be a low-class knight? If old Hoffman knew about his idea, he would definitely be beaten up. "I am a knight, how can I be low-class?" Marin shook his head quickly. "No, although Adler has returned to the barony of Lisle, I don't plan to give it to others. If Adler regrets, he can take it back at any time. Besides, I have now given all the income from the barony of Lisle to my mother. She has saved the income, and once Adler needs it, she will use the money from the barony to subsidize Adler. After all, Adler is now raising an army to fight the Irish, which costs a lot. And Wicklow County has not yet developed. I am afraid that Adler will be embarrassed to ask for that money, so I asked my mother to support him." "I see. What about my fiefdom?" "The official fief will be granted after you get married. However, considering that you have started to keep a mistress, it does cost money. And it is really shameful to ask your parents for money to keep a mistress. How about this, I will give you a manor with 1,000 ugrams of arable land as a source of your expenses. When you are officially granted the fief, I will take back this manor." Simon calculated silently in his heart. 1,000 ugrams of arable land is half of the arable land of Baron Lisle. Even if the land is not as fertile as Baron Lisle's territory, it is still stable to make a profit of 40,000 to 50,000 gold coins a year. So, it is enough. Then, he raised his head and asked, "Brother, then is the income from this autumn harvest mine?" It is already summer, and the autumn harvest is coming soon. If he can get the income from the autumn harvest, it means that he can get tens of thousands of gold coins in 2 or 3 months. Okay. Marin waved his hand impatiently and left with Con. After Marin left, Simon cheered, called Anna in, and said happily, "Anna, I have a fief. My brother gave me a manor with 2,000 acres of arable land, with an annual income of tens of thousands of gold coins. Now I'm rich. After the autumn harvest, you can buy whatever you want. In addition, I will buy a big house for your family, and give each of your brothers and sisters a carriage." Not to mention how Simon showed off to the little nurse. After Marin left, he also thought of Albert's problem. Albert said that he would get the fiefdom together with Simon when he got married, so he didn't have a fief now. Therefore, Albert's income is not high now. Although Marin gave him a high salary of 1,000 gold coins per year as a governor, it is still not much. You know, 1,000 gold coins are equivalent to the annual income of a knight. As a governor, Albert must have more places to spend money than a country knight. Fortunately, he stayed in New York for a long time and didn't interact with many nobles. If he was in his native land, so many nobles needed to interact with each other, and 1,000 gold coins were simply not enough. Therefore, after giving Simon a manor, Marin also gave Albert a manor of 1,000 ugrams. However, Albert's manor is not in the native land, but in New York, which is under the control of Albert. Moreover, Marin asked him to grow wheat. In this way, the value of the output is several times higher than that of the native rye land. However, this is all temporary. For Simon and Albert, giving them a fiefdom is the most practical. Therefore, Marin plans to wait until the war is over, and then formally grant Simon and Albert the title and fiefdom, instead of waiting for Simon to get married as old Hoffman said. Anyway, after the war, the territory will be expanded a lot, just to reward the younger brothers. Moreover, if Simon has a large fiefdom and the title of Viscount, the bargaining chip for finding a princess wife will also be improved a lot. Unlike now, because there is no fiefdom, others can't see the real benefits. How can they be willing to give the princess daughter? Modern people have to see the house when they get married, and the ancient nobles also have to have a fiefdom when they get married. Chapter 1289 Baron Lafitte. Seeing Simon being beaten to a pulp, Marin was finally in a good mood. Of course, the benefits that should be given will not be reduced. After all, he is his own brother. Simon glared at Marin at first and threatened to complain to old Hoffman. After all, old Hoffman didn't need anyone's approval to beat Marin. And Simon was in favor, so as long as he went to old Hoffman with his eyes bruised by Con, he would definitely succeed in complaining. But what Marin said made Simon lose all his temper. You little brat, your illegitimate son dares to ask for a fiefdom. Look at other people's illegitimate children, at most they are given some more money, but how can they be given titles and fiefdoms? But you are lucky, I happen to have a large tract of land in the savage continent. When your illegitimate son grows up, the army over there must have conquered a lot of territories. By then, it is not impossible to give your illegitimate son a few manors. Really? But brother, don't grant my son a barren place. I think I have to wait to marry a princess, so the illegitimate son will definitely come out first. By then, you have to give your nephew some fertile land. As for the savage continent, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, the savage continent is very big. It's no problem to give your illegitimate son a 1,500-acre manor that meets the French knight standards. Moreover, you can give him a fertile fiefdom near the river. Fiefdoms are different. If the same knight's territory is located in a barren mountain area, then the knight must be poor. If the fields are all near the river and convenient for irrigation, then it would be a superior fiefdom. There are very few nobles who have fiefdoms near the river, unless this person is particularly favored by the monarch. But Marin's situation is different. If he only has his native land, he will definitely not agree to Simon's unconventional request. After all, European countries do not have much land. It is simply a luxury to give the illegitimate son of the monarch's brother a fiefdom. But who asked Marin to colonize America? Apart from anything else, the basin area of the Hudson River in New York alone is 36,000 square kilometers. Not to mention that North America is full of rivers, and there is also the world's fourth largest river, the Mississippi River. Therefore, giving Simon's illegitimate son a fiefdom near the river is not a big deal at all. After all, it's only 1,500 acres, only 6 square kilometers. Compared with the 24 million square kilometers of the North American continent, it's a drop in the bucket. Land near the river. 1,500 acres. Wow, my illegitimate children are all going to be rich. Simon was envious when he heard it. Speaking of which, although Adler was granted the Wicklow County in Ireland as a fiefdom and was still an earl, Simon was not stupid. He knew that it was the reward that Adler had given up his inheritance right to the Earl of East Frisia. Therefore, Simon and Albert never thought that they could be like the eldest brother Adler, and they could also get a fiefdom as big as a county. In their opinion, it was good to get a baronial territory with fertile land. Moreover, up to now, Simon and Albert's fiefdom has not been implemented. The main reason lies in Simon. He is not married yet. Marin's plan is to give each of his 2 younger brothers a fiefdom after they are married. However, Albert, the 4th child, got married first, and Simon has not yet married. Therefore, the fiefdom was delayed. Moreover, the married Albert was also very sensible and said that he would give him the fiefdom together after Simon got married. Otherwise, Simon would definitely feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Simon does not have his own source of income now, and mainly relies on asking for it from old Hoffman. Of course, in fact, the money is also Marin's. But Marin thought it was inappropriate to give money directly to his brother, and it didn't make sense. So he gave the money to old Hoffman and Lady Mary. Then, the old couple gave it to his brother to spend. In this way, it makes sense. But it's very sad to ask parents for money to spend, because every time you ask for money to spend, the shrewd Lady Mary will ask the purpose of the money, which makes Simon very depressed. If there is a barony, the money produced will be at his own disposal. How great it would be. He heard that the barony of Lisle County that Marin gave to Adler at the beginning, although only 2,000 ugrams were cultivated land, it is said that it can earn more than 100,000 gold coins a year. At the beginning, his eldest sister-in-law Liv was said to count gold coins at home every day, and there was money to subsidize the brothers of the Hamler family to spend wine and women. Later, Adler's fiefdom was moved to County Wicklow, Ireland, and the barony of Lisle County was returned to Marin. Simon has long been coveting the barony of Lisle. You know, when Marin chose the place, he specially chose the fertile farmland by the Ems River. And the castle of Baron Lisle is ready-made. It was built by Marin specifically for Adler. As long as you get that fief, it means that the annual income exceeds 100,000 gold coins, and the castle is ready-made. So, despite the bruises in his eyes, Simon still said with a drooling face, "Brother," still dragged out the sound. Marin got goosebumps when he heard it. What? My brother is short of money, and I have to support a mistress in the future, so I'll advance the fiefdom first. Tight of money? Marin was stunned, but nodded in agreement. Isn't it? Many corrupt officials in later generations started to be greedy after they found mistresses and were short of money. If you only care about your wife and children at home, your salary and benefits are enough. But supporting a mistress? The cost is really not low. First of all, you have to get a house to accommodate your mistress, right? Houses are so expensive, where can you get the money to buy a house if you don't be greedy? I also need to buy a car and jewelry. So, Simon said that keeping a mistress would be tight on money, and Marin agreed. Then where do you want to go? Marin deliberately let Simon say it himself. He also wanted to see if his brother had a big appetite. If his appetite was too big, Marin would have other ideas. I want the Baron of Lisle that my eldest brother used to have. After saying that, Simon nervously looked at Marin's expression, fearing that Marin would think he was greedy. After all, it was a treasure land with an annual income of more than 100,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Marin was relieved after hearing it. He was most afraid that Simon would follow Adler's example and ask him for the earldom. Marin should give Adler the earldom. But Simon and Albert are not qualified to be the earl. It seems a bit low to give the baron. So, Marin had thought about it before to make his two younger brothers viscounts. But he didn't know what his younger brothers thought. Moreover, letting them say it themselves can also show their thoughts. What made Marin feel relieved was that Simon was sensible and only wanted the barony. However, he rejected Simon's request. No, the barony of Lisle is not acceptable. Why? Are you going to make me a knight? Simon was a little dumbfounded. Was he going to be a low-class knight? If old Hoffman knew about his idea, he would definitely be beaten up. I am a knight, how can I be low-class? Marin shook his head quickly. No, although Adler has returned to the barony of Lisle, I don't plan to give it to others. If Adler regrets, he can take it back at any time. Besides, I have now given all the income from the barony of Lisle to my mother. She has saved the income, and once Adler needs it, she will use the money from the barony to subsidize Adler. After all, Adler is now raising an army to fight the Irish, which costs a lot. And Wicklow County has not yet developed. I am afraid that Adler will be embarrassed to ask for that money, so I asked my mother to support him. I see. What about my fiefdom? Chapter 1290, Mount Vesuvius and Pompeii. After clearing his throat, John asked Louis XII, Your Majesty, you should have heard of the legend of the Golden Basin in Sicily, right? Louis XII nodded. Yes, of course I know. The Golden Basin has fertile soil, warm climate, and is rich in wheat and olives. It is said that the yield of wheat per acre in the Golden Basin can reach an astonishing 3,000 pounds per banniere, which is twice the yield of wheat per acre in other areas. But what does this have to do with the secret you mentioned? John smiled and said, Of course it is related, and it is a big relationship. Because the former Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea discovered this secret and applied it to the agricultural production of the North Sea. Among the arable land of no less than 100,000 banniers under his name, he basically applied the method he learned from the Golden Basin in Sicily, so that the rye produced from each banniere of arable land can reach more than 3,000 pounds. And each pound of rye is worth 1 pfennig. 3,000 pounds of rye is 3,000 pfennigs, equivalent to 50 gold coins. 100,000 banniers is 5 million gold coins. What? Louis XII was so frightened that his wine glass fell to the ground. However, the wine glass was made of gold and could not be broken. 5 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins. No wonder he can raise a standing army of 6,000 legions. With this financial strength, I can't do it either. In those days, Venice was the most financially powerful country in Europe, with an annual fiscal revenue of about 1.65 million ducats. France was second, with an annual fiscal revenue of about 1.2 million gold coins. However, Venice relied on taxes from maritime trade, while France relied purely on the output of the king's fiefdom and a small amount of commercial taxes and import and export tariffs. But what did Louis XII hear? It was just a duchy of the North Sea, but the output of Marin's fiefdom reached an astonishing annual income of 5 million gold coins. No, I have to drink some wine to calm my nerves. So, Louis XII picked up the wine glass, poured a glass of burgundy red wine, and drank it in big gulps. Your Majesty, 5 million gold coins is just the total output, and only half of it can be obtained. John reminded. In fact, it is not the case at all. John's statement is the pure norm of other European countries. Because the royal territories of various countries are managed by nobles who are loyal to the royal family or nobles of royal family branches. These nobles naturally want to pluck feathers from the passing geese and fill their pockets. Therefore, it is good to have half of the output in the hands of the king. The North Sea Kingdom is different. The predecessor of the North Sea Kingdom, East Frisia, was established on the premise that Marin bloodbathed the old nobles. There are not many nobles in the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin generally employs a large number of civilians as manor managers. But Marin did not completely trust them, but sent Kohler's spies to monitor them at the same time to avoid corruption. Therefore, most of the output of Marin's fiefdom can be safely stored in the warehouse, avoiding corruption by his subordinates. Although corruption cannot be eradicated, at least there is no big problem overall. Unlike those old countries, the personnel relations in the territory are complicated and there are many corrupt people. In the end, it is good to get half of the part in the hands of the monarch. Louis XII, whose mood has calmed down a little, exclaimed, even if it is only half, it is 2.5 million gold coins, which is more than twice the income of the French royal court. No wonder a mere North Sea country dares to raise 60,000 troops and stir up trouble everywhere. People with food and grass are willful. Now I present this secret to your Majesty. Does your Majesty still think that a baron is too much? John asked with a smile. It's not much. But I really can't give you a viscount, otherwise, those nobles will make a fuss. Louis XII said seriously. John nodded and said, I understand, so I hope your Majesty will take care of my winery business in the future. Also, give your subordinates more opportunities to enter the palace and make friends with important people. Of course. Louis XII nodded, and then said, now, can you tell me the specific secret? Yes, your Majesty. John saluted, and then continued, it's like this. The late Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea, while leading his troops to fight in Italy, chatted with a mercenary from Sicily and accidentally learned a secret: the volcanic soil on Sicily is very fertile. Farming on it has a very high yield. So, he came up with a strange idea: since volcanic ash soil is fertile, why not dig up the volcanic ash and use it as fertilizer for arable land? Then, he sent his important minister Kohler to send people to Naples, Italy to buy a volcano, dig volcanic ash there, and transport it back to use as fertilizer to spread on the fields. Later, it really got a high yield. Volcanic ash as fertilizer? Louis XII was stunned. Is it that simple? John nodded, yes, it's that simple. Louis XII suddenly felt like he had been cheated and wanted to refund the ticket. I feel like I was cheated of a baron. Your Majesty, I didn't lie to you. Think about it, it's simple for me to say it, but who could have thought of this in thousands of years? Only a genius like Marin, the former Grand Duke of the North Sea, would make such a bizarre attempt. In the end, he succeeded. Moreover, if I hadn't come to tell your Majesty would never know. After hearing this, Louis XII thought that if John hadn't come to tell him, he would never have thought of this even if he racked his brains. Suddenly, Louis XII looked up and asked in confusion, then how did you know this secret? As far as I know, you are a wine merchant in Munster, and South Munster is not under the jurisdiction of the North Sea Kingdom. Logically, you should not know this secret. John had expected this question, and replied calmly, Your Majesty, you don't know that this time the 7 princes jointly sent troops to the North Sea Kingdom in order to seize this secret. Later, Count John of Rietberg also joined in under the introduction of his younger brother Bishop Conrad. I had a very good relationship with Bishop Conrad, who liked red wine, and I accidentally heard the princes discussing this secret. The 8 princes shared this snatched secret, and I was fortunate to hear it. Then you came to tell me. Of course, in Europe, who can be more powerful than the Kingdom of France? Moreover, France has a lot of arable land, and with this secret, it will naturally be even more powerful. If there is enough food, the French cavalry can be dispatched without restrictions. Just ask, who in the world can stop it? John flattered. You can see it clearly. Louis XII said proudly. Because, what John said was right. If there is enough food to feed those war horses, France can mobilize not 10,000 but more than 20,000 plate-armored heavy cavalry. Because the total number of French plate-armored knights is definitely more than 20,000. However, once the plate-armored heavy cavalry is dispatched, the food consumption is huge, especially the war horses are too greedy. And the food is so expensive that the King of France can't afford it. Therefore, France would rather recruit Swiss mercenaries to fight than easily mobilize the country's plate-armored heavy cavalry. Because even if the Swiss are given double the commission, the cost is much less than that of heavy cavalry. After all, Swiss mercenaries are mainly infantry. And 2 horses of heavy armored cavalry can eat the food of 10 people a day. After figuring this out, Louis XII has begun to look forward to the bright future of French cavalry sweeping across the European continent. But he suddenly remembered that's not right. It seems that the Kingdom of Naples with many volcanoes and Sicily are in the hands of their mortal enemy, the Spaniards. So, he raised his own question. John already had a solution. This is simple. Your Majesty can arrange for your merchants to go to the Kingdom of Naples to buy a volcano, and then send people to dig volcanic ash and transport it back to the country as fertilizer. It is said that the North Sea Kingdom does this. This is a good idea. Do you have any recommendations for volcanoes to buy? Also, will the locals object to us digging volcanoes? After all, you also said that volcanic ash is fertile soil. Can they let you dig away fertile soil? John replied, it is true that volcanic ash is fertile soil, but it has to be spread on the plains to become fertile soil. And those mountainous areas with rugged terrain cannot be used for farming even if there is volcanic ash. We can't farm on the mountains, right? We are not digging the fertile soil from volcanic ash on the plains, but sending people to dig volcanic ash in the mountains. No one cares about those. That makes sense. Do you have any recommendations for which volcano I should buy? Louis XII said with satisfaction. John spread out the map and pointed to a volcano on the coast of the Bay of Naples in the Kingdom of Naples. Your Majesty, this is Mount Vesuvius. Have you heard of it? Yes, it is said that in the Roman era, this volcano erupted and buried several cities. The ancient city of Pompeii has long been forgotten by Europeans. It was not until 1594 that someone dug up a stone with the word Pompeii engraved on it. In the 18th century, archaeologists dug up the ancient city of Pompeii. And then it became a sensation around the world. Before the ancient city of Pompeii was unearthed, Mount Vesuvius was not that famous. Louis XII knew about it, so he could be considered erudite. John nodded and said, I went to Italy for business. I heard from an Italian scholar that the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD buried 3 ancient Roman cities, Pompeii, Herculaneum and Stabia. It is said that before being buried by volcanic ash, the ancient city of Pompeii was the second largest city in the Roman Empire, second only to Rome, with a population of 25,000. In fact, this was all told to John by Marin. Of course, these are all common sense in later history. What? There is such a city? Louis XII was shocked. You know, a population of 25,000 was considered a big city in 1512. You know, Vienna, the capital of Austria, has only 20,000 people. Yes, I think, if we dig the area under Mount Vesuvius in the name of archaeology, wouldn't digging volcanic ash be less noticeable? Moreover, if we dig out the ancient city of Pompeii, it was a prosperous city in the ancient Roman era, maybe there would be a lot of treasures. Okay, that's it. I want to dig out the ancient city of Pompeii. Many antiques from the ancient Roman era have emerged in Louis XII's eyes. But he didn't know that this was a big pit left for him by Marin. The ancient city of Pompeii naturally exists, and the antiques inside are also priceless. But the problem is that is Spain's territory. If the Spaniards knew that the French were digging Pompeii on their territory. No problem, fight first. Once the fight starts, the French plan to use volcanic ash to fertilize the fields will fail. In order to seize enough volcanic ash, the French had to send troops again to rob the Kingdom of Naples. And Spain will not show weakness. Let the 2 countries fight to their death. Of course, Marin will not intervene in the early stage, and the French will always have to taste some sweetness. After they have enjoyed a wave of benefits, they will attract the Spanish to fight against them. In order to trigger a full-scale war between France and Spain, Marin also risked his life and sold the news of Pompeii to the French. 31 novel network updates fast. He originally planned to secretly dig out Pompeii and embezzle those antiques. However, it is more important to let the two powerful competitors, France and Spain, go to war than to embezzle those antiques. So, Marin reluctantly let the French buy Mount Vesuvius and dig Pompeii. Chapter 1291, Rebuilding the Second Legion. Anyway, Marin will annex 8 vassal states next. Then, he will control Britain. It's okay to annex 8 vassal states, but the French will not stand idly by when annexing England. After all, France has always claimed sovereignty over England. If Edward dies suddenly, if the French have the energy, they will definitely take the opportunity to send troops to England, which will greatly interfere with Marin's control of England. Therefore, the best way is to divert the attention of the French and let them fight with the Spaniards. Both countries are very powerful, and the fight will definitely be earth-shattering. In terms of national war potential, France wins. But in terms of financial resources, Spain wins. Because after Spain and Portugal divided the Indian spice market, their financial resources are comparable. In this era where money can hire troops, the Spanish are even more powerful. But France is not without opportunities, because Marin has already thought of a countermeasure for them united with Venice. The French have no money. It doesn't matter, borrow from the Venetians. The Venetians were robbed of the Indian spice business by Spain and Portugal, and they have long hated Spain. Therefore, the Venetians were eager for France to show its power and beat Spain severely, preferably to cripple Spain. Therefore, as long as the French asked, they would definitely be able to borrow money from the Venetians. As long as it was used to deal with Spain, the Venetians would never be stingy with their money. Anyway, lending money to France is not without interest. Therefore, as long as France united with Venice, its financial shortcomings could be made up. And this method, Marin was going to let John propose it at the right time. In this way, he could also make a great contribution. Even the title could be promoted. Even if the title could not be promoted, it would be no problem to get the favor of Louis XII. Once John got along well in France, he would have a better chance to get close to Margaret and Henry the Younger, who were well defended. Then, it would be convenient to arrange assassins to kill Henry the Younger, the so-called Henry VIII, so that France would lose the excuse to intervene in England. In fact, if it were not for being trapped in the Swiss battlefield, France might have been ready to send troops to England on the pretext of helping Henry VIII to seize the throne. Even if the navy was not good, warships could be prepared in the Mediterranean. After all, even if English merchant ships pretended to be pirates and attacked French ships, the impact would only be on the Atlantic coast at most. In the Mediterranean region, the English could not reach that far. And now, Marin threw a bone, oh no, it should be a braised pork in front of the French, which was very tempting. There was no need to worry that France would not take the bait. In this way, Marin not only lost a powerful competitor on land, but also dragged Spain, which was now developing rapidly, into the quagmire of war. If Spain and France fought to their death, they would naturally have no energy to engage in any great voyages. After all, the cost of great voyages is not low. At that time, Marin would only have Portugal, a parallel import country, as a competitor. In terms of military strength, Portugal is not even worthy of carrying shoes on the back of the North Sea Kingdom. At present, it is only limited by the size of the navy and the production of Chilean saltpeter that it is still unable to compete with the Portuguese at sea. But as time goes by and Chile's saltpeter production increases, then, as long as Marin explodes ships and expands the size of the navy, it will not be a problem to beat Portugal down. However, Marin's many grand plans had to be temporarily shelved when the enemy was at the gates of the city. The Eight-Nation Alliance had completed the occupation of the Ruhr area of the North Sea Kingdom and began to turn north. According to the spy report, their next target is the province of Oldenburg. The province of Oldenburg was one of the first provinces occupied by Marin and the core area controlled by Marin. If it is lost here, the damage to Marin is still quite large. In addition, next to Oldenburg is East Frisia, the real core area of the North Sea Kingdom. Among them, the border between Oldenburg and East Frisia is only 30 or 40 kilometers away from Aurich, and it can be reached in one day of marching. Once the enemy enters Oldenburg, it means that the enemy can attack the city of Aurich at any time. So, Marin must respond. Of course, on the surface, it was Angela who had to react. Angela really reacted. Under the instructions of Marin, he joined Schwartz and others to announce the abolition of the original number of the North Sea Second Army. Then, the reconstruction of the Second Army was announced. As for the source of the Second Army's troops, Schwartz announced on behalf of the North Sea Military Department, to recruit those North Sea national strongmen who often fought with the army to form a new Second Army. Moreover, the Second Army also invited back the powerful army that served the Saxony family, the Straw Hat Swordsmen. The so-called Straw Hat Swordsmen is a very ethnically characteristic army in East Frisia. Because East Frisia is located on the seashore, the climate is humid and rainy. Therefore, the locals like to wear straw hats to keep out the rain. In addition, there were many swamps in East Frisia before, so a strangely dressed army appeared in East Frisia, wearing a straw hat, a striped shirt, wooden shoes, and a straw hat swordsman with a two-handed sword. It should be pointed out that in ancient times, half of those who used two-handed swords were fierce generals. Because using a two-handed sword is equivalent to giving up defense. This kind of courage to die is not possessed by ordinary soldiers. Moreover, those who can use heavy two-handed swords as weapons are also strong men with amazing arm strength. However, after Marin captured East Frisia, he felt that the Straw Hat Swordsman's way of fighting was too reckless and backward. In addition, the two-handed swordsmen were once the direct troops of the Saxony family that was destroyed by Marin, so Marin ignored them and classified them as militia. Nowadays, the Saxony family has been extinct for more than 10 years. Many of the former Straw Hat Swordsmen are in their 30s and 40s. However, fortunately, they can still fight at this age. So, Marin asked Angela to recruit thousands of former Straw Hat Swordsmen who were not too old to serve him and gave them higher salaries. Then, Schwartz, who had become the Minister of Military Affairs, came out again and announced that he would take charge of the rebuilt Second Army. At the reconstruction ceremony of the Second Army, Schwartz vowed in front of envoys from various countries that he would definitely build the new Second Army into a powerful army like the First Army. Then, with 2 elite legions, he would be able to defeat the 8-nation alliance. The envoys of various countries curled their lips in their hearts. I believe what you said, but the question is, will the princes of the 8 countries give you time to slowly train your troops? I'm afraid that before you can train the new Second Legion well, the coalition of the 8 princes will come to your door. But they don't know that at this time, the real Second Legion far away in Jutland has divided 5,000 veterans and quietly boarded the ship at Aalborg, the port in the north of Jutland Peninsula, and transported them to the mainland. Then, quietly replaced those civilians who were recruited on the surface. In other words, Marin intends to use the guise of rebuilding the Second Legion to quietly transport the 5,000 veterans of the original Second Legion back to the country and insert them into this new Second Legion. In this way, without training, the combat effectiveness of this Second Legion will be extremely strong. At that time, the First Legion plus the Second Legion, which is composed of half of the veterans and 1,000 fierce Straw Hat Swordsmen, will be full of confidence to confront the more than 40,000 troops of the 8-nation alliance head-on. After all, half of the 40,000 strong army of the 8-nation alliance were conscripts with low combat effectiveness. Only about 20,000 of them were really capable of fighting. Facing the 2 powerful Bahai Kingdom legions, the 8-nation alliance, despite its large number, could not gain any advantage. This was only the first batch. After these 5,000 people arrived, Marin decided to transport the remaining 5,000 people of the Second Legion back. Then, the Second Legion would be complete. 2 reorganized regular legions could definitely beat the mob of the 8-nation alliance. However, half of the Second Army is now confronting the Third Army in the southern part of Jutland Peninsula, pretending to clash. Therefore, it will take some time for them to rush back to their homeland to replace new recruits. As soon as they come back, the combat effectiveness of Auric will double immediately. As for the Third Army, it is not suitable to be sent back to the country because there are too many spies inside. Only after Marin comes back can he openly go south to serve the king. In addition, the Cossack Cavalry Corps of Alsace also secretly sent 2,000 Cossack cavalry south. The purpose is to attack the food and fodder supplies of the 8-nation alliance at any time. After all, it is a team of more than 40,000 troops, plus civilians, at least more than 70,000 people. If the supply of food and fodder is difficult, the morale of the army will definitely be scattered. Chapter 1292, 10,000 Italian mercenaries. Marin is not very courageous. After all, he is a person who has died once, so he cherishes his life more. Moreover, people with wealth cherish their lives more than poor people. Why do poor mountains and bad waters produce elite soldiers and unruly people? Because they have nothing and can only risk their lives. But rich people have everything, so they don't need to fight desperately. The same is true for Marin. When he first crossed over, he had nothing, so he naturally had to rely on fighting desperately to gain wealth. For this reason, he designed an ambush of 8,000 French knights, and he had only more than 1,000 recruits. If the French were calmer, they could kill him. But after he succeeded, especially after becoming a prince, there was no need to take too many risks. Only going to Daming was a risk because of his obsession in his heart. Therefore, Marin used the excuse of rebuilding the Second Legion to pull back half of the real Second Legion. In fact, he was also afraid of death. After all, it is indeed not very safe for a legion to face more than 40,000 enemy troops. With the 5,000 veterans of the Second Legion, not to mention being able to defeat the enemy, at least they can support it until the arrival of reinforcements. Moreover, rebuilding the Second Army has another purpose, that is, to make the princes of the 8 countries more convinced that the original Second Army and the Third Army had indeed rebelled. Otherwise, the North Sea Kingdom would not have to rebuild the Second Army. As expected by Marin, after learning the news that the North Sea Kingdom rebuilt the Second Army, the 8 princes were very happy. It seems that the other party has run out of tricks. It is said that this rebuilt Second Army is basically made up of civilians who originally transported grain. What kind of combat effectiveness can it have? We will definitely win this war. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, said happily. However, I heard that the 10,000 newly recruited people are not all civilians. There are also 1,000 people, who are said to be former straw hat swordsmen. They were once the elite of East Frisia. It is said that this army defeated the army of the Earl of Oldenburg in 1483, forcing Count Gerhard VI of Oldenburg to abdicate and give way to his son Adolf. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg said. At this time, Count Charles of Gelden interrupted, Lord Henry, I have heard about this. However, it was not because the straw hat swordsmen were too strong, but because East Frisia united with the army of the Bishop of Munster at that time to defeat the county of Oldenburg. Moreover, those straw hat swordsmen are the elite of the Sexner family. After Marin seized the county of East Frisia, he did not trust them and left them idle. In other words, those straw hat swordsmen have not fought for at least 10 years. They were once strong, but now they are at least 30 or 40 years old, and they have long been on the decline. Besides, even if they are still at their peak, our warriors of Gelden are not afraid of them. If the Second Legion dares to go out of the city for a decisive battle, our army of the county of Gelden is willing to take the lead in attacking the Second Legion and confront those straw hat swordsmen head-on. Count Charles of Gelden vowed. In fact, he was also scheming the real elite of the North Sea Kingdom is the First Legion. If they confront the First Legion head-on, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. As for the newly formed Second Army, even if it was against the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen, Count Charles was not at all inferior. Because the army of the Earldom of Gelden was learned from Swiss mercenaries and had strong combat effectiveness. Although it could not catch up with the formal Swiss mercenaries, it was stronger than the ordinary German mercenaries. It was no problem to confront the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen head-on. As long as his 3,000 Guides veterans could defeat the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen, then the recruits of the Second Army of the North Sea Kingdom would not be opponents at all. Sure enough, seeing that Count Charles of Gelden took the initiative to ask for a fight, the princes had to agree. And the 3,000 elite veterans of the Earldom of Gelden also took the opportunity to avoid the powerful enemies of the First Army. Just as the 8 princes were discussing how to deal with it, on the sea, a fleet transporting many people had crossed the English Channel and was approaching the North Sea mainland. Where did this fleet come from? Who were the people transported on the ship? It turned out that this fleet was the transport fleet of the North Sea Kingdom. The mercenaries transported on board were the mercenaries transported back from Italy. Italian mercenaries? That's right, they were the legendary Italian mercenaries with average combat effectiveness. Moreover, the number was as high as 10,000. These 10,000 Italian mercenaries were specifically requested by Marin. Of course, they were not asked to help defeat the 8-nation alliance, but as a group performance to prove that the North Sea Kingdom was really at its wits' end. If there were enough troops, why would the North Sea Kingdom go to Italy to hire Italian mercenaries whose combat effectiveness was worse than that of the German mercenaries? The North Sea Kingdom hired 10,000 Italian mercenaries, which just proved from the side that the North Sea Kingdom had no soldiers available, if there was a chance, which German prince would be willing to hire Italian mercenaries with average combat effectiveness. Therefore, the role of these 10,000 Italian mercenaries was to set off the desperate situation and helplessness of the North Sea Kingdom. Marin annexed 8 hostile principalities and never worried about war issues. The only thing that worried him was legal matters. Therefore, Marin must not let the princes see the fact that the North Sea Kingdom set a trap for the 8 princes. Otherwise, even if Marin annexed the 8 princes, the princes of the imperial princes' court could deny the legitimacy of his annexation of the 8 princes on the grounds that he deliberately set a trap to frame his opponents. For this reason, Marin did not hesitate to play a big game of chess, using various methods to show the current misery of the North Sea Kingdom. The worse the performance in the early stage, the less the other princes can see the flaws. Therefore, these 10,000 Italian mercenaries are clearly the group actors, invited from Italy by Marin at a great cost. Their main role is to show the helplessness and despair of the North Sea Kingdom. Even, it makes people mistakenly think that this is the last trump card of the North Sea Kingdom. And, since it is used to show weakness, then, these 10,000 Italian mercenaries will naturally not select any elites, but specially select the cheapest mercenary group in Italy. This Italian mercenary is composed of 11 larger Italian mercenary groups. And the biggest feature of these 11 Italian mercenary groups is that they are cheap. In Italy, mercenaries are also divided into different levels. The most expensive Italian mercenary has a commission of 5 pfennigs per person per day. Its combat effectiveness is comparable to that of the above-average German mercenaries. The cheapest mercenaries are some cheap mercenaries with low combat effectiveness. These people only have a commission of 2.5 pfennigs per day, which is cheaper than the 3 pfennigs per day of ordinary German mercenaries. As for combat effectiveness, it is only slightly stronger than the militia. The biggest role of these cheap Italian mercenaries is actually to help defend the city. After all, when defending the city, the soldiers do not need to have strong combat effectiveness, as long as the combat effectiveness is above the average. Moreover, when Marin hired this group of Italian mercenaries with low combat effectiveness, he would deliberately leak the details of this group of Italian mercenaries to the princes of the 8 countries, so that they would be more confident and arrogant. Chapter 1293 The Fate of Cannon Fodder. After all, it is not safe for a legion to face more than 40,000 enemy troops. With the 5,000 veterans of the 2nd Legion, we can at least hold out until the arrival of reinforcements, even if we cannot defeat the enemy. Moreover, rebuilding the 2nd Legion has another purpose, that is, to make the princes of the 8 countries more convinced that the original 2nd and 3rd Legions had indeed rebelled. Otherwise, the North Sea Kingdom would not have to rebuild the 2nd Legion. As expected by Marin, after learning the news that the North Sea Kingdom had rebuilt the 2nd Legion, the 8 princes were very happy. It seems that the other side has run out of tricks. It is said that this rebuilt 2nd Legion is basically composed of the original grain transporters. What kind of combat effectiveness can it have? We will definitely win this war. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, said happily. However, I heard that among these 10,000 new recruits, not all of them are civilians. There are also 1,000 of them. It is said that they were former straw hat swordsmen. They were once the elite of East Frisia. It is said that this army defeated the army of the Earl of Oldenburg in 1483, forcing Count Gerhard VI of Oldenburg to abdicate and give the throne to his son Adolf, said Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg. At this time, Count Charles of Gelden interrupted, Lord Henry, I have heard about this. However, it was not because the straw hat swordsmen were too strong, but because East Frisia united with the army of the Bishop of Munster at that time to defeat the county of Oldenburg. Moreover, those straw hat swordsmen are the elite of the Sexner family. After Marin seized the county of East Frisia, he did not trust them and left them idle. In other words, those straw hat swordsmen have not fought for at least 10 years. They were once strong, but now they are at least 30 or 40 years old, and they have long been on the decline. Besides, even if they are still at their peak, our warriors of Gelden are not afraid of them. If the 2nd Legion dares to go out of the city for a decisive battle, our army of the county of Gelden is willing to take the lead in attacking the 2nd Legion and confront those straw hat swordsmen head-on. Count Charles of Gelden vowed. In fact, he was also scheming the real elite of the North Sea Kingdom is the 1st Legion. If they confront the 1st Legion head-on, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. As for the newly formed 2nd Army, even if it was against the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen, Count Charles was not at all inferior. Because the army of the Earldom of Gelden was learned from Swiss mercenaries and had strong combat effectiveness. Although it could not catch up with the formal Swiss mercenaries, it was stronger than the ordinary German mercenaries. It was no problem to confront the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen head-on. As long as his 3,000 Guides veterans could defeat the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen, then the recruits of the 2nd Army of the North Sea Kingdom would not be opponents at all. Sure enough, seeing that Count Charles of Gelden took the initiative to ask for a fight, the princes had to agree. And the 3,000 elite veterans of the Earldom of Gelden also took the opportunity to avoid the powerful enemies of the 1st Army. Just as the 8 princes were discussing how to deal with it, on the sea, a fleet transporting many people had crossed the English Channel and was approaching the North Sea mainland. Where did this fleet come from? Who were the people transported on the ship? It turned out that this fleet was the transport fleet of the North Sea Kingdom. The mercenaries transported on board were the mercenaries transported back from Italy. Italian mercenaries? That's right, they were the legendary Italian mercenaries with average combat effectiveness. Moreover, the number was as high as 10,000. These 10,000 Italian mercenaries were specifically requested by Marin. Of course, they were not asked to help defeat the Eight-Nation Alliance, but as a group performance to prove that the North Sea Kingdom was really at its wits' end. If there were enough troops, why would the North Sea Kingdom go to Italy to hire Italian mercenaries whose combat effectiveness was worse than that of the German mercenaries? The North Sea Kingdom hired 10,000 Italian mercenaries, which just proved from the side that the North Sea Kingdom had no soldiers available, if there was a chance, which German prince would be willing to hire Italian mercenaries with average combat effectiveness. Therefore, the role of these 10,000 Italian mercenaries was to set off the desperate situation and helplessness of the North Sea Kingdom. Marin annexed 8 hostile principalities and never worried about war issues. The only thing that worried him was legal matters. Therefore, Marin must not let the princes see the fact that the North Sea Kingdom set a trap for the 8 princes. Otherwise, even if Marin annexed the 8 princes, the princes of the imperial prince's court could deny the legitimacy of his annexation of the 8 princes on the grounds that he deliberately set a trap to frame his opponents. For this reason, Marin did not hesitate to play a big game of chess, using various methods to show the current misery of the North Sea Kingdom. The worse the performance in the early stage, the less the other princes can see the flaws. Therefore, these 10,000 Italian mercenaries are clearly the group actors, invited from Italy by Marin at a great cost. Their main role is to show the helplessness and despair of the North Sea Kingdom. Even, it makes people mistakenly think that this is the last trump card of the North Sea Kingdom. And, since it is used to show weakness, then, these 10,000 Italian mercenaries will naturally not select any elites, but specially select the cheapest mercenary group in Italy. This Italian mercenary is composed of 11 larger Italian mercenary groups. And the biggest feature of these 11 Italian mercenary groups is that they are cheap. In Italy, mercenaries are also divided into different levels. The most expensive Italian mercenary has a commission of 5 pfennigs per person per day. Its combat effectiveness is comparable to that of the above-average German mercenaries. The cheapest mercenaries are some cheap mercenaries with low combat effectiveness. These people only have a commission of 2.5 pfennigs per day, which is cheaper than the 3 pfennigs per day of ordinary German mercenaries. As for combat effectiveness, it is only slightly stronger than the militia. The biggest role of these cheap Italian mercenaries is actually to help defend the city. After all, when defending the city, the soldiers do not need to have strong combat effectiveness, as long as the combat effectiveness is above the average. Moreover, when Marin hired this group of Italian mercenaries with low combat effectiveness, he would deliberately reveal the details of this group of Italian mercenaries to the princes of the 8 countries, so that they would be more confident and arrogant. Chapter 1294, The King of Blame. In fact, Marin also knew that it was not very kind to do so. However, he had no choice. Although he had to pretend to be miserable and to pretend to be defeated, if the troops of the North Sea Kingdom pretended to be defeated, there would be a big problem. What big problem? That is, the invincible self-confidence of the North Sea Army. A person's self-confidence is very important, and the self-confidence of an army is even more important. With self-confidence, the soldiers can charge forward without hesitation and without fear. If there is no self-confidence, it is easy to be afraid of fighting and even be defeated. For example, the Ming Dynasty border army and the Mongolian cavalry, is the gap between them really that big? As long as the soldiers of the Ming army dare to fight, even if the infantry cannot beat the cavalry, the advantage of numbers is there. As long as they dare to exchange their lives for their lives, they will definitely be able to kill the other side. But the account is not calculated in this way. On the battlefield, the confidence of winning is often more important than the advantage of numbers. The Mongolian cavalry was confident that they could completely abuse the soldiers of the Ming army, so even if there were few people, they dared to charge forward. The Ming Dynasty border army had lost its courage because of the many failures. Even if they saw more than 100 Mongolian cavalrymen rushing over, thousands of Ming troops would be frightened and at a loss. The most exaggerated thing is that during the Jiajing period, the Japanese pirates invaded Jiangnan and frightened tens of thousands of Ming army guards in Jiangnan so much that they dared not move. Could those guards not beat those dozens of Japanese pirates? Definitely not. The key is that there were rumors at the time that those Japanese pirates ate human hearts and livers and were the incarnation of the devil. Then, they frightened the Ming army in Jiangnan so much that they dared not move. But after they reacted, they sent people to chase them out to sea to save face. Therefore, the army can lose anything but its self-confidence. And the army's self-confidence is an important part of the so-called military soul, and it is indispensable. Because self-confidence is so important, in later generations, whether it is the German army, the Devils, or the People's Liberation Army, they are desperately promoting themselves as invincible and will never say that they cannot win. The same is true for the Americans. In the recruitment propaganda films, various aircraft and missiles frequently appear, telling you that our weapons are advanced and can beat people instead of being beaten. Therefore, although Marin wants to feign defeat and let the enemy relax their vigilance, he is unwilling to break the myth of the invincible army of the North Sea. So, how to solve this problem? It's easy to do: find someone to take the blame. And looking at Europe, who is more suitable to take the blame than the Italian mercenaries? In fact, the Italian mercenaries are not as bad as Marin imagined. To say that they are bad is also compared with the German mercenaries. However, the Italian mercenaries of this era are by no means as funny as the Italian mercenaries during World War II. The Italian mercenaries of this era may be a little worse in discipline now, and the quality of individual soldiers is not as good as that of German mercenaries, but they are not so bad that they can't even beat the old blacks in Africa during World War II. Moreover, before this, King Louis XII of France also hired more than 20,000 Italian mercenaries to fight against Spain. If the Italian mercenaries were too bad, the French would not hire them. However, in that war, the French army was defeated because Gonzalo de Cordoba used the Marin phalanx and a large number of muskets. After the war, in order to shirk responsibility, Louis XII threw the blame on the Italian mercenaries, believing that they were dragging down the French army. After all, the French also have to protect the self-confidence of the French army. Therefore, they can only use the Italian mercenaries as a fig leaf. After that, the reputation of Italian mercenaries plummeted, and their business was much worse. As for the Swiss mercenaries, they were defeated by Marin's army and captured many prisoners. Then, with the invasion of the Habsburg family in Switzerland, the Swiss mercenaries also temporarily fell silent. After all, they were also busy resisting the Habsburg family. The Italian mercenaries took a big blame from the French, and the Swiss mercenaries were busy resisting the Habsburg family. Therefore, during this period, the German mercenaries had the best life. Marin did not want to destroy the invincible personality of the North Sea army, but he had to pretend to be defeated. Then, the Italian mercenaries, who had already taken the blame from the French, could just take the blame. They had already lost to the Spaniards once, so it was no big deal to lose to the Germans again. Moreover, if these Italian mercenaries lost, Marin could not only shirk the subsequent commissions. At the same time, it could also avoid the collapse of the North Sea army's self-confidence. After all, it was not the North Sea army that was defeated, but the Italian mercenaries, who already had a bad reputation. Out of guilt, before the Italian mercenaries went to Oldenburg, Marin entertained Pagani and his Italian mercenaries with an extremely grand banquet. Of course, it was Schwartz who came forward to entertain them. Then, Schwartz also promised on behalf of Marin that the supplies hidden in Oldenburg by the Earldom of Oldenburg would be available to them. This promise surprised Pagani and his men. However, they did not expect that this promise was useless. Because once Oldenburg was broken, these supplies would be taken away by the Eight-Nation Alliance and would not be left for the Italian mercenaries. So, this was a blank check. However, before the city was broken, it could give great encouragement to the Italian mercenaries. After all, guarding the city of Oldenburg is equivalent to guarding their property. But as soon as he turned around, Marin arranged for spies to inform the princes of the 8 countries. What secrets? Naturally, it was to reveal the details of Pagani. Marin was afraid that the Eight-Nation Alliance would abandon the city of Oldenburg where the Italian mercenaries were stationed and come to attack the East Frisian mainland. Therefore, he would arrange spies to tell the 8 princes that Pagani was a general who always lost in Italy, and his level was very scum. Moreover, the city of Oldenburg was piled with most of the supplies and treasures of the Earldom of Oldenburg. In this way, the princes of the 8 countries could be ruthless and fight the Italian mercenaries in the city. Then, Marin bought a lot of time. When seeing off the Italian army, Marin hid in a carriage and secretly watched the Italian mercenaries go to Oldenburg. Among them, an interesting scene deeply attracted Marin. The 800 mercenaries of Pagani's Gentleman Mercenary Corps seemed to have a black iron helmet, and it was the kind of iron helmet with a brim, which looked a bit like the steel helmet of later generations. However, when they set out, the 800 mercenaries of the Gentleman Mercenary Corps did not wear those black iron helmets on their heads, but carried them on their backs with straps. After all, the iron helmets were heavy and pressed their heads when worn on their heads, but they could be much easier when carried on their backs. How come this looks a bit like a black pot, and it's on your back? Marin seemed to understand, and then he laughed and rolled around in the carriage. My lord, what's so funny about this? Their military appearance is very neat. Although their combat effectiveness is not very good, they look good. Kohler was a little confused. However, Kohler obviously didn't know the stock of carrying the black pot, so he naturally didn't get the joke. Then, Marin saw Pagani carrying a black pot on his back. However, his black pot was more gorgeous. Moreover, it seems that there are gorgeous bird feathers on the top of the hat. Hee, you are responsible for taking such a big blame. You really deserve to be the king of blame. Marin looked at the spirited Pagani through the carriage window and laughed. Chapter 1295. You fight, I'll get some aqua regia. Speaking of which, Pagani was actually unwilling to make such an ugly, black pot helmet. However, the mercenary group's business was not good and it was difficult to get funds. The original standard helmet of the Gentleman Mercenary group was to have a spear head on the top of the helmet and some feathers. That way, it looks more handsome. Moreover, it is also a popular style in Europe. Unfortunately, because he had no money, Pagani had no choice but to order an iron helmet without a spear head on the top of the hat. Because this can save a lot of money. After all, helmets are now handmade by blacksmiths. It costs a lot to install a spear head on an iron helmet. Only a few officers have eyes on their heads to insert some feathers. Therefore, Marin saw that 800 took the blame purely because the Gentleman Mercenary group was short of money, and the spear head on the top of the helmet was cut corners. However, this is more like a steel helmet in later generations. If worn on the head, it is actually quite handsome. But on the back. Marin also realized that in the future, the helmets of his own army must not be dyed pure black. Otherwise, it would be like taking the blame when carrying it on the back. Alas, I don't know if these Italians can survive in the end. Marin said with some emotion. After all, it was he who tricked these 10,000 Italian guys to Germany. Moreover, he sent them to die. However, Marin still underestimated the cunningness of these Italians. Italy has a strong business atmosphere, and ordinary people are more shrewd and profit-oriented than the honest and simple German people. Therefore, Italians are more calculative and unwilling to suffer losses than Germans. This quality is an excellent quality when used in business. However, it is very unlucky to use it in the army. Because small businessmen who are calculative are most afraid of suffering losses. And dying in battle is a great loss. Therefore, Italians with business minds are often unwilling to risk their lives and fight the enemy. If they see that the signs are not right, they will surrender very happily. In other words, the Italians are like the city dwellers and smart people that Qi Jiguang refused to recruit. Such people are easy to run for their lives in order to protect themselves on the battlefield, which leads to the defeat of the army. The Germans, on the other hand, are somewhat honest and upright. Such people are the most suitable for being soldiers. Because, even in the face of difficulties, those honest German soldiers will persist and are not used to taking shortcuts. Therefore, Marin's worry about the Italian mercenaries is unnecessary. Because, in adversity, this group of smart Italian mercenaries will choose to surrender, and will not fight desperately. Of course, before showing a sign of defeat, the Italian mercenaries will not surrender casually. After all, people have a fluke mentality, especially those who think they are smart. Maybe, if you can win. Therefore, before despair, the Italian mercenaries will not easily admit defeat. Only when you see that you can't beat them will you give up. In addition, as a famous Italian general who always loses, Pagani actually has a magical talent, running away. After all, on the battlefield, being able to survive after losing and not being captured is also a skill. And Pagani is the best at running away. Moreover, he runs away with his men. Pagani is not good at finding opportunities, so it is difficult to win a battle. However, he has a talent, he can capture the enemy's weaknesses when he is defeated and run away with his men. Therefore, even if he often loses battles, there are still many Italian mercenaries willing to follow him because of this skill. After all, when Pagani ran away, he took his brothers with him and did not abandon his men casually. And the mercenary leader who only cares about running away alone, as long as he does this a few times, no one will follow him anymore. From Aurich to Oldenburg, it is only 70 or 80 kilometers away. Therefore, although the Italian mercenaries are not marching fast, they will still be arrived by the Eight-Nation Alliance first. Because the Eight-Nation Alliance had just arrived in Osnabrück at this time. As usual, the coalition entered the city and looted. Because they were busy looting, the coalition's marching speed would certainly not be fast. Therefore, Marin was not worried that the Italian mercenaries would arrive in Oldenburg later than the coalition of the Eight Princes. Moreover, Marin also kept a backhand 2,000 Cossack cavalry, who had lurked halfway from Osnabrück to Oldenburg. If the coalition of the Eight Princes marched slowly, the 4 Cossack cavalry regiments would ignore it. But if the coalition speeded up its pace, then the Cossack cavalry would take the initiative to harass, not confront the other side head-on, just to delay the other side's march. In this way, it is possible to ensure that the Italian mercenaries arrived in Oldenburg first. And Marin's arrangement really worked. The coalition of the 8 princes sent out a 200-man light cavalry squadron, which was easily destroyed by the Cossack cavalry regiment. This move really caused panic among the coalition of the 8 princes, and each country sent out reconnaissance cavalry to inquire about the news. However, the Cossack cavalry had already run away, and they ran away at night. Because the Cossack cavalry did not let a single enemy cavalry run away, the princes of the 8 countries were somewhat uneasy. In this way, they became more cautious. The marching speed, which was already very slow, was slowed down even more. A few days later, because they found that nothing was wrong, the coalition continued to move north. At this time, the Italian mercenaries had already entered the city of Oldenburg and deployed their defenses in their way. At this time, what was our time traveler Marin doing? Alchemy. No, it was really chemical production. What Marin produced this time was a bit awesome. Because it has a very awesome name, Aqua Regia. Yes, it is the Aqua Regia that can dissolve gold and silver. Of course, Marin is not going to use Aqua Regia to dissolve gold and silver or do some wet alchemy. He made Aqua Regia to deal with the big iron gate of the capital of the 8 princes. As long as Marin comes back, he must quickly beat back the coalition forces of the 8 princes. However, it is not easy to destroy the 8 princes. Those small counties were okay, and they were easier to attack. Among the 8 principalities, the wealthy Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg all replaced their capitals with large iron gates that could not be bombarded by artillery. Even the capital of the Duchy of Gelden, had 4 large iron gates as city gates. Of course, the Duchy of Gelden had built pure iron gates when it was still the Duchy of Guedes because of its strong financial resources. As for the other small counties, including the Duchy of Saxony-Lauenburg, which was of average strength, the capitals still had oak gates. Marin had already prepared for the oak gates, burning the gates with gasoline. In the 2 years that Marin was away, Kohler's men did not stop buying oil from the Vistula Valley in Galicia, Poland. In 2 years, a lot of barrels were stored. Before making Aqua Regia, Marin extracted more than 30 barrels of gasoline. Then, according to the old rules, red dye was deliberately added and something with a bad smell was added so that people could not ask about its origin. In this way, as long as we attack the cities with oak doors, we can burn the gates with gasoline. Then, when the gates are burned, we can send people to blow them up. But it doesn't work for steel gates. If we use sulfuric acid, dilute sulfuric acid reacts slowly, while concentrated sulfuric acid easily reacts with iron to form a film, causing the reaction to stop. So, it is better to use hydrochloric acid. But Marin suddenly thought, if we have hydrochloric acid, why not just prepare the fastest reacting Aqua Regia and use it to corrode the steel gates? After all, Aqua Regia is a mixture of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid. Concentrated nitric acid was already made by Marin, who used concentrated sulfuric acid and saltpeter to make nitric acid. It is not difficult to make hydrochloric acid, just use concentrated sulfuric acid and salt to heat and react. So, when others were busy fighting, Marin, who was bored, was refining hydrochloric acid and preparing Aqua Regia in the laboratory. After the Aqua Regia was prepared, it was really powerful. But when testing to destroy the iron gate, a big accident happened. The soldier who used it was poisoned. It turned out that the nitric acid in the Aqua Regia reacted with iron to produce toxic nitric oxide gas that could cause people to faint. The soldier who was using the glass container of Aqua Regia was holding the container against the iron gate. As a result, the nitric oxide gas floated up, and the soldier fell into a coma after inhaling the gas. Then, the glass in his hand fell to the ground and poured directly onto his feet. Then, the soldier's right foot was severely corroded and burned. Although he saved his life, his right foot was disabled. This. Using Aqua Regia is so dangerous, it seems that I need a gas mask. Marin was stunned. Fortunately, he didn't do it himself this time, otherwise, he would be disabled. Dangerous materials are really not that fun, no wonder countries in later generations strict. Control these things. If Aqua Regia is poured on someone's face, it is much more serious than pouring sulfuric acid. After all, Aqua Regia is the legendary, corpse-dissolving water. Chapter 1296 Gas Mask and Pressure Cooker. Aqua Regia is so dangerous that it will cause great harm to people. In desperation, Marin had to temporarily give up the test of Aqua Regia to corrode the iron door and develop a gas mask instead. Gas masks are not unfamiliar to Marin. In his previous life, when his family was raising silkworms, they had to sprinkle quicklime for disinfection frequently, so Marin's mother always wore a farmer's version of a gas mask. The so-called farmer's version of a gas mask is actually the original gas mask, but the most core part of activated carbon has been removed. Because the function of the farmer's version of the gas mask is mainly to prevent the eyes and respiratory tract of the silkworm breeder from being burned by quicklime. Just add a simple filter screen, even if activated carbon is not used. After all, quicklime is a solid, not a poisonous gas. And if Marin wants to make a real gas mask, he only needs to fill the filter screen in front of the mouth and nose of the farmer's version of the gas mask with activated carbon. But first, Marin has to make activated carbon first. So, Marin found a craftsman and made a simple farmer's version of a gas mask first. This is very easy, but just sew leather all over the edges of the eyes and then wrap it in a hood-like space. Because there was no plastic, Marin used a wooden frame directly. Marin's craftsman could even make pocket watches. This simple gadget was made without much effort. Then, it was time to make activated carbon. This was a bit more troublesome. Marin remembered that activated carbon mainly had chemical activation and steam activation. However, Marin remembered that activated carbon produced by chemical activation was often toxic and could only be used for industrial removal of impurities and filtration. Activated carbon used in food production is often produced by impacting charcoal with high-temperature steam. Activated carbon produced by chemical methods is often produced directly from coal. Marin was not very clear about the technical content of the chemical method, but he still remembered the physical method. The specific process is to first put wood materials such as coconut shells in a furnace and heat them at high temperature to isolate them from air, so that they are carbonized into charcoal. During the carbonization process, substances such as methanol inside the wood or coconut shell evaporate at high temperature, leaving some pores inside the charcoal. But this is not enough. After that, put the charcoal with smaller particles on a metal filter and put it into the furnace. High temperature and high pressure steam is introduced, from bottom to top, to wash the charcoal on the metal net fiercely to create more gaps for adsorption. And this kind of steam often has a temperature of more than 500 degrees. Even, it can reach 800 degrees. Well, high temperature and high pressure steam. This is forcing Marin to make a pressure cooker. No problem, start the pressure cooker first. Then, a pressure cooker with soft and thick elephant skin as a leather gasket was born. In fact, when Marin was making paper, he made a large sealed metal container and added cowhide gaskets to seal the air. However, the cowhide is a bit thin, and the air sealing effect is not very good. But anyway, it is enough. And this time, because Marin sent people to Senegal to hunt rhinoceros skins before, he also hunted a lot of elephants. Therefore, the thick and soft elephant skin was sent to the mainland. Although the elephant skin is very thick, it is too soft and not very suitable for armor. However, it is very suitable for making leather sofas, which is much more comfortable than cowhide. And now, Marin suddenly discovered that elephant skin, a thick and soft leather, seems to be very suitable for making leather gaskets for pressure cookers. Even the edge of the gas mask, in order to make the face and the gas mask have no gaps, Marin also used soft and thick elephant skin to replace the rubber edge of the gas mask in later generations, so as to achieve the effect of fully sealing the air. After the pressure cooker was made, Marin asked people to make a metal mesh with copper wire, but copper is also easy to oxidize under high-temperature water vapor. So Marin threw the copper wire mesh into the zinc liquid and soaked it to get a layer of zinc plating. The zinc liquid is easy to oxidize, but after oxidation, the oxide layer formed is very corrosion-resistant and oxidation-resistant. Then, Marin asked people to build copper pipes and boilers, and created a system for producing activated carbon. Then, Marin ordered the pressure cooker to boil water. The pressure cooker made by Marin is different from the small pressure cookers in the kitchens of later generations. The pressure cooker used for industrial production has a very thick wall thickness, and the lid is also equipped with a heavy locking mechanism. In this way, it is not as easy to explode as the pressure cookers in the kitchens of later generations. After boiling for a while, it felt almost done. The worker wearing armor and explosion-proof pulled the valve. Suddenly, a high-temperature and high-pressure hot steam rushed to the copper furnace along the copper pipe, swept across the metal mesh at a rapid speed, and washed the charcoal particles on the mesh into the air. After the steam passed, the charcoal particles fell back onto the metal mesh. After that, Marin asked people to do this repeatedly many times before taking out the net of activated carbon. After getting the activated carbon, it was natural to test the effect. Marin put the activated carbon into the farmer's version of the gas mask. Then, find someone to test the effect. This time it was to test the poison gas, so naturally he would not find his soldiers. Then, a death row prisoner was brought out from the boss. Marin asked people to tie up the death row prisoner, and then put a bottle of aqua regia in front of him, and threw an iron block into it. The iron block entered the aqua regia and churned violently, reacting very quickly. Then, a large amount of nitric oxide gas floated up and rushed straight to the face of the prisoner. But until the iron block was dissolved, the prisoner did not faint. Very good, a success. Marin clenched his fist happily. This is no wonder. After all, Marin had come into contact with the farmer's version of the gas mask in his previous life. When he was a child, he often took his mother's farmer's version of the gas mask to play war games with his friends. Therefore, he still knows a lot about gas masks. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to imitate it. If it were something he had never seen, even if he knew the principle, it would not be so easy to make it. In addition, elephant skin is really a good thing, thick and soft. In many occasions, it can completely replace the role of rubber. The rubber trees that Marin promoted and planted have not grown for 6 years, and rubber cannot be tapped yet. So, we have to use elephant skin to deal with it first. As for protecting elephants, don't joke. The reason why elephants are protected in later generations is that humans have killed too many elephants with advanced hunting rifles, causing elephants to be endangered, so they need to protect elephants. In this era, elephants basically have no natural enemies. Because, even lions dare not provoke elephants. Even those powerful tribes in Africa have to mobilize their entire clans before they dare to provoke elephants. Marin later saw a video of black men hunting elephants with javelins. In that video, black men were everywhere in the mountains, at least thousands of them. In order to prevent the elephants from fighting back, they dressed themselves up in fancy clothes, and then kept making ghost cries and wolf howls to scare the elephants. The elephants were really scared and began to run away. At this time, these black men really started to use javelins to hunt the elephants that were lagging behind. If the elephants were not scared, but were angered, many people would be trampled to death. Moreover, it is difficult for stone javelins to pierce the thick elephant skin, unless it is a metal spearhead, it can be easily done. Therefore, in this era, there are very few black men who dare to provoke elephants. Because most of the black men at this time are in the Stone Age. In front of the powerful Lord Elephant, the black men in the Stone Age were trembling with fear. Farming was afraid of being ruined by the elephants, so how dare they harm elephants? Therefore, Marin sent people to kill elephants in Senegal, and even received gratitude from the local blacks. After confirming that the gas mask was indeed useful, Marin began to experiment with corroding the iron door with aqua regia again. Chapter 1297, Marin, the Crown Prince of Poland. This time, Marin was more cautious and paid more attention to safety. In addition to putting gas masks on the soldiers in the experiment, a longer glass trough was also used. The notch of the glass trough is facing the iron gate, but after the aqua regia contacts the iron gate through the glass trough, it will definitely corrode a gap and then flow down. Therefore, Marin asked people to throw a bundle of grass under the city gate first. In this way, even if the aqua regia flows to the ground, it will fall on the haystack. Not to mention the corrosion of the aqua regia on the haystack, but the aqua regia must be delayed by the haystack and will not flow everywhere, let alone flow to the feet of the soldiers. In addition, Marin also replaced the soldiers in the experiment with shoes made of multi-layer cowhide. In this way, even if the aqua regia flows to the feet, it will corrode at most 1 or 2 layers. Because the corrosion of aqua regia to organic matter is much worse than that to metal. It just shows that it will burn the skin at most. Therefore, the multi-layer leather soles on the ship can protect the feet. Of course, you can't stand in the aqua regia for too long to give the aqua regia enough corrosion time. After testing, the soldiers in charge of the experiment really succeeded. It didn't take long for the aqua regia to corrode a big hole in the iron door. Next, it was time to blow up the door. However, before blowing up the door, the soldiers of the demolition team were also seriously afraid of the aqua regia on the ground and did not dare to step forward. Then, Marin thought of a way. He first asked the demolition team to wear a gas mask. Then, in front of the demolition team, he sent someone to spread quicklime in front of the door. Quicklime is a strong alkali, while aqua regia is a strong acid. After the acid and alkali are neutralized, it is not so dangerous on the ground. Then, the demolition team continued to stuff the gunpowder barrel into the big hole corroded on the iron door. However, after a blast, the blockage behind the iron door was blown away, but the iron door stood firm. Marin looked a little stunned, and then began to think. After a while, Marin suddenly realized, I understand, even if the blocking material behind the iron door is blown up, the iron door is difficult to blow up. So, what if we corrode the bolt part? Then, he started his second attempt. This time, he asked the soldiers not only to corrode a big hole in the iron door, but also to corrode the bolt. In this way, when the big hole is corroded, the bolt will be corroded together. After the second explosion, although the iron door was not blown up, the bolt had been corroded, and the debris behind the door was blown away. At this time, people can just push the iron door open to enter. Then, the blasting Captain Doni Tsui proposed a new plan, corroding the door axis of the iron door. In this way, without the door axis, the iron door will definitely fall down directly. However, after testing, the effect of corroding the door axis is not good. It's not that the door axis is difficult to corrode, but that after the door axis is corroded, the blasting effect of inserting a gunpowder barrel is very poor. Because the door axis is located at the edge of the iron door, it is difficult to blow up the accumulation behind the iron door directly after inserting the gunpowder barrel. Therefore, it is best to corrode the bolt in the middle of the iron door. Because the bolt is located in the middle of the iron door, after inserting the gunpowder barrel, the accumulation behind the door can be pushed open directly, which is more convenient. And the explosion on the side of the door axis can only blow away a small part of the accumulation. In this way, the tactics against the Iron City Gate were determined. However, the height of the gate bolts of each city is different. If the wrong part is corroded, it will be a waste of aqua regia. So, Marin sent spies to conduct field investigations in the target cities, investigate the height of the gate bolts of those cities, and bring back the records. In this way, when you go to attack the city next time, you can corrode it accurately according to the data. Just when Marin was busy experimenting on how to corrode the Iron City Gate, a major event happened in Krakow, the capital of Poland. Queen Anne was about to give birth. Anne had been married to Sigismund I for several years and was now 24 years old. It was probably because Sigismund I was middle-aged and his sperm was not active enough. So, Anne finally got pregnant after a few years of marriage. And in early September 1512, Anne finally reached her due date. In order to witness this moment, King Sigismund I of Poland rushed back from the battlefield of the Duchy of Mazovia to witness the birth of his offspring. It should be pointed out that before this, Sigismund I led an army of 15,000 and was fighting the Duchy of Mazovia on the front line. The Duchy of Mazovia is a powerful duchy in Poland, with an area of about 33,500 square kilometers, which is larger than the direct territory of the Jagiellonian royal family in Poland. In terms of strength, the Duchy of Mazovia is not inferior to the Jagiellonian royal family. Therefore, the Duchy of Mazovia usually ignores King Sigismund I. Moreover, the capital of the Duchy of Mazovia is known to later generations: Warsaw. Yes, it is the capital of Poland in later generations, Warsaw, and it is also the place where the Warsaw Treaty with NATO was concluded. Now, it is the capital of the Duchy of Mazovia. The Duchy of Mazovia is located in the middle reaches of the Vistula River, mainly plains, and is a very fertile agricultural area in Poland. Moreover, the Vistula River is the most important inland waterway in Poland. Just setting up checkpoints on the Vistula River to intercept ships and collect taxes will bring huge profits. The cause of the war between Sigismund I and the Duchy of Mazovia was that the Duchy of Mazovia set up checkpoints to intercept ships and collect taxes. Krakow, the capital of the Kingdom of Poland at that time, was located in the upper valley of the Vistula River. When Anne married Sigismund I, Marin promised to provide Sigismund I with at least 10,000 ugrams of fertilizer for arable land every year. Then, help sell the grain produced by Sigismund I's tens of thousands of ugrams of land. Because some of Sigismund I's secret manor land is near Krakow in the upper reaches of the Vistula River. Therefore, whether Marin transports fertilizer to Sigismund I's southern manor or Sigismund I transports grain from some of the southern manors to Marin's North Sea Kingdom, the main route is through inland shipping on the Vistula River. In theory, there are several principalities on the Vistula River, and both grain and fertilizer ships are subject to taxation. But Prince Sigismund was the king. After he came forward to make a call, most of the lords agreed to let Sigismund I's fertilizer and grain ships pass tax-free. Only the Duchy of Mazovia ignored Sigismund I's call and continued to collect tolls as it pleased. Sigismund I was immediately furious. "I am the king of Poland, how could I be blackmailed by a local lord like you?" Then, he signed an order in a tough attitude, ordering the Duchy of Mazovia not to collect tolls from the ships of the Jagiellonian royal family. Unexpectedly, the Duchy of Mazovia not only did not execute the order, but also seized several grain ships of Sigismund I in the name of tax resistance and planned to confiscate the grain of these ships. Sigismund felt insulted immediately, and then he sent a large army to attack the Duchy of Mazovia. On the surface, it was to severely punish the Duchy of Mazovia for disrespecting the royal family. In fact, Sigismund I had already planned to annex the fertile Duchy of Mazovia. Before Anne's due date, Sigismund I had already led his army to invade the Duchy of Mazovia. Therefore, even though he heard that his second uncle's North Sea Kingdom was in trouble, he could not spare time to help. Because of the lag in the transmission of information, when the North Sea Kingdom was in trouble, Sigismund I had already led his army to attack the Duchy of Mazovia, and naturally was unable to support the North Sea Kingdom. However, after learning that Anne's due date had arrived, Sigismund I temporarily abandoned his army and rushed back to Krakow. After waiting nervously all night, in the early hours of the morning, a baby's cry was finally heard in the delivery room. Wow! Sigismund I was extremely excited, but also a little nervous. He asked through the door, "Is it a boy or a girl?" If the husband of later generations asked this question as the first sentence, the wife would definitely be furious. "Why didn't you ask me if I was okay first?" But in this era, for a king, asking, "Is it a boy or a girl?" first is the most correct operation. Because this is related to the inheritance of a royal family. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, it's a prince." The voice of the midwife came from the room. "Wow, it's a prince. Aha, I have an heir." Sigismund I, who was already 45 years old, jumped up excitedly in the room, and was also very happy when she heard that it was a son. However, she was too tired, after all, she had been tossing all night. So, she fell asleep quickly. In the afternoon, when Anne woke up again, Sigismund I was already walking around happily holding his son, and clumsily singing nursery rhymes to coax his son. Seeing Anne wake up, Sigismund I shook her hand and said, "You've worked hard, Anne." Then, Sigismund I asked again, "What do you think is a good name for the child?" "John. Charles. Louis." And laughed out loud. "Haha, I've heard from my brother Marin before that these names are all over the street. Just shout these names on the street and a group of people will answer you. I don't want my son to have such an old-fashioned name and have the same name as so many people." Sigismund I was embarrassed for a moment, he was just incompetent at naming. "Then what do you think it's called?" "How about Marin?" "Marin is the male name of my mother Mary. Besides, my brother is a great hero. My son will also learn from my brother and become a great hero in the future." And didn't know that her great hero brother had got into trouble. This was because Sigismund I deliberately blocked the news to prevent Anne, who was pregnant, from being too sad after hearing the bad news and affecting her health and the baby she was pregnant with. Fortunately, Sigismund I didn't have too many taboos. Seeing that his wife liked it, and Marin could indeed be called a hero. So, he approved, "Okay, let's call my son Marin. My son, the Crown Prince of Poland and Lithuania, will be called Marin in the future." The next morning, Sigismund I summoned all the ministers and announced the birth of Prince Marin, and at the same time announced that Prince Marin was his heir. However, whether Prince Marin can eventually become the King of Poland still needs to be elected and confirmed by the Polish House of Nobles. This is the fucking system of electing the king, which stipulates it this way. Therefore, Sigismund I can only declare that Prince Marin is his heir, but cannot publicly announce that he is the Crown Prince of Poland. Of course, the Polish nobles cannot choose randomly, and can only choose within the Jagiellon royal family. Otherwise, it will be a mess. This is also the difference between Poland and Germany. The election of the German emperor is a random election, and anyone with strength can be elected. The election of the Polish king is based on bloodline, and royal bloodline is given priority. Unless the royal family is extinct, another election will be made. Generally, the son of the king is a candidate, but if you offend the nobles too much, it is easy to lose the election. This regulation is also to protect the interests of the nobles and avoid the emergence of a king who hates the nobles. Chapter 1298, The First Battle of the Polish Winged Hussars, Part 1, The birth of Prince Marin filled Sigismund I with excitement and fighting spirit. It seems that I have to snatch the Principality of Mazovia for my son. The Principality of Mazovia does not have a formal duke now, but Anna Radziwill, the wife of the former Duke Conrad III, is the regent. Stanislav, the eldest son of Anna Radziwill and the former Duke of Mazovia Conrad III, is only 11 years old, 1 year older than Caesar, and has not yet reached the age of canonization. Therefore, he is temporarily the regent. Anna Radziwill has a great background. Her father Mikalojos Radziwill was once the Prime Minister of Lithuania and a former subordinate of Sigismund I. Mikalojos Radziwill was once a powerful lord and general in Lithuania, with an army of up to 10,000 people under his command. At the beginning, he did not have a good relationship with Sigismund I, who had just ascended the throne, and even relied on his strength to bully the new monarch. Therefore, after Sigismund I ascended the throne, he did not live in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, like his brother Alexander, but returned to live in Krakow, Poland. However, Mikalojos Radziwill died in 1509. If he had not died, Sigismund I might not dare to touch the Duchy of Mazovia, which was regent by his daughter Anna. In fact, Anna Radziwill was not strong. Although she was the regent queen mother of the Duchy of Mazovia, the power was in the hands of the powerful ministers. Before, it was the powerful ministers under her who decided to strongly oppose the Jagiellonian royal family. However, she had to take the blame, because she was the regent. Moreover, Sigismund I actually had the ambition to annex the Duchy of Mazovia a long time ago. Originally in history, he annexed the Duchy of Mazovia in 1529. However, that was mainly because Poland had a big fight with the Teutonic state in 1525 before that, forcing the Teutonic knights to surrender. After solving the Teutonic kingdom, he had the energy to take action against the Principality of Mazovia, which did not obey his orders. But the situation is different in this time and space. With the support of Marin, Prince Philip of the Lamarck family became the Grand Master of the Teutonic kingdom and pursued a policy of friendship with Poland. Therefore, Poland has been living in peace with the Teutonic knights for many years. In this way, King Sigismund I of Poland has the spare energy to deal with domestic opposition. It just so happened that the Principality of Mazovia was put on the gun of Sigismund I because of the stupidity and short-sightedness of the internal ministers. Sigismund I was worried about having no excuses, so how could he miss this good opportunity? So he mobilized the army without hesitation and attacked the Principality of Mazovia. In fact, the army that Sigismund I could mobilize was not only 15,000 people, but doubled. However, such a scale was needed to fight a national war. The scale of 15,000 people is sending a signal to the outside world: this is a private grudge between the royal family and the Principality of Mazovia, so don't interfere. Therefore, Sigismund I did not find helpers, but only sent out the troops of the Jagiellonian royal family. In this way, the nobles in Poland have no reason to send troops to help the Principality of Mazovia. Of course, the Principality of Mazovia is not bad either. Although there are not 15,000 troops, they have also gathered 13,000 troops, which looks evenly matched. But Sigismund I knew that his side was absolutely dominant. Because he had a killer in his hand, the winged cavalry. This was what Marin suggested him to form when he got married a few years ago. Under Marin's suggestion, Sigismund I recruited 4,000 knights from Polish and Lithuanian noble families who were close to the Jagiellonian royal family and had no inheritance rights, and formed 20 squadrons of Polish winged cavalry. Its tactics and even equipment were completely in accordance with Marin's suggestions. In order to be flexible and maneuverable, the winged cavalry abandoned the heavy horse armor. In order to facilitate the cavalry to mount horses, plate armor pants were abandoned, and only the upper body plate armor and helmets were retained. As for weapons, spring lances provided by the North Sea Kingdom were used instead of bulky oak lances. After several years of training, the combat effectiveness of the Polish winged hussars, a total of 4,000 people in 20 squadrons, was already considerable. The only thing lacking was actual combat experience. Therefore, this time when attacking the Principality of Mazovia, Sigismund I took out the secret weapon of the winged hussars. In order to lure the army of the Principality of Mazovia out of the city for a decisive battle and avoid a siege, the army led by Sigismund I deliberately hid its weakness at the beginning and fought a close battle with the army of the Principality of Mazovia. It happened that the son of Sigismund I was born, and the army of the Jagiellon royal family simply set up camp in the southern part of the Principality of Mazovia and stopped the attack. After spending a few days with his wife and children, Sigismund I hurried back to the battlefield. Because the Jagiellonian royal army did not move, the army of the Principality of Mazovia was impatient and took the initiative to provoke. Prince Sigismund deliberately suffered a small defeat, which greatly increased the confidence of the army of the Principality of Mazovia. Then, Sigismund I proposed that because of the birth of Prince Marin, he had no intention of fighting a war of attrition with the Principality of Mazovia. Therefore, he suggested a head-on decisive battle on the plain outside Warsaw to determine the outcome. The Principality of Mazovia was not far away, and the previous small victory made them more confident. Moreover, they misjudged the situation and thought that Sigismund I had just had a son and had no intention of fighting for a long time. So, the Principality of Mazovia foolishly agreed to a head-on confrontation. After the war started, the Principality of Mazovia regretted it very much. After the war started, Sigismund I did not immediately show the winged cavalry, but let the winged cavalry hide behind the formation. In the front, there are the most basic defensive spear formations. Then, there are 1,000 plate-armored knights for show. "Ha, the knights on the opposite side don't have as many as us," said the general of the Principality of Mazovia, Lazienski, with contempt. Because the Principality of Mazovia has a full 2,200 plate-armored knights. In the traditional Polish wars, the number of heavy cavalry often determines the outcome of the war. Therefore, the army of the Principality of Mazovia can't help but feel a little bit. As for worrying that Sigismund I would hide the plate-armored heavy cavalry in the back. The generals of the Principality of Mazovia were not worried at all. Why? Because the plate-armored knights are too heavy, and the time for the warhorse to charge is limited. Therefore, it is not cost-effective to hide the plate-armored knights behind the formation. Because, when the warhorse carries the knight from the back of the formation to the front, it will be out of breath. How can it have the strength to charge again? Therefore, the general army will only put the plate-armored knights in the front to save the physical strength of the warhorse and the knight. Therefore, the generals of the Mazovia army also judged from this that the opponent did not have more plate armor knights. Even if there were cavalry, they were light cavalry. And light cavalry had almost no way to deal with plate armor heavy cavalry, so they could not help but look down on their opponents. Form a battle array and prepare to attack. Sigismund I ordered loudly. And the herald next to him, with an even louder voice, loudly conveyed the order of Sigismund I. As the order was issued, the flags of the Jagiellonian royal army began to wave, commanding the army to form a battle array. On the side of the Mazovia army, Lazinski was not to be outdone and ordered, "Tell our knights to prepare for a charge. We must crush the opponent's cavalry in one go and seize the initiative. As long as we defeat their plate armor heavy cavalry, we will win." But he didn't notice that after Sigismund I on the other side ordered another attack, he waved his hand and sent a messenger to go behind the formation. Chapter 1299, The First Battle of the Polish Winged Hussars, Part 2, The charge of the plate armor knight is not a simple matter. Before the war, the plate armor knights of both sides did not always wear plate armor and hold oak lances. Because that would be very physically demanding. Therefore, before the charge, the plate armor knights would not get on the warhorse, but ride on the draft horse. Even some knights rode on the back of mules. Before the charge began, the knights wearing full plate armor began to get on the horse with difficulty with the help of the servants. The main reason is that the plate armor pants seriously affect the knight's flexibility. It is difficult to climb on the horse without the help of the servants. When Marin was driven out of his home and became a wandering knight, he did not wear plate armor pants because he did not have them. Secondly, it was because the plate armor pants affected getting on the horse. After all, Marin, who became a wandering knight, had no money to hire a servant. Without plate armor pants, he did not need a servant to help him get on the horse, and he was relaxed and comfortable alone. But a regular knight would have a servant holding his buttocks before the charge to help him get on the horse. After getting on the horse, the servant in charge of the lances would hand over a brand new oak lance. After a charge, unless the knight's lance had not experienced collisions and battles, it would definitely be replaced with a new one. On the Mazovia side, 2,200 plate-armored knights, served by their attendants, got on their horses and took over the oak lances. On the Jagiellonian royal army side of Sigismund I, the 1,000 knights who were responsible for decorating the facade also began to slowly put on armor, mount horses, and take over oak lances. However, unlike the Mazovia Principality Army's requirement of one battle to decide the outcome, the Jagiellonian Royal Army's Knight Chief Instructor Yankel was giving completely different instructions. "Boys, remember, your task today is not to fight the enemy's heavy cavalry to the death, but to lure them out. We will spread out the formation and move forward slowly. When we get close to the center line, we will turn around collectively. Then, split into two groups and retreat at a 45-degree angle to both sides of our army's battle formation." In fact, this tactic had been practiced by the Jagiellonian Royal Army in advance. Yankel mentioned it again now, just in case someone was nervous and forgot it. It was obviously unwise for 1,000 plate-armored knights to fight against 2,200 enemies. Therefore, Sigismund I completely let the 1,000 plate-armored knights act as bait. If the 1,000 plate-armored knights of the Royal Army did not move forward, the enemy's plate-armored knights might also remain motionless. This is the customary rule of the Eastern European battlefield, cavalry and cavalry duel. As for the infantry, to be honest, in Poland and Lithuania, they are completely supporting roles. Even the infantry has to serve the knights. Just like before the battle, the attendants who helped the knights mount their horses were the guest appearances of the infantry. In other words, those knight attendants, with spears, are infantry. The combat effectiveness of such infantry can be imagined. But the Poles don't care, they believe in the knights to fight it out. Once the knights decide the winner, the infantry often don't want to fight. Only when the two sides are tied, the infantry will become the force that determines success or failure. The 2,200 plate-armored knights of the Principality of Mazovia, led by the son and son of Baranev, the adjutant of Lazinski, slowly accelerated from 3 kilometers away and resolutely rushed towards the opponent. On the Jagiellonian Royal Army side, 1,000 plate-armored knights, under the command of Chief Instructor Yankel, accelerated slowly, but they just couldn't speed up. "We're sure to win." Seeing the opponent's cowardly look, the Deputy General of the Mazovia Principality Army, Baranev, was overjoyed. The knights were hesitant to act. The opponent did this, just to die. But before they could speed up, the opponent's 1,000 plate-armored knights seemed to be scared and turned around collectively, split into two groups, and ran away, ran away, ran away, ran away. What's going on? Baranev, who was speeding up, was a little confused. It was the first time he saw such a cowardly plate-armored knight, because generally speaking, knights would never run away in the face of a battle for honor. Even the commander was like this, and the plate-armored heavy cavalry of the Mazovia Principality were also a little confused. Seeing the enemy split into two groups and fleeing for their lives, they didn't know which group to chase for a while. Chase the one on the left. Baranev thought for a while and ordered loudly. Because, according to custom, knights all hold their lances in their right hands. Facing the enemy on the right, the knight's combat effectiveness is stronger. If the enemy is on the left, the lance will be a bit awkward and can't be used. However, it seems that the Polish winged hussars have similar ideas. Therefore, the lancers led by Lewandowski, the first fierce general of the Jagiellonian royal family, appeared from the left side of the Jagiellonian royal family's battle formation. When they appeared in front of the left side of their own battle formation, the knights of the Principality of Mazovia were turning their horses' heads and charging towards the right side of the Jagiellonian royal army. It just so happened that the backs were left to the winged hussars. The opportunity cannot be missed. Lewandowski, the commander-in-chief of the Polish winged hussars, quickly ordered his winged hussars to hold up their slender spring lances and start charging from behind. Go! Charge! Kill all these rebels! Lewandowski roared. Kill all the rebels! The winged cavalrymen also shouted. As they accelerated forward, the bird feather wing ornaments on their backs were affected by the wind resistance during high-speed movement, making a whistling sound. The masks of the winged cavalrymen mainly protected their noses. But its shape was a bit like a hooked nose. The rustling sound of the two wing ornaments in the wind, plus the eagle-like nose mask shape on the face, made the running winged cavalrymen feel like an eagle was pouncing on them. No! There are enemies behind us. Everyone turn around to meet the enemy. Baranev was startled by the dense and different frequencies of horse hoof sounds behind him. Looking back, he was even more shocked. Then, 2,200 plate-armored knights of the Principality of Mazovia turned around in a hurry, raised their lances, and began to slowly accelerate. However, it was too late for them to accelerate. The winged cavalry, who were whistling, had already rushed up. When the plate-armor knights of the Principality of Mazovia accelerated halfway, 4,000 Polish winged cavalry had already rushed up like a tide. What made the knights of the Principality of Mazovia despair was that the 2.85-meter-long heavy oak lances in their hands were obviously much shorter than the 4-meter-long slender spring lances of the winged cavalry. They stretched out their 2.85-meter-long lances and made futile stabbing movements. But before they stabbed their opponents, the opponent's spring lances had already flexibly aimed at their heads. Bang 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 bang. A series of dull metal collisions sounded, and the plate-armor knights of the Principality of Mazovia fell off their horses one after another. Only a few people managed to dodge the opponent's conical spear tip with difficulty. But the full-body plate armor restricted the knight's flexibility too much, especially the heavy helmet that protected the neck. Although it protected the neck, it also restricted the twisting of the neck. Therefore, most of the plate armor knights were unable to avoid it and could only be knocked off their horses. If the weapons of both sides were of equal length, they might be able to rely on their strong martial arts and arm strength to knock away the opponent's lance and hit the opponent's head at the same time. However, the weapons of both sides were too different. The spring lance was strong and slender, so it was very easy to turn and aim. The oak lance was relatively heavy. If you want to push away the spring lance, you have to ask the winged cavalry holding the spring lance whether it agrees or not. In this way, after a round of charge, the Principality of Mazovia lost more than 300 plate armor knights. After these plate armor knights fell off their horses, some were directly trampled to death or injured by the war horses of the allies who could not stop. Those who survived were directly captured by the infantry of the Jagiellon royal family. After all, the battlefield was very close to the Jagiellon royal army. When the cavalry of both sides passed by each other, Baranev had not had time to reorganize the counterattack, and something happened that made him desperate. The horse was startled. Yes, the horse was startled. Horses are very timid animals. Although the courage of war horses is considered to be the greatest among horses, it cannot change the fact that horses are timid. These war horses of the Principality of Mazovia have never seen enemies with bird feathers on their backs and masks similar to hooked noses on their faces. The horses didn't feel anything when they were far away, but when they got closer, some horses mistook the enemy's cavalry for nature's hunters, eagles in the sky. Then, some horses began to get agitated, running around like headless flies, and neighing in fear from time to time. Panic is contagious. When some horses were frightened, the rest of the horses in the Principality of Mazovia also became uneasy and began to lose control. On the other hand, the winged cavalry, because the horses were with this group of strangely dressed bastards every day, were not afraid at all. Only the war horses of the Principality of Mazovia, because they had never seen the world, were frightened when they saw the non-mainstream winged cavalry for the first time. Baranev loudly ordered the knights to restrain the horses. If they were given enough time, the horses might be calmed down. But would the opponent give them a chance? Not possible. Winged cavalry, charge. Lewandov, who had regrouped in formation, ordered a charge again. The winged cavalry was divided into 7 batches, with a squadron of 200 people in one wave and 3 waves in one batch. Each wave was separated by a distance and launched wave after wave of attacks on the enemy. The plate-armored knights of the Principality of Mazovia fought desperately, but because the warhorses were frightened, the formation was extremely chaotic and they lost their charging speed. Bang 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 bang. Facing opponents without impact force and chaotic formation, the winged cavalry naturally had a great advantage and knocked hundreds of enemies off their horses again. The spring lances of the winged cavalry were very strange because they had spring buffers. Although the charging speed was fast, the spring buffering caused little damage to the wrists of the winged cavalry. However, the powerful kinetic energy brought by the high-speed charge of the conical iron spearhead did not decrease. Therefore, the plate-armored knights of the Principality of Mazovia were knocked off their horses one after another, but the winged cavalry did not have to let go and throw away the lances. The original Polish winged cavalry in history had no spring buffers. Often after the charge, the long spear pierced into the enemy's body, and there was no time to pull it out, and the reaction force was too great. Therefore, the original winged cavalry often had to throw away their spears, and then draw out their sabers to learn from the Hungarian hussars to kill the enemy. Therefore, the original winged cavalry not only had to be proficient in the use of cavalry spears, but also had to be proficient in the use of sabers. With the spring lance invented by Marin, the cavalry spear is no longer a disposable consumable. Moreover, because of the conical spearhead and the mercy complex, even if the spearhead is inserted into the enemy's body, it can be easily pulled out and continue to fight. There will never be a phenomenon where the lance pierces the enemy and cannot be pulled out. However, a small number of plate armor knights of the Principality of Mazovia realized that the enemy was not wearing plate armor pants, and injured several winged cavalry legs with oak lances. But that did not affect the overall situation. The plate armor knights of the Principality of Mazovia were already defeated. When Baranev realized that the general situation was over and planned to take the rest of the people back to escape, it was too late. The plate armor knights' horses were heavily loaded, and their speed was naturally not as fast as the winged cavalry, who were much lighter. Moreover, running away would leave the younger generation to the faster enemy. Just like that, the Mazovia Principality's commander, Lazinski, watched helplessly as the 2,200 plate-armored knights of the Mazovia Principality were annihilated before his eyes. Chapter 1300, The Fall of the Principality of Mazovia. In fact, the plate knights of the Mazovia Principality lost this time. If it was a head-on confrontation, they would not have lost so badly. However, they were in a hurry to chase the 1,000 knights of the Jagiellonian royal family as bait, and they turned their backs to the winged cavalry. When they turned around to fight, it was too late. After all, the plate knights themselves are very cumbersome and heavy, and their speed is slow. Turning around in a hurry is naturally not as good as the winged cavalry who are whistling. Moreover, with Marin's spring lance, the winged cavalry can actually charge repeatedly with a lance, which is terrible. You know, in traditional knight duels, the knights have to go back to change their lances after each charge. And the winged cavalry has a spring lance, which can charge back and forth repeatedly. Even if the knights of the Mazovia Principality want to go back to change their lances, it is difficult to do so. Because they are now near the Jagiellonian royal army, far away from their own battle formation. In addition, because the war horses have not been trained to adapt, they were frightened when they first saw the strangely dressed, Polish winged cavalry. The horses were startled and the battle formation was in chaos, so they were naturally slaughtered unilaterally. If there were no such factors, the knights of the Principality of Mazovia would definitely cause huge casualties to the winged cavalry even if they were defeated. Instead of killing and wounding only dozens of opponents, they were completely wiped out. Of course, although they were completely wiped out, most of them did not die, but were knocked off their horses and fell unconscious. Then, they were captured by the infantry of the Jagiellonian royal family who rushed over. After all, they were wearing full-body plate armor with good protection. As long as they were not trampled by the horses or attacked by the vital parts, they would not die. However, it was very common to fall off the horse and break an arm or leg while wearing such heavy armor. Seeing the 2,200 plate armor knights that they were proud of being wiped out, the commander of the Principality of Mazovia, Lazinski, was very frightened. However, as a knowledgeable veteran, he also knew that now was not the time to be afraid. Moreover, he must not be afraid. So he ordered loudly, "Hold on! Hold on! Pikemen, insert the end of your spear into the ground, and point the spearhead diagonally forward to block the enemy cavalry charge." This is a very common spear formation in Europe to block cavalry charges. Holding a spear cannot withstand the brutal charge of the cavalry. Therefore, European infantry would insert the bottom of the spear into the soil and point it forward at a 45-degree angle. In this way, when the enemy cavalry hits, not only will the warhorse be stabbed to death by the spearhead, but the huge impact force will be transmitted to the earth, not the pikemen. However, the Polish pikemen are different from the Swiss pikemen. They use long hair, which is an ordinary spear of more than 3 meters, instead of the 6-meter spear used by the Swiss pikemen. If it is inserted into the soil at a 45-degree angle forward, the horizontal length will be even shorter. The lance used by the Polish winged hussars is more than 4 meters long. The winged cavalry held their spears horizontally, which were much longer than the horizontal length of the Polish infantry spears at an angle of 45 degrees. After defeating the cavalry of the Principality of Mazovia, Lewandowski was not satisfied with this result, but continued to attack the infantry battle formation of the Principality of Mazovia. Winged cavalry, get ready. At an angle of 45 degrees, attack the enemy's right wing. Suddenly, the Polish winged cavalry turned their horses to the left and rushed to the right wing of the Mazovia infantry. When the winged cavalry swept across the right wing of the Mazovia infantry phalanx, the spring lances that were more than 4 meters long picked up many Mazovia infantry. No, their lances are so long. They are even longer than our infantry. In fact, the Polish winged cavalry used such long lances and were indeed not afraid of the infantry phalanx. Originally in history, during the Napoleonic War, the Polish lancers of the King of Napoleon successfully challenged the Spanish infantry phalanx and took the initiative to defeat the Spanish infantry phalanx, making great contributions to France's annexation of Spain. After succeeding once, the Polish winged hussars did not turn back, but went around to the right side of the Mazovia infantry phalanx. Then, they changed direction and rushed straight to the rear of the right wing of the Mazovia infantry phalanx. In Europe at that time, the soldiers at the back were mostly new recruits and the old, weak and disabled. Faced with the fierce attack of the Polish winged hussars, the old, weak and disabled at the back were immediately disrupted. Hold on, hold on. Lazinski planned to mobilize the reserve troops to support the rear. But before he could act, the infantry phalanx of the Jagiellonian royal family in front pressed forward. And the 1,000 Jagiellonian royal plate armored knights who had escaped before also went around to the left side of the Mazovia Duchy infantry phalanx like ghosts. It's over. Lazinski was immediately desperate. Now surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, it was not easy for him to mobilize the reserve troops to support other places. It is certain that once the reserve troops leave the main formation, they will be hit hard by the enemy cavalry. Before he could react, the 1,000 plate armored knights also launched an attack on the left wing of the Mazovia infantry phalanx. Moreover, this time, they also changed to slender spring lances, which are very suitable for attacking the infantry phalanx. And, unlike the winged cavalry whose horses and thighs lack protection, the plate armored knights are armed to the teeth, and their horses are also covered with horse armor, so they are not afraid of the attacks of the infantry. Therefore, the 1,000 plate armored knights rushed straight to the left wing of the Mazovia infantry phalanx. Facing the 1,000 plate armored knights rushing like tanks, the Mazovia infantry on the left wing could not resist, and a gap was torn open at the first sight. Then, the group of plate armored knights directly waved their spring lances to drive away the nearby Mazovia infantry. After that, the group of knights retreated and rushed forward again. At the same time, 4,000 Polish winged cavalry also began to violently attack the rear part of the right wing of the Mazovia infantry phalanx, specifically targeting the old, weak, sick and disabled. Lazinski wanted to mobilize elite troops to support the 2 wings, but he couldn't do it, because the main force of Sigismund I's infantry pressed forward. Under the 3-sided attack of the Jagiellonian royal army, in less than half a day, more than 10,000 infantry of the Principality of Mazovia collapsed across the board. And Lazienski was not able to escape either. When he was riding his horse and running away, he was surrounded by the winged hussars. Ha 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 ha, this spring lance is really useful. The plate armor knight can actually directly ram the infantry phalanx, and he doesn't have to worry about the recoil of the lance injuring his arm. It's really a good thing. Your Majesty, now the enemy army is completely wiped out, what should we do next? The commander of the winged hussars, Lewandowski, asked. Surround Warsaw and force the enemy to surrender. What? The army led by General Lazienski was completely wiped out. How is that possible? Even if they can't win, they can't be unable to withdraw. In the Warsaw Palace, Regent Anna Radziwill was full of disbelief. Madam, it's true. Now, the army of Sigismund I has surrounded Warsaw. Prime Minister Dudek reported. How many troops do we have left? There are no regular troops, only 1,000 militiamen left. Prime Minister Dudek said helplessly. Then, we can only surrender. Dudek nodded helplessly, it can only be done this way. At least, the other party will not kill the nobles without permission. Otherwise, the nobles will not agree. Okay, we surrender. Soon, Anna Radziwill took her eldest son's hand and led the team out of the city to surrender. And the rich Principality of Mazovia also fell into the hands of Sigismund I. Chapter 1301 Sigismund I's Plan. Ahahaha, I didn't expect that the Winged Hussars would have such a brilliant victory, and they actually wiped out the opponent's plate-armored heavy cavalry. Sigismund I smiled proudly while sitting on the main seat in the Warsaw Palace. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, you have such a powerful army, and you can sweep the surrounding countries in the future. The generals below congratulated one after another. However, the commander of the Winged Hussars, Luendov, was worried. Your Majesty, the Winged Hussars have the ability to charge repeatedly. However, it seems to be a bit dependent on the spring lances of the North Sea Kingdom. The generals were speechless, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little cold. Sigismund I frowned and said, can't our craftsmen make such a spring lance? Luendov shook his head and said, it's too difficult. The lance body and the lance tip are not difficult to imitate. The most difficult part is the spring. Our people have imitated it with both pig iron and wrought iron, but pig iron springs are easy to break, and wrought iron springs are too soft. After compression, it is difficult to restore to its original shape. Therefore, the secret should be the steel used for the spring. In other words, if the North Sea Kingdom no longer provides springs, we can't make a suitable spring lance. Sigismund I was a little depressed, feeling that his neck was stuck. Then, he changed the subject and said, I heard that the North Sea Kingdom has encountered a huge crisis. Should we send troops to help? Not appropriate. Your Majesty, we have just occupied the Duchy of Mazovia and have not yet fully controlled it. If we send troops to reinforce the North Sea Kingdom at this time, we may be forced to spit out the Duchy of Mazovia that we have taken. Yankel, the leader of the Plate Armor Knights, objected. But Luendov had a different opinion. Your Majesty, Lord Yankel is right. We cannot go all out to reinforce the North Sea Kingdom at this time. However, we can provide partial support. Partial support? What does that mean? Sigismund I asked puzzled. It means sending some cavalry to protect Prince Caesar and Lady Angela. If Auric cannot be defended, escort them to Poland. Luendov, what do you mean? Do you want Your Majesty to take in the mother and son? They are the widows of the Grand Duke. If we take them in, do we have to give them fiefdoms? This is a loss. Yankel objected. If the North Sea Kingdom was just a county and Caesar was just the son of a count, then there would be nothing wrong in taking in Caesar. At most, give him a small place to continue to be a count. But the son of the Grand Duke is different. The two families are in-laws, and it is not easy not to give them a place to settle down. But his status as the son of the Grand Duke is there, and we can't give him less territory. It's not cost-effective. No, Lord Yankel, if Prince Caesar comes to Poland, do you think he will bring a blacksmith who knows how to make springs? By then, we can have as many spring lances as we want. You have seen the previous battle, Lord Yankel, where plate knights with spring lances could directly attack the infantry phalanx. This seems to make some sense. But it doesn't seem cost-effective to shelter an heir to the Grand Duke just for the manufacturing method of springs. Yankel said unwillingly. No, not just springs. Springs are also made of steel. The most valuable steel is actually the kind used to make springs. Even if it is used to make sabers, that kind of steel is very good. You all know the cavalry sword that Grand Duke Marin gave to Your Majesty before, right? It is not only sharp and hard, but also very tough. I remember that General Markov's command sword was cut off by that knife. However, the knife only left some scratches. Infantry Commander Markov nodded and said, yes, the steel craftsmanship of the North Sea Kingdom is amazing. I have never seen such good material, the blade is strong and sharp, the blade is very elastic and not easy to break. Therefore, I agree with General Luendov's idea of introducing the North Sea Kingdom's steel technology. If we can introduce the North Sea Kingdom's advanced iron smelting technology, the quality of our Polish army's equipment will be improved to a higher level. Okay, let's do it. I will send someone to Auric as soon as possible to tell Lady Angela if they lose the war, they can come to Poland for refuge. At that time, I can make Caesar a duke. Sigismund I made the decision. Then shall we send troops? General Markov asked. Well, Lewandowski, you personally lead 1,000 winged cavalry to Auric. Then, explain to Lady Angela that my army is busy fighting for the Principality of Mazovia and cannot spare too many troops for the time being. Then, your mission is not to fight against those princes' armies, but to ensure the safety of Lady Angela and Prince Caesar. If the North Sea Kingdom is defeated, you will escort them and their son to Poland. But Sigismund I paused and said, before escorting them and their son to Poland, be sure to remind them to bring along craftsmen who know how to make springs and high-quality steel. In fact, bringing along those craftsmen is as important as escorting their safety. Do you understand? I understand. Lewandowski understood immediately that the most important task of his mission was actually to ensure that those craftsmen who were good at making high-quality steel and springs came to Poland. As for escorting Angela and her son, it was secondary. Of course, it was not possible not to take them with him. Otherwise, it would be too ugly to eat. Your Majesty, you said that you would confer the title of Duke to Prince Caesar. But the duchy is not a small place. Where do you plan to confer the title to him? Is it the Principality of Mazovia? General Yankel asked doubtfully. How is it possible? The Principality of Mazovia is my territory in the future. I have thought about it a long time ago. Do you remember Kievan Rus in the south of Lithuania? The generals were stunned at first, and then suddenly realized. Kievan Rus is the Dnieper River region with Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, as the core in later generations. The land is relatively fertile. Once, the powerful Grand Duchy of Kievan Rus was established in Kiev. However, after the invasion of the Mongols, the Grand Duchy of Kievan Rus was defeated and forced to surrender to the Golden Horde established by the Mongols, and it declined from then on. In 1362, the lingering Principality of Kiev was annexed by the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. However, after being annexed by Lithuania, the Ukrainian region did not develop. Because there is a bandit state in the south of Ukraine, the Crimean Khanate, which keeps sweeping and looting northwards, and plundering the population. Therefore, the Kievan Rus region, which has fertile black soil and abundant water resources, cannot develop. Moreover, the enemy facing the Ukrainian region is not just the Crimean Khanate, but also the more powerful Ottoman Turkey in the southwest. Facing the threat of two powerful enemies, no one is willing to bet on the fertile Ukraine. Because even if the local area is developed, it is easy to be cheap for the bandits or Turks of the Crimean Khanate. Therefore, now the Kievan Rus region is a free paradise for undisciplined Cossacks. As for the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, it is difficult to form effective control over the local area, and its influence is limited to several important cities such as Kiev. Sigismund I meant to seal Caesar to Kiev. The land area there is large enough, and it is okay to give tens of thousands of square kilometers, which is absolutely in line with the status of a duke. However, if a country is sealed there, it must independently bear the risk of possible invasion by the Crimeans. With the Hoffman family in the south, Sigismund I can also save a lot of trouble. After all, many generals of the Hoffman family are there, and they have mastered the secret of fertilizer. As long as they are given enough land, they can still develop. Once the Hoffman family develops in the dangerous Kievan Rus region, it can not only contain the dangerous Crimean Khanate in the south. Moreover, if necessary, it can also provide the Jagiellonian royal family with enough troops to help with the war. When Sigismund I expressed his ideas, none of the generals envied the large tracts of fertile land that Caesar was going to get. Because, to the south of Kiev is the terrifying Crimean Khanate. And, what Sigismund I said was right, the Hoffman family is good at military affairs. If all the generals of the Hoffman family can be brought here to train troops to guard against the Crimeans, it is equivalent to setting up a barrier in the south of Poland and Lithuania. Your Majesty is wise. For a time, flattery was heard everywhere. Chapter 1302 Brother-in-law, I'm still alive. Sigismund's words attracted the flattery of the Polish generals in the main hall of the Warsaw Royal Palace. But just beside the main hall, a guard's eyes flashed. Obviously, this is a spy. The origin of this spy is naturally a spy sent by Marin in Poland. Moreover, this person is a native Polish, not a North Sea native. Marin's method of bribing him is simple and crude enough: strong liquor. What ergotu, what royal salute with maple syrup, this Polish guard named Zherkov can drink it. The premise is that he is willing to provide intelligence to Marin's men. That night, a piece of intelligence was sent by a spy from the Polish distribution office of Ergwoto, 1 person and 3 horses, and took it away from Warsaw. When Lewandowski was still on the march to Orych with 1,000 Polish winged cavalry, this piece of intelligence had already been delivered to Orych. What? My brother-in-law actually wants to seal Caesar in Kiev? Marin was shocked when he received the intelligence. Kiev. That's the black soil on the Ukrainian plains. What kind of soil is black soil? It is a natural fertile soil formed by the accumulation of dead plants and trees from generation to generation. Farming on this kind of land, even without fertilizer, the yield is considerable, and it is even better after fertilizer application. Ukraine is known as the granary of Europe in later generations. Its fertile black soil and vast plains are the important capital for becoming the granary of Europe. The Ukrainian region is somewhat similar to the 3 northeastern provinces of China, but its natural conditions are better than those of the 3 northeastern provinces. Because Ukraine is affected by the warm and humid air currents of the North Atlantic in winter, the temperature in winter is also a little higher than that in the northeast. Moreover, most of Ukraine is plains, unlike the northeast, which has many mountains. In later generations, Ukraine's cultivated land area is as high as 32.5 million hectares, while the 3 northeastern provinces add up to only 300 million mu, or 20 million hectares. Moreover, both places are dominated by black soil and the land is very fertile. Therefore, after hearing that Sigismund I wanted to give Caesar the Ukrainian steppe as a territory, Marin even had the absurd idea of, am I really faking my death so that I can get the Ukrainian fiefdom? But in the end, Marin rationally denied this plan. Because Sigismund would only give Caesar the territory around Kiev at most, and would not give Caesar the whole Ukraine. If Sigismund I was willing to give Caesar the whole Ukraine, Marin would say nothing, continue to pretend to be dead. That's 600,000 square kilometers of black soil. But Sigismund I was not stupid, and it would be the best to give Caesar 30,000 to 40,000 square kilometers of territory. Moreover, it would not be by the sea. For 30,000 to 40,000 square kilometers of land not by the sea, Marin would have to be kicked in the head by a donkey to lose the North Sea Kingdom, especially the Ruhr area. But maybe I can introduce Simon to Ukraine as a lord? Marin suddenly had an idea. From the conversation between Sigismund I and his men, it can be seen that the Poles and Lithuanians don't seem to care much about the Ukrainian region and are unwilling to develop it. Perhaps, this has a lot to do with the threat from Crimea and Turkey in the south. But who is Marin? Would he care about this threat? But it is impossible for him to go to Ukraine. After all, the territory of America is much larger than that of Ukraine, and the resources are richer. But Simon is different. He has no territory of his own, and Marin will not give him too much. Even if Simon is in charge of too many soldiers, Marin will feel uneasy. After all, Simon is also a member of the Hoffman family and has the opportunity to covet the position of Grand Duke of the North Sea. At the beginning, Richard III, who murdered Edward V, the son of Edward IV, was not Edward IV's younger brother. However, if Simon is sent to Ukraine, it will be different. Because this means that Simon will leave Germany in the future and mix in Poland and Lithuania. People are no longer in the North Sea, and there is no influence on the North Sea. He is doing well, and Marin will only be happy for it. As for how to make Simon the Lord of Ukraine, this is not too simple. As long as you spend money to buy it from the Lithuanian official, you can buy a piece of land in Ukraine, which is not valued. Then, he could become a count. At the beginning, Pope Alexander VI spent 50,000 gold coins to buy a countship from the Spanish royal family for his son. Of course, the land bought with 50,000 gold coins is mostly mountainous, with few fertile plains. However, Ukraine is different. There is a lack of everything there, but not fertile black soil. Spending tens of thousands of gold coins, you can buy a large piece of black soil territory for Simon. Moreover, because Sigismund I, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, is also Simon's brother-in-law, he must give a preferential price. As the brother of the Grand Duchess, it is not difficult for Simon to buy a countship and corresponding territory in Ukraine. What's more, what he bought is a territory like Ukraine that is not valued by Lithuania. And after Simon arrives in Ukraine, Marin will support him to create his own powerful army. Then, go east to beat the Russians and grab more land from the Russian Grand Duchy of Moscow. With Marin's financial support, Simon has the money to form a large-scale army to plunder and suppress the Grand Duchy of Moscow on a large scale to prevent this country with great potential from rising. After all, Marin was still frightened when he thought of the prestige of the Mauzi sweeping the world in later generations. The best way is to suppress the rising momentum of the Mauzi through Lithuania and Poland. However, there are many noble factions in Lithuania, and it is difficult to be united against the outside world. Therefore, Marin might as well support his own brother to suppress the mousy. If Simon becomes the mousy king, it will not flow to outsiders and fall into the hands of the Hoffman family. Of course, for now, the most important thing for Marin is to say hello to his brother-in-law Sigismund I first, so that he won't make trouble. In particular, it is best not to appear on the battlefield for the 1,000 Polish winged cavalry. Why? Because in the duel between the North Sea Kingdom and the 8 princes, it is best not to let outsiders intervene. Otherwise, if the princes of the 8 countries are defeated, they will find excuses. For example, they said that the Kingdom of Poland had joined the war. Although Poland had only symbolically sent 1,000 Polish winged cavalry, they were sent by the King of Poland on behalf of the Kingdom of Poland. But now the North Sea Kingdom and the 8 kingdoms were fighting a dual war. The so-called duel did not allow unexpected forces from both sides of the duel to get involved. Otherwise, the fairness of the duel would be lost. If it was unfair, the losing party could deny it. Based on this consideration, in order to prevent the 8 kingdoms from denying after their defeat, Marin must not let the 1,000 Polish winged cavalry appear in Aurich, in order to prevent people from leaving a handle. Therefore, Marin sent someone to notify the Cossack Corps commander Alsace, 31 Novel Network updates fast, to take 2,000 Cossacks and stop the 1,000 Polish winged cavalry halfway, so as to prevent them from causing misunderstandings after entering the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time, Marin sent someone to write a secret letter and asked someone to rush to Warsaw and hand it over to Sigismund I. The content of the letter was very simple: brother-in-law, I'm still alive. Moreover, I'm ready to fight back. Please withdraw your troops to avoid misunderstandings. We are fighting a dual war and no external forces can be involved. After receiving Marin's secret letter, Sigismund I was shocked. What, he is still alive? Then, after thinking for a while, Sigismund I suddenly realized, I understand, my second brother-in-law is really evil, he is planning to completely eat up those 8 competitors. Chapter 1303, King of the Cossacks. Although he understood Marin's idea, Sigismund I had a headache afterwards. Obviously, Marin should have known about their discussion in the hall. Then, he began to wonder if there was a spy of Marin among the maids and attendants brought by Queen Anne. Thinking of this, he began to arrange people to investigate the maids and attendants brought by Anne from the North Sea Kingdom to see who was the spy who delivered the message. But Marin had expected this long ago, and did not arrange spies among his sister Anne's maids and attendants, but directly bribed the native Poles so that he could not find out. Next, Sigismund I was a little worried that Marin would dislike his scheme. He was not afraid of Marin, but worried that Marin would be unwilling to continue to provide spring lances in a fit of anger. In that case, the combat effectiveness of the Polish winged hussars would be discounted. Without the spring lance, Lewandowski also deduced that if there was no spring lance, the winged hussars could only use ordinary spears, and only after a round of charge. If the spear pierced the enemy's body, they could only abandon the spear and draw the saber to continue fighting. However, without long weapons, the combat effectiveness of the winged cavalry will be greatly reduced. After all, the impact force of charging with a spear and a saber is completely different. To give the simplest example, charging with a spear can impact the infantry spearman. If you hold a saber, you dare not attack the infantry spearman. And the spring lance that can be used for repeated charging can increase the combat effectiveness of the cavalry several times. In addition, Sigismund I was also worried that Marin would no longer provide him with fertilizer. You know, that kind of fertilizer can reach a level of more than 400 pounds per mu, which brought huge financial income to Sigismund I. Otherwise, Sigismund I, who had only been the king of Poland for a few years, did not have enough financial resources to form a winged cavalry and send troops to attack the Principality of Mazovia. In addition, Sigismund I relied heavily on Marin in business. He was the most important agent for Marin's salt and spirit sales in Poland and Lithuania, and he made a lot of money every year. If Marin stopped supplying goods in anger, Sigismund I would definitely suffer a heavy loss. Therefore, next, repairing relations with the North Sea Kingdom became one of the most important things for Sigismund I. In fact, Sigismund I was overthinking. Marin was not disgusted with Sigismund I's choice. Because that is the choice a king should make. After all, the king is a king, not a loyal knight. Therefore, self-sacrifice does not exist for the king. Doing everything possible to seek benefits for one's own country is the practice of a qualified monarch. But understanding is understanding, and Marin's heart is still not smooth. It is not impossible for him to forgive Sigismund I, as long as he agrees to help Simon buy a county. Marin is not afraid that he will not sell it. Not willing to sell. I will not sell you salt and spirits, let's see who is cruel. Moreover, the Ukrainian region is not so important to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In 1569, during the Lublin Union, Sigismund II ceded Ukraine from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to the Kingdom of Poland, which did not cause a strong backlash from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. You know, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, like Poland, is a noble parliament country where the noble parliament can compete with the king. Since they did not oppose the cession of Ukraine to Poland, they certainly would not care about Sigismund I selling it to Simon. At most, Marin will bribe them some more at that time. Why does Marin attach so much importance to Ukraine? It is because Ukraine's geographical conditions are too good. Ukraine not only has extremely vast black soil plains, but also has very rich mineral resources. In particular, coal and iron resources are very rich, and have a solid foundation to become an industrial power. Marin remembered that in later generations, Ukraine's coal reserves reached tens of billions of tons, ranking 8th in the world. Moreover, more than 90% of the coal is located in the Donetsk region in the east. The Donbass coalfield alone has a reserve of 42 billion tons. Iron ore resources are also among the top in the world, with reserves of up to 30 billion tons, which is said to be more than China. The total iron ore reserves in the Kryvyi Rog iron ore area alone have reached more than 20 billion tons. Although the iron ore grade is not high, it wins in terms of quantity. In addition, Ukraine's manganese ore reserves are also among the best in the world. With abundant coal and iron, there is also huge agricultural potential. It stands to reason that Ukraine should have the potential to become an industrial power. However, the Ukrainians of later generations are not up to the task. After independence, they were busy competing with Russia and actively turning to the West with bad intentions. As a result, although Ukraine obviously has unique natural conditions, it has become worse and worse, and later became a poor country in Europe. If the officials of the Celestial Empire had gone there, they would have been busy developing into an industrial power. Therefore, when talking about the Crimea issue, Jean, the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau of later generations, lamented that Ukraine obviously had a trump card in its hand, but it did not meet a good leader, and then it was in a mess. Of course, Marin was not going to develop Ukraine. After all, there are about 2 million Ukrainians there. Even if it is developed, it will probably be cheaper for the locals. Marin's main purpose is actually to use Ukraine as a base to suppress Russia. At the same time, get some immigrants from Ukraine to America to help develop. As for the Donbass coal mine and Kryvyi Rog iron mine, he will not only not develop them, but will also deliberately curb the signs of local development. Therefore, Marin will deliberately turn Ukraine's main coal and iron producing areas, that is, the area east of the lower reaches of the Dnieper River, into pastoral areas, specifically for raising horses and cattle to provide himself with sufficient animal power. Then, he will also invite the ferocious Crimeans to graze there to scare those technical talents who know mining and smelting. After all, it is not a good thing to meet Crimeans. It is easy to be caught and sold as slaves. That's fine, if you are castrated and then sold. Life will be too bleak. And the ignorant Crimean barbarians are unlikely to develop local coal and iron. They are primitive predators, not developers. As for Simon's power, as long as he honestly farms and grazes along the Dnieper River, that's enough. At the same time, Simon also has the responsibility to help Marin recruit Cossacks. There are many fierce Cossacks who are good at cavalry warfare among those Ukrainians. If they are added to Marin's army and used as pioneers to conquer colonies, it would be perfect. At the beginning, the Tsar used the Cossacks to conquer the vast Siberia. And Marin is also happy to learn this. In front of Simon's bed, Marin saw Simon, who had been overindulging in sex recently, and his steps were a little frivolous. On the contrary, the little nurse Anna was more beautiful and charming. Obviously, the sentence, "There are only tired cows, but no plowed land," makes sense. Although Simon is young and strong, he can't stand singing every night. "Simon, I plan to send you to the Kievan Rus region to be a count after this battle." Marin plans to give Simon a shot in advance. Kievan Rus? Where is that place? Simon was a strong but brainless student, and he obviously didn't know where Kiev was. Marin had to explain it to him patiently, and then told him the task of recruiting and commanding all the Cossacks on the Ukrainian steppes. "So, I can be the king of Cossacks in the future." Simon, a violent man, was so excited when he heard that he had the opportunity to command hundreds of thousands of fierce Cossacks. "That's right, your task is to become the king of Cossacks," Marin said. Chapter 1304 Are Italians on drugs? Although he is already 28 years old, Simon is still essentially the muscular young man who doesn't like to use his brain. After being fooled by Marin's words, he was a little lost. According to Marin, there are 2 million Ukrainians on the Ukrainian steppes. And there are estimated to be hundreds of thousands of Cossacks. Of course, this not only includes the Cossacks on the Ukrainian steppes, but also the Russian Cossacks in southern Russia, including the Cossacks in the Don River basin. But it doesn't matter. Marin's task for Simon is to let him unify all the Cossacks in Ukraine and southern Russia. Then, entrenched in Ukraine, support yourself at any time. If hundreds of thousands of Cossacks are under Simon's command, then Simon has at least tens of thousands of Cossack cavalry, which is more fierce than the Crimean Khanate. As for how Simon can recruit those Cossacks, this is not too easy for Marin. With just two things, Simon can recruit a large number of Cossack strong liquor and salt. On the steppes of Eastern Europe, strong liquor is the most popular. The winter here is very cold, drink some ergotu, don't be too cool. Moreover, Eastern Europeans have always had a tradition and gene of liking to drink strong liquor. In later generations, many Eastern Europeans died of drunkenness on the streets in cold weather, they were frozen to death. In later generations, Russian police would often patrol the streets in the middle of the night to check if there were any drunkards on the streets to prevent them from freezing to death on the streets. Of course, the process was not friendly. After these drunkards were caught, they were directly taken to the police station and slapped to help them sober up. Then, they were locked up for 2 days. If they had money, they would extort some bail or something. If they had no money, they would just kick their asses and leave. So, for these rough men like the Cossacks, as long as they were willing to give them strong liquor, they would be willing to work hard. As for salt, it was another strategic material on the Eastern European steppe. The overlords on the Eastern European steppe were the Europeanized Mongols, and their living habits were very similar to those of the Mongols. Similarly, they were also short of salt. The Mongols in the east were okay, because there were some salt lakes on the Mongolian plateau where they could pick up salt by the lake. After all, the Mongolian plateau was very dry and there were many salt lakes. Although most of the salt lakes on the Mongolian plateau are alkaline lakes and do not produce edible salt. But there are always a few salt lakes that produce salt. The Eastern European steppe is different. Although it is drier than Western Europe, it is wetter than the Mongolian plateau. Therefore, salt is more difficult to obtain here. Although salt can be boiled on the seashore in Ukraine is occupied by the brutal Crimeans. In front of the brutal Crimeans, the Cossacks, who are still a mess, are no match at all. Therefore, they are similar to the Poles and Lithuanians in the north. They are also short of salt, and the price of salt is also very expensive. Therefore, as long as Simon can ensure that there is enough liquor and salt, there will be no worries about not being able to recruit Cossacks to serve him. Simon's territory does not produce liquor and salt, so even if Simon has tens of thousands of Cossack cavalry in the future, he must beg the North Sea Kingdom. Without the supply of liquor and salt, the Cossacks will definitely scatter. In this way, Marin can use liquor and salt as two weapons to firmly control Simon's Cossack group. Even if Simon died, his son would succeed him, and he would have to rely on the spirits and salt of the North Sea Kingdom to maintain his power. As for the role of this Cossack force, needless to say, it is to help fight against the Mauzi. At the same time, rob more Maumei and send them to the North Sea Kingdom. Although Maumei are Slavs, if they have children with German boys, they will be Germans. As long as the children learn German from an early age, and have similar looks, it is easy to integrate into German society. Unlike the Indian women of the Aztec Empire that Marin had planned before, even if they had offspring with the young men of the colonial army, it would be difficult for them to have a sense of identity with the North Sea Kingdom because of their different skin colors. But it doesn't matter. What Marin needs is that those mixed-race children can become laborers in the development of America in the future, not rulers. Maumei is different. They look almost the same as German women. The main difference is language and customs. But if they become women of German soldiers, the children they give birth to will definitely receive German education, speak German, and live a German life from an early age. With similar looks, it is easy to integrate into the society of the North Sea Kingdom. The population of Germany is too small, and the total population of Germany is only over 10 million. When it comes to the North Sea Kingdom, there are only about 1.5 million people. This number of people is not enough to fully develop the North Sea Kingdom, let alone develop tens of millions of square kilometers of America. Even England, which is to be annexed in the future, has a total population of only 3 million. Counting 500,000 in Scotland and 200,000 in Ireland, it is only 3.7 million. If you want to develop America, there is a serious shortage of labor. Therefore, it is necessary to get more Maumei and have more children. Therefore, in the future, mistresses will definitely be popular in the North Sea Kingdom. Otherwise, fertility is insufficient. For this reason, Simon dared to ask Marin for a mistress before. Because this guy felt that Marin encouraged this in the army. Even soldiers can have mistresses, and he, the third young master of the Hoffman family, naturally cannot lag behind. It can not only help the North Sea Kingdom to grab population, but also send Cossack cavalry to fight for the North Sea Kingdom and also suppress Russia with huge potential. Therefore, sending Simon to marry Ukraine as a lord is a good thing to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, Marin didn't expect Simon to have that ability. Therefore, he would prepare a large number of talents to assist Simon and help Simon control the local area. Otherwise, Simon, with such a simple mind, might not survive more than 3 episodes. After fooling Simon, Marin saw Simon standing there thinking about it. After thinking for a while, Simon suddenly hugged his mistress, little nurse Anna, and said affectionately, "Let us accompany each other in the world and live freely. Galloping on horses, sharing the prosperity of the world. I'm going." Marin got goosebumps all over his body. Isn't this the lyrics of the German version of "When" that I sang in front of my family before? This guy actually used it to pick up girls. Oh, it's so hot, I'm leaving. Supporting such a second-rate guy to be the king of the Cossacks, isn't it too inconsiderate? Marin suddenly wanted to replace Albert as the Lord of Ukraine, but thinking of Albert's ability, Marin gave up again. Albert is capable and smart. If he knew that Ukraine had a lot of coal and iron, he would definitely develop Ukraine on a large scale, which would go against Marin's original intention, and maybe even create a competitor. Marin sent people to control Ukraine to serve the North Sea Kingdom, not to create competitors. Therefore, Simon, who is strong but brainless, is more suitable. Back to the secret house, Kohler came with the latest intelligence. "My lord, the battle report from Oldenburg has come. It is said that the Italian mercenaries guarding the city of Oldenburg and the coalition of 8 countries fought evenly." What? Those Italians are on drugs? They can withstand the siege of the German army that is 4 times more than theirs. What's going on? Marin was very surprised. He called the Italian mercenaries just to delay time, but he didn't let them be the protagonists. Kohler was also speechless. He thought for a while and said, "It seems to be because of the batch of supplies in the city of Oldenburg." "What does it have to do with supplies?" Marin said in surprise. "That's right, my lord. Although those Italian mercenaries are not very strong in combat, they are quite greedy for money. Before, you said that they can use the official supplies in Oldenburg at will." "That's right. I'm afraid that they will lose motivation to defend the city and surrender early. So, I gave them some sweet treats to stimulate them." Kohler said speechlessly, "This is not just a little bit of sweetness, what you are throwing away is a huge windfall. You know how rich Oldenburg province is. You have stored most of the money and grain of Oldenburg province in the city of Oldenburg. Do you know how much those money and grain are worth?" "No, I clearly transported most of the grain of Oldenburg province to East Frisia." "My lord, don't forget the price of grain. Oldenburg province has been developed for a long time, and its wealth in the North Sea Kingdom is second only to East Frisia. Over the years, too much money has been saved by selling grain every year. These money, plus most of the small amount of grain that was left, are estimated by Pergani to be worth more than 2 million ducats in gold coins." Pergani's grandson said to those timid and greedy Italian mercenaries, "If they win, they can take the property in the city; if they lose, they will lose everything." Then, those timid and greedy Italian mercenaries went red-eyed and broke out directly, fighting a tie with an enemy that was more than 4 times their size. Maybe I have too much wealth in the city." Marin was speechless. "I am worried that the coalition forces of the 8 countries will be frustrated in Oldenburg and give up the siege, and then come to besiege Aurich. Even if they don't come to Aurich, if they go to Leer or Norden, we will not be able to handle it. After all, we are not well prepared in East Frisia. Now, how can we continue to hold back the coalition forces of the 8 countries?" Kohler sighed. Marin also frowned and began to walk around to think of a solution. Half an hour later, Marin suddenly slapped the table and said, "Got it." Kohler was used to Marin's behavior and said calmly, "Please let the Lord know." Marin said, "You go and arrange spies to deliberately tell the princes of the 8 countries that the wealth accumulated in Oldenburg is worth more than 2 million golden gold coins." Kohler was shocked. "You are going to stimulate the coalition forces of the 8 countries to attack Oldenburg at all costs?" Marin nodded and said, "That's right, since you said that the money and food worth 2 million gold coins stimulated the cowardly Italian mercenaries to fight like drugs. Then, by the same token, the coalition forces of the 8 countries besieging the city will be excited when they get this news. Because, as long as they capture Oldenburg, this wealth will be theirs. People die for money, birds die for food. In order to get this wealth, the coalition forces of the 8 countries will fight desperately. Kohler nodded, okay, I'll arrange it right away. But in his heart, Kohler mourned for the Italian mercenaries. You did a good job, but you met an unscrupulous employer who was determined to trick you. Marin had another idea in his mind. Damn, I shouldn't have said that casually. Because he didn't expect that Oldenburg city had gathered so much wealth, Marin casually said that the money and food in the city could be used by the Italian mercenaries at will. If the Italians won, they would definitely pack up the wealth and take it away, and Marin couldn't stop them. After all, that was his own public promise. In this era, the promise of the head of a country cannot be easily reneged. Only if the Italian mercenaries lost and Marin defeated the coalition of the 8 princes, could these riches be taken back. Moreover, the coalition of the 8 princes would spend more time in Oldenburg city because of greed, giving Marin more time to prepare. Chapter 1305, He took the bait. 2 days later, outside the city of Oldenburg, in the camp of the coalition of 8 princes were discussing the siege. Count Antonios of Ravensburg had already begun to retreat. I didn't expect the Italian mercenaries to resist so tenaciously. Otherwise, should we attack from another place? Count Charles of Gelden asked back, where to change? Most of the money and food in Oldenburg province is said to have been sent to the city of Oldenburg. There is no benefit at all in attacking other parts of Oldenburg province. Then let's attack the East Frisian region. Count Charles glanced at Count Antonio speechlessly. The First Legion is much stronger than this Italian mercenary force. However, Count Charles didn't know that the East Frisian region was not ready yet. Of course, what he said was not wrong. If the coalition attacked East Frisian at this time, it would definitely not be good. At most, they would force Marin out in advance and disrupt Marin's plan. But they would never get anything cheap. Then let's plunder the province of Bremen to the east. Count Antonios proposed again. But Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, objected. No, most of the land in Bremen province is in the hands of the old nobles of the North Sea. Those old nobles are not in the same mind as Marin, and even many of them have secretly contacted us. In the future, maybe we will still need them, and we can't rob them of their property. Duke Henry is not smart, but he is not a fool. He knows very well that the nobles in Bremen are all old nobles abandoned by Marin. In essence, they are on the same path as the princes, but on the opposite side of Marin. In terms of identity, those old nobles abandoned by Marin are more accepted by most princes. If the coalition of the 8 princes moved the new nobles promoted by Marin, the princes of the imperial prince's house might pretend not to see it. But if those old nobles were moved, they would definitely be criticized. Moreover, after occupying the North Sea Kingdom, in order to stabilize the local people's hearts, Duke Henry felt that these old nobles were also needed to help appease the people. Even after conquering the North Sea Kingdom, Duke Henry still needed these old nobles to play a persuasion drama similar to ancient China, that is, to let them cry out to the 8 princes to rule the North Sea Kingdom, not chaos and order. In the eyes of the old princes, the real public opinion is not important. Only these old barons and knights can truly represent public opinion. Their support is the so-called popular choice. As for what the serfs think, are serfs considered human beings? Another Duke Henry also agreed, that's right, we can't touch those old nobles. We represent justice and come to rescue those suffering old nobles, not to murder them. Moreover, I heard that Marin did not give fertilizer to those nobles. Therefore, the grain production of those nobles' manors is still very low, and there is nothing to rob. I'm afraid that the last sentence is what Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel really wants to express. Or, we bypass the East Frisian area, pass through the North Munster area, and then go around to the west to plunder West Frisian first. I heard that they use new fertilizer technology, and there must be a lot of oil. Count Otto VIII of Bentheim-Tecklenburg suggested. That's even worse. We either conquer Oldenburg or attack the East Frisian mainland. Otherwise, we will be laughed at by the princes of all Europe. Everyone will think that we are afraid of the First Legion of the North Sea Kingdom. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel shook his head again and again. From the perspective of interests, Otto VIII's proposal is fine. But who are the people present? They are all the top princes in Germany. Since they are big men, face is very important. Sometimes, face is more important than interests. Therefore, even if Otto VIII's proposal is fine, everyone cannot implement it. Otherwise, outsiders will really misunderstand that they are afraid of the only remaining First Legion of the North Sea Kingdom. Just when the princes were arguing, suddenly a personal soldier entered the big tent and whispered in the ear of Count Simon V of Lippe for a while. Simon V's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone, I just heard a piece of news. According to a citizen who escaped from the city of Oldenburg caught by my soldiers, the reason why the Italian mercenaries in the city fought so hard was because there were about 2 million gold coins worth of property gathered in the city of Oldenburg. Moreover, the North Sea Kingdom promised that if they won, they would let the Italian mercenaries use it. So, they went crazy and turned from cowards into fearless gamblers. The other 7 princes were all stunned. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, even had a short breath. He asked anxiously, "Is there really property worth 2 million gold coins in the city?" Simon V nodded affirmatively, "It should be correct. According to my men, the citizen who escaped from the city swore in the name of God that there must be so much property in the city. You should know that no one dares to joke in the name of God. Otherwise, you will go to hell after death." But the suspicious Count Charles of Gelden still didn't believe it, so he personally interrogated the spy sent by Kohler, who was deliberately captured. The spy cursed and swore that he had never lied. Of course, he did not lie. Then, Count Charles sent people to capture more residents near the city of Oldenburg for interrogation. After many interrogations, although the residents around the city could not be sure that there were properties worth 2 million gold coins in the city. However, they were all sure that before the coalition forces of the 8 princes marched into the city of Oldenburg, there were indeed many carriages that transported the wealth from all over the province of Oldenburg into the city. At this time, the 8 princes had no doubts. Even the richest Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel had greed in his eyes. "Let's do it. As long as we take Oldenburg, we will make a fortune." "Wait, if we take Oldenburg, how will the property be divided?" Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg raised this question first. "If the spoils are not evenly divided, the coalition will be in big trouble." Count Charles of Gelden rolled his eyes and said, "Let's see how each army performs in the siege. The army that works the hardest and has the most brilliant results will get the most." Count Charles was afraid that the 2 Dukes Henry would rely on their power and not work hard in the siege, but would want to take the biggest share afterwards. So, he proposed such a plan. And this plan is indeed very fair. So, the 8 princes all expressed no objection. Then, each family selected the strongest troops and prepared for a strong attack. After all, 2 million gold coins are right in front of them, and no one wants to let it go, and if you want to get more, you have to do your best. When the 8-nation alliance no longer worked hard and began to attack Oldenburg city, the North Sea spy hurriedly left quietly and returned to Auric to inform. "Hey, it really took the bait." After reading the intelligence, Marin said happily. "Using a city of Oldenburg to delay the advance of the 8-nation alliance is really a good deal." Chapter 1306, The Great Purge of the Third Legion. Since the coalition forces of the 8 countries are acting according to the script, Marin can't delay. Because it's already September. In half a month, rye will mature in advance in the 4 provinces of East Frisia, Oldenburg, West Frisia and North Munster, which have used phosphate fertilizers. If the counterattack is not timely, it will affect the autumn harvest. Therefore, Marin called Kohler and ordered, "Notify Steindorf that the net can be closed." Steindorf is the commander of the Third Army, and the Third Army is also the most infiltrated army in the North Sea. Marin asked Steindorf to act before, just to prevent the bribed noble officers in the Third Army from leaking secrets. So he asked Steindorf to take his men and horses on his back and confront part of the Second Army, looking like he was going to fight. At the same time, Kohler and Saul sent a large number of civilian and military spies to investigate which officers of the Third Army were betraying their own people. In addition to investigating these people, Marin also arranged a group of graduates from the young officer class to secretly go to the province of Schleswig, ready to replace the officers who betrayed. After all, if they are removed, there must be officers to replace them. As for why they are not promoted on the spot, it is not that Marin does not want to, but there is a lack of so many literate officers. Why did Marin recruit those wandering knights of noble origin as officers? It is not because the literacy rate in Germany is too low in this era. Most of the literate people are nobles, priests and wealthy businessmen. But Marin could not recruit priests as officers. The children of merchants are too calculating and belong to the group that Qi Jiguang rejected. Therefore, Marin can only choose to recruit those wandering knights who are literate and have a military theoretical foundation. But Marin did not expect that these wandering knights of noble origin had so many thoughts that they wanted to betray themselves. But Marin had no choice at the time, because he really had no suitable candidates. As for ordinary soldiers from civilian origins, even if Marin arranged literacy classes in the army, the results were limited. After all, illiteracy in military theory cannot be changed overnight. Fortunately, Marin opened a crash course for young officers, and now there are many graduates available. Although these young graduates of the crash course for young officers are still young and immature, they have a solid theoretical foundation. What they lack is practical experience. But this is not a problem, because the Eight-Nation Alliance is a good opponent to sharpen war experience and is not afraid of overturning. After all, in this war, the Third Army is not the protagonist. Even if dozens of officers are replaced and the combat effectiveness is temporarily affected, the problem is not big. After receiving Marin's secret order, Steindorf remained calm. Then, that night, he held several banquets and sent people to invite the people on the list. In the evening, dozens of people on the list arrived. Steindorf first looked at the list, then counted and found that the target people were all there. So he didn't say anything and asked people to eat directly. After finishing the meal, Steindorf wiped his mouth and said, "Today's meal is the last meal I will have with you." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of soldiers suddenly emerged from the restaurant and subdued the dozens of officers who were still eating and betrayed the North Sea Kingdom. Before sitting down, the weapons of these officers were taken away by the guards. At this time, they were all bare-handed, and facing the guards' shining swords and guns, they were powerless to resist. Unless, they wanted to be shot into sieves by muskets. At this time, an officer who had heard Marin tell historical stories suddenly changed his face and said, "Hong Gate Banquet." Steindorf smiled and said, "Yes, it's the Hongmen Banquet. It seems that you have good knowledge, but if you have this knowledge, why did you betray the North Sea Kingdom?" At the end, Steindorf's face was full of sternness. You also betrayed." An officer stammered. "No, you are wrong. I have always been a loyal subject of the North Sea Kingdom. Commander Walton, don't you think that I, Steindorf, was promoted from a hunter in the mountains to a high position like the commander of a corps, and even was granted the title of hereditary nobleman? Would I betray the North Sea Kingdom so easily? Then why do you pretend to betray?" The commander of the phalanx named Walton asked in confusion. "Because I want to confuse you bastards," Steindorf said as a matter of course. "Sir Steindorf, even if you capture us, it may not be useful. Except for myself, my company is loyal to me. If they find out that something happened to me, my company will make trouble." A company commander named Novitz shrugged. Steindorf was not in a hurry at all, but smiled and said, "I know that you run your company like an iron road. But it doesn't matter, my people have almost surrounded your company's station. If you are willing to continue to obey orders, everything will be fine. If you don't stop giving orders, hee." While Steindorf was chatting with the group of rebellious officers, Steindorf's confidants mobilized 5,000 soldiers and surrounded the barracks of the rebellious officers. In addition, the 2,000 Cossacks sent by Alsace to support the Third Army also appeared at the edge of the camp to help plunder the formation. "All soldiers of the 8th Phalanx B Company, listen to the order. From now on, Mr. Hertz will take over the position of the company commander of your company." As soon as the herald finished speaking, a young man in his 20s with a green face stood in front of the camp of the 8th Phalanx B Company, waiting to report on his work. And this 8th Phalanx B Company was exactly Nowitz's company. "Why? Our captain of Novitz is doing a good job, why should we replace him with this kid?" Novitz was right. He still had many loyal followers in this company. The herald said expressionlessly, "I am here to announce the order, not to ask for your opinions. Either obey or accept the punishment. Do you think I dare not make trouble?" Hamel, Novitz's loyal adjutant, said angrily. The herald's face did not change at all, but he just repeated, "Either obey or accept the punishment." Then, suddenly a team rushed in, with hundreds of muskets pointed at Adjutant Hamel. You are too arrogant, pointing your guns at your comrades." Hamel was also a little dumbfounded. He knew the military regulations, one of which was that it was never allowed to point knives and guns at comrades. The herald was silent for a while, then explained, "Captain Novitz is suspected of betrayal and has been controlled. As his subordinates for many years, you are also suspected of following him in betrayal. Therefore, we are only preventing you from following the rebellion, and we have no intention of harming your comrades. Also, the order to replace Novitz is a direct order from the North Sea military, and you must execute it. Otherwise, it will be regarded as treason. Once you commit treason, you will no longer be our comrades, understand?" Hamel opened his mouth, then said unwillingly, "But didn't the commander also betray the North Sea? Why did he accept the order from the military?" The herald officer said impatiently, "The betrayal of the Legion commander was also carried out in accordance with the instructions of the military. I don't have time to waste on you. Decide whether to accept the order quickly. If you accept, then all lay down your weapons and accept the new company commander. If not, we will open fire." Because it was not wartime, at this time, although the soldiers of the B Company of the 8th Phalanx also had weapons, they were all cold weapons. Moreover, they were not well prepared and had no commander. Hamil's face struggled for a long time, but he still chose to cooperate, handed over his weapons obediently, and accepted the new company commander. After all, he was not stupid. There were 3 times as many troops surrounding the B Company outside. Not only did the B Company lose its commander, it also had no chance to line up its troops to fight. If it resisted stubbornly, it would surely die without a burial place. However, not everyone was as sensible as Hamil. Some companies, even phalanxes, disobeyed orders. Do you really not accept the order? A herald officer asked with a sullen face. I will never accept it. I am only loyal to our company commander. A stupid adjutant said stubbornly. Well, shoot him to death. The herald waved his hand, and then, this stubborn adjutant was shot into a sieve by the musket just like Su Wenxiang. That night, the Third Army camp was extremely lively. After hundreds of casualties, the situation finally settled down. Fortunately, most people knew the times and were used to obeying the orders of their superiors. Therefore, only a few hundred stubborn idiots insisted on staying with their betrayed superiors. Then, they were directly cleaned up bloodily. As for the rebellious officers detained at the Hongmen banquet, they were not executed, but temporarily detained, waiting to be tried later. The next day, all the troops to which the rebellious officers belonged were disbanded and reorganized to prevent the previous small groups from continuing to make trouble. Although most of those who stayed were aware of the times and obeyed orders, Steindorf was not willing to take risks. Therefore, it was still necessary to disband and reorganize them. After Steindorf completed the purge of the Third Army, he immediately sent someone to rush back to Aurich to deliver a letter. The purge is finally completed. Now, we don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by our own people. Marin saw the information and knew that everything was going well, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1307 Prelude to Resurrection. Cleansing the traitors within the Third Legion is a very important part of all Marin's arrangements. Because of the existence of these traitors, the Third Legion had to stay in Schleswig province and continue to act. Not only that, the Second Legion also had to send half of its troops to the northern border of Schleswig province to accompany the performance. And with the cleansing of these dozens of traitors, the Third Legion no longer had to act. Even the 5,000 soldiers of the Second Legion did not have to continue to act. Of course, 1/3 of the Third Legion's troops needed to be reorganized and adapted because of the influence of those traitors. Therefore, the Third Legion had to solve internal problems for the time being. However, the 5,000 troops of the Second Legion, who had pretended to confront the Third Legion, could be withdrawn immediately. After the internal cleansing of the Third Legion was completed, the 5,000 soldiers of the Second Legion who stayed here to act with the Third Legion learned the news and immediately went to the port of Esbjerg on the west coast, and began to line up to board the ship to be transported to East Frisia and complete the replacement of the 5,000 recruits. However, the 1,000 Straw Hat Swordsmen, as iconic characters, will not be replaced. By then, the rebuilt Second Army will be composed of 10,000 veterans of the original Second Army and 1,000 highly skilled Straw Hat Swordsmen. As for the Third Army, Marin did not intend to let them go south immediately to serve the king. Because, in theory, they should have betrayed at this moment. His purpose is to make everyone believe that all this is true. Therefore, the Third Army must also act like a real betrayal. The Second Army, because it quietly replaced the new Second Army, can enter the battlefield in advance. As for the Sixth Army hidden in the East Frisian Islands, Marin did not intend to let them show up too early. Because, according to the script, they should have returned to Scotland. Even if they are rejoined by Marin, they should not appear so soon. Therefore, they must be the last to appear. Well, it's time to resurrect. Seeing that the preparations were almost done, Marin began to take steps to resurrect himself. The first step, of course, was not for Marin to show up directly, but to let one of the hidden ships rush back to the country. Marin would not appear with this ship, but would continue to lie dormant. Then, let this ship lay the groundwork so that his appearance would not be too stiff. A few days later, a 250 class armed merchant ship that originally belonged to the Little Columbus fleet appeared in the port of Emden, causing a huge sensation. It stands to reason that except for the Denberg and Las Vegas that returned first, the other 8 ships were killed in the storm. However, when Marin arranged for the 2 ships to appear, he asked them to speak alive, maybe killed. In other words, they might still be alive. This time, the Bremen was arranged to return, and it was originally with Little Columbus and the others. Later, on the way back, Marin sent people to the Canary Islands to stop them and prevent them from returning home. They didn't even show up at the port of Las Palmas in the Canary Islands, but went west to Granada. Then, they went north from Granada, along the east coast of North America, to New York for repairs. After that, they quietly returned to Europe and hid near the port of Newcastle, waiting for Marin's call. Marin felt that the time was almost right, so he asked Columbus to send a ship back and prepared lines for Captain Bodgoer. We encountered a huge storm in the South Indian Ocean, and the fleet was blown away by the storm. Later, our Bremen was blown to an island called Mauritius. The island is about half the size of East Frisia, and there is a strange bird on it, called the dodo. The dodo is very fat and weighs more than 20 pounds. But their wings are degenerate, they can't fly, and can only walk. So, it's easy to kill. On the island, we survived by eating the meat of this stupid and fat bird. Bodgoer stood on the high platform of Emden Port and told everyone about his experience. "So, is that dodo delicious?" a little boy asked innocently. Bodgoer gave an admiring look and said, "Good question, but little guy, the meat of that bird is very rough and difficult to cook, and the meat is not very tasty. But, my little sir, you have to know that we were drifted to that island by a storm, and it's good to have meat to eat. So, even though it's not tasty, we have to eat it. Moreover, each adult of this stupid bird weighs more than 20 pounds, with a lot of meat and enough fat, which is very suitable as food." At this time, a large group of people suddenly came to the dock. It turned out that Angela came to the dock under the protection of a large group of guards. After hearing what Bodgoer said before, Angela suddenly asked, "Do you know the news of Grand Duke Marin? She should still be alive, right?" After saying that, Angela showed an extremely expectant look. In fact, Angela naturally knew that her husband was still alive, and she saw him every day. However, today she had to pretend that the husband has not returned home yet, and the wife is looking forward to it, to avoid suspicion from the outside world. Angela practiced for half an hour just to practice the expression of expectation. Bodger's originally high-spirited expression suddenly became hesitant. His acting skills are very good, otherwise he would not have been sent back to act. "Sorry, ma'am, I can't be sure." At that time, our fleet encountered a huge storm. The mast of our Bremen was blown off, and it drifted to the island called Mauritius with the wind and survived with difficulty. Later, it took us several months to repair the ship. Then, we rushed back. As for the other ships, they were blown to other places by the storm. I think the Archduke and his men should still be alive. Maybe, like us, they drifted to a deserted island, and now they are living by hunting birds and beasts on the island. Then, they tried every means to repair the ship and prepare to come back. You just have to wait patiently, the Archduke will definitely come back. Having said that, Bodger's face was very heavy. His words sounded more like comfort. At this time, the people on the Emden dock also fell silent. Marin was still a very good lord for these common people. After all, after the North Sea Kingdom's abundant grain production, everyone ate very well. Not only was there enough bread, but they could also often eat salted fish. Life was much better than eating black bread mixed with soil and stones before. So, someone took the lead and said, "Let us pray for Grand Duke Marin and wish him a safe return." Then, people echoed one after another. But Angela suddenly broke out, "I don't want any blessings, I want my husband to come back safely. General Kidd, please send a fleet to search the deserted islands in the South Indian Ocean as soon as possible to find my husband." "Yes, ma'am, I will arrange for the fleet to set off." Kidd leaned over to receive the order. But in fact, Kidd had been secretly cared for a long time, just send a few ships to show his intention. Moreover, those ships were not really going to the South Indian Ocean, but to Newcastle. All this was just a prelude to Marin's resurrection. Chapter 1308 I, Mahan San, am back again. The next day, Navy Minister Kidd arranged for 5 250 class armed merchant ships to leave Emden Port with great fanfare and go out to sea to find Marin. And Marin, in fact, also went out to sea with the ship. Of course, he did not disclose his identity, but wrapped in a black robe and quietly boarded the ship under the cover of his men. Khan, the super guard, also boarded the ship with him quietly. And his guards who stayed in Williamport had already received the news and boarded the ship from Williamport to Newcastle Port. When Marin's fleet arrives at Newcastle Port, it will reunite with those guards and Columbus's fleet. Then, return to Emden again, pretending to return hard. In order to act realistically, as soon as he arrived in Newcastle, Marin ordered, "Cut off the mast on the ship for me, and then connect it again." Columbus was confused. "A good ship, why cut off the mast?" Marin patiently explained, "Didn't we say we encountered a storm? Masts can easily break when encountering storms. Otherwise, how can we drift with the wind? A sailing ship encounters a storm. Either the mast breaks, or the ship drifts with the wind. If the mast is not broken, and the ship is forced to withstand the storm, the whole ship may be blown over, and everyone will be finished. Marin plays the role of a person who returns with difficulty after encountering a storm, not a ghost, so he can only choose the script of, the mast is broken. As for where to drift, Marin's script has also been chosen since Bodgor and his group drifted to Mauritius Island, then we will drift to Reunion Island. Both islands are in the South Indian Ocean southeast of Africa, not very far away, and logically it makes sense. If someone doubts, I'll draw a map for you. If you don't believe it, go find it yourself. Marin is doing a big thing this time to annex 8 vassal states, so he can't be careless and can't leave a handle for others. Even if you lie, you must have a basis. Otherwise, if someone really goes to verify it afterwards, it will be bad if it is exposed. If the truth is revealed, the imperial court of princes may not recognize the result. After cutting down the mast and repairing it, Marin made trouble again and had people destroy the side of the ship and make many holes. Then, he had people fill the holes with wood. In order to make it look more presentable, when filling the holes, they deliberately made it look very rough and sloppy. In this way, it can better prove that the ship was indeed hit by a big storm. Then, little Columbus watched Marin's people turn the originally good ship into a beggar ship. It was so broken. Moreover, for the remaining 7 ships, Marin did not allow all of them to go back, only 4 were allowed to go back. As for the other 3 ships, Marin directly let them sail to America to serve. Then, they were ready to announce to the outside world that the 3 ships were in distress. Just as Marin was making various preparations in the port of Newcastle, 8 princes gathered in the camp of the coalition of the 8 princes outside the city of Oldenburg to discuss things. Well, have you heard about it, my lords? It is said that one of the 10 ships that Marin originally went to the east has returned. Do you think Marin will come back? Count Ravensburg and Count Antonios of Schomberg said somewhat uneasily. Hearing this, the princes of the 4 weak principalities, Otto VIII, Count Bentheim Tecklenburg, Simon V, Count Lipp, Magnus I, Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, and John I, Count Rietberg, all changed their faces. Living next to the North Sea Kingdom is a huge pressure on these 4 small principalities. They were afraid that Marin would suddenly become interested in their territories and then annex their lands. The county of Rietberg was better off originally, as Bishop Conrad had reached a relatively friendly agreement with Marin, and the relationship between the 2 families was not bad. But with the death of Bishop Conrad, John I knew that there was no buffer between the county of Rietberg and the North Sea. Once the North Sea took back the South Munster region, the county of Rietberg, which was adjacent to the South Munster region, would be exposed to the North Sea's military force. As for the other 3 small principalities, they were also trembling with fear. After all, Marin's reputation was so great before, he was simply invincible. Even the 2 powerful Duke Henrys on the main seat changed their expressions. Only Count Charlie of Gelden smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? How can people easily avoid a storm at sea?" Also, Marin didn't come back with the ship this time, so the hope of his return is actually very slim. After a pause, Charlie continued, "As for the North Sea Kingdom sending a fleet to search for deserted islands in the South Indian Ocean, there is even less to worry about. I heard that it takes nearly a year for a ship to travel from the North Sea Kingdom to India one way. And it will take at least half a year to reach the Southern Indian Ocean, right? They are only sending a fleet to search now. Even if they find Marin when they go, it will take more than a year to go back and forth. In more than a year, we would have completely wiped out the North Sea Kingdom. Even if Marin really comes back, it will be too late. But we can't underestimate that guy. You know, he was just a wandering knight at first. He has amazing abilities to get to where he is now. Even if we rob the North Sea Kingdom, he might be able to raise a team to fight against us and take back the North Sea Kingdom." Count Antonio said worriedly. Count Charlie of Gelden was almost mad. What did this guy mean? He said discouraging words at this critical moment. Did he want to give up? Moreover, it was very demoralizing. However, he did not argue with the other party directly, but thought about it and said, "After we capture Auric, we can control Lady Angela and Little Caesar. In this way, even if Marin can come back alive, his wife and children are in our hands, and he dare not act rashly. This is a good idea. Lady Angela is his only wife, and Little Caesar is his only son. As long as Lady Angela is in our hands, he can't marry and have children again. And Little Caesar is his only legitimate heir. In our hands, he will definitely be afraid of the consequences. And without his wife and children, even if he struggles again, it is meaningless. This method is feasible." Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, was surprised. What they said was not wrong. If Angela and Caesar really fell into their hands, Marin really didn't dare to act rashly. But the question is this possible? However, after saying this, the confidence of the 8 princes returned, and people were no longer panicked. Well, now we have to make up our minds to conquer Oldenburg as soon as possible. After all, Auric, which is more difficult to conquer than Oldenburg, is waiting for us. If we can't conquer Auric, the plan to control Lady Angela and Little Caesar will be an empty talk. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, concluded. Okay, intensify the attack. Several other princes also expressed their opinions in unison. But they didn't know that while they were having a meeting, Marin had already tossed the ship, and then took people on board for broken ships and began to return to Emden. On the vast North Sea, Marin stood on the bow, looking at the shadow of the German coastline in the south, and suddenly he was full of pride. So he stood on the bow and shouted excitedly, "I, Mahan-san, am back again. 8 idiots, are you ready?" Chapter 1309, Accidentally Saving the Habsburg Family. Marin was probably too excited, jumping on the boat. As a result, because the ship was deliberately damaged and the repair was not too strong, the board that was patched on the side fell off directly. Then, the side began to take in water. Marin was terrified, but fortunately, he did not bring only one ship back home. Although the ship he was on was finished, there were still 3 broken ships on the side, plus the 5 ships sent by Kidd, who released lifeboats and rescued Marin and others from the Knoden with a leaking side. When returning to Emden port, Marin was still in shock, he almost got out of it. Just as Marin rushed back to his homeland, many major events happened in Central Europe. One of them was that the Habsburg family and the coalition of princes had a dog brain. When Frederick III hired contract-terminating mercenaries from the church princes, he encountered great trouble. About 2/5 of the mercenaries were intercepted by the Habsburg family. Because of Kohler's wretched suggestion, and the church princes were unwilling to openly turn against the emperor. Therefore, this allowed Maximilian I to find a loophole to exploit. Before the mercenaries left the church principalities and the princes' coalition forces had not yet contacted the mercenaries who had terminated their contracts, Maximilian I sent people to secretly contact those mercenaries. The results were very different. The mercenaries from southern Germany seemed to have a better impression of the Habsburg family. Therefore, many German mercenaries from the southern region were hired by the Habsburg family at a higher price. On the contrary, those German mercenaries from central and northern Germany were very hostile to the Habsburg family because of the malicious propaganda of local princes. Therefore, even if the emperor sent lobbyists to lobby the mercenary leaders, most of them were rejected. For those mercenaries who had been brainwashed and hostile to the Habsburg family since childhood, the Habsburg family would not do it no matter how much money they gave. But anyway, Maximilian I still dug out 7,000 or 8,000 German mercenaries from the southern part of the total number of about 20,000 mercenaries. On the other hand, the prince's coalition army poached about 12,000 people. After receiving the news, Frederick III and others were furious. You know, these 20,000 people were originally their dishes, but they were stolen by the emperor. The final result was that Frundsberg's troops increased by another 8,000, reaching as many as 35,000. The prince's coalition army was slightly more, with about 37,000 people. It seems that the prince's coalition army seems to have an advantage in terms of troops. However, in fact, the strength is not calculated in this way. After all, Frundsberg's original Swiss legion was relatively strong in combat, and could match 20,000 to 30,000 people in the prince's coalition army. As for the mercenaries hired later, everyone's level was about the same. After all, they were all hired mercenaries from outside, and everyone's level was not much different. So, in general, the prince's coalition army with more people had worse combat effectiveness. However, at present, in the Swiss region, there are not only the Habsburg family army and the prince's coalition army. In front of Frundsberg, there are more than 20,000 French troops and the Swiss resistance army, composed of Swiss mountain militia. Therefore, if the overall strength is calculated, the coalition of princes still has the upper hand. Of course, Frundsberg is not stupid. Since there is no upper hand, there is no need to take the initiative to attack. After all, hiding in a solid city and relying on the defense of the city walls can offset a lot of differences in military strength. At this time, the contest between the two sides mainly depends on how determined the French are. If France is willing to spend a lot of money and not hesitate to use the elite of France to beat up together, the Habsburg family will not be able to bear it. If the French are unwilling to contribute, the coalition of princes will be in danger. In fact, Louis XII did think about using the whole country's strength to bet on this war. Then, take the opportunity to cripple the Habsburg family's army in one fell swoop. As long as the Habsburg family's army is crippled, it will be easier for the French to plot the only remaining Franche-Comté region of the Duchy of Burgundy. Even, he could take the opportunity to plot against the rich Netherlands. Originally, Louis XII had planned to take a gamble and join forces with the German princes to severely punish the Habsburg family. But unexpectedly, Baron John Lafitte brought the secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea Kingdom, which diverted Louis XII's attention at once. After all, the newly promoted Baron John Lafitte was right. If the huge problem of cavalry money and food consumption was solved, then the iron hoofs of French knights could step all over Western Europe. So, during this period, Louis XII suspended the plan to participate in the battle for Switzerland with a large force, and began to send people to verify whether volcanic ash was really an excellent agricultural fertilizer. For this reason, Louis XII specially sent people to follow John Lafitte to Italy, bought the mountains near Mount Vesuvius, and began to dig the volcanic ash covering Pompeii in the name of archaeology. Then, he secretly sent people to ship the excavated volcanic ash back to mainland France. Originally, Louis XII planned to use this batch of volcanic ash as fertilizer for the growth of crops next spring. In this way, the authenticity of what John Lafitte said can be fully verified. However, John Lafitte suddenly suggested that instead of waiting until next year, why not try it now? As for how to try it? This is simple, just build a glass greenhouse to cultivate flowers. Glass is not rare in Western Europe, and John has been to the North Sea country and seen the glass greenhouse built by Marin to grow herbs and ginger. So he sent people to build a glass greenhouse in the garden of the Paris Royal Palace. However, unlike the glass greenhouse in Marin's North Sea country, because there are no large pieces of rolled flat glass, it is very complicated to build a glass greenhouse here. It is necessary to trim many small wooden frames to inlay small pieces of glass for light transmission. Therefore, the greenhouse in the Paris Royal Palace looks very awkward. Because it is a greenhouse made up of small glass windows. Of course, it is still September now, the temperature is not low, and the glass greenhouse has not been used yet. Therefore, John Lafitte can experiment slowly. He found 2 groups of roses for cultivation experiments. The 2 groups of roses used the same seeds. After the seeds germinate, they are managed separately. One group was managed and cultivated by the court gardeners in traditional ways. As for the other group, the court gardeners were mainly responsible for taking care of it, but John Lafitte would mix the powdered volcanic ash with river mud and sprinkle it in the flower pots as culture soil. The gardeners of the other group only used ordinary soil as the base. John smiled. As a spy, he had learned a lot of knowledge. For example, he had heard Marin personally talk about some key points in flower cultivation. For example, the soil in the flower pot should not be too hard and compacted. Because this will make the roots of the flowers less permeable. Therefore, the soil in the pot should be fluffy. The volcanic ash mixed with river mud must have a lower degree of compaction. Unlike the soil dug directly from the ground by the other group of gardeners, it is too compact and not suitable for growing flowers. In later generations, Marin had heard that many people deliberately put pebbles in the pots to make the roots of the flowers breathable so that the soil would be more fluffy. But Marin knew that this was not very scientific. It was not necessary to put stones to make the soil fluffy. For example, John had people mix dry volcanic ash with phosphorus-containing river mud. Then, he deliberately put some deadweed roots in the pot to make the soil less compacted. Volcanic ash is indeed fertile, and the fluffy subsoil made by John is more suitable for growing flowers. Then, the roses in the group that John was in charge of grew much better than those in the other group. Louis XII was not blind, so he naturally understood that volcanic ash was indeed fertilizer. So, his ambition to annex Italy was rekindled in his heart. Coincidentally, at this time, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, sent a secret envoy to request France to send a large army to participate in the Battle of Switzerland. But Louis XII's mind was full of annexing Italy and monopolizing the volcanic ash that could be used as fertilizer. Therefore, he declined the invitation of the coalition of princes. At the same time, he began to make full preparations for the invasion of Italy. In this way, by mistake, Marin's infernal affairs accidentally saved His Majesty the Emperor and his Habsburg family. Chapter 1310, Laughing with Crying. At this time, the coalition of princes had completely given up the idea of living in peace with the Habsburgs, and decided to unite with France to cripple the Habsburgs once and for all. In this way, they can solve the problem once and for all. But the problem is that they can't defeat the army of the Habsburgs alone. Without the support of the French, they can't stand alone. And if the French fully support them, they are sure to defeat the Habsburgs. After all, the French have great potential for war. Moreover, it happens that Spain, an important ally of the Habsburgs, is busy hide and seek with the Moroccan rebels, and a large number of troops are trapped in Morocco and cannot be transferred. After all, the Ouattaz dynasty of Morocco has not perished. If Spain withdraws its troops at this time, it will be equivalent to giving up all the previous efforts. In addition, the North Sea Kingdom, another powerful ally of the Habsburgs, is also unable to support them because of Marin's disappearance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, if the coalition of princes can unite with the main force of France, it can indeed cripple the Habsburgs, making it difficult for the Habsburgs to recover for decades. However, the confident coalition of princes was hit hard. Louis XII refused to cooperate and gave up this great opportunity. In fact, Louis XII also had his own considerations. The Spanish army was trapped in Morocco, which was an opportunity to cripple the Habsburg family. But from another perspective, isn't it a good opportunity for France to invade Italy? More than half of Spain's troops are currently trapped in Morocco, and Italy is naturally short of troops. If the French take this opportunity and suddenly go south to Italy, they can naturally gain an advantage. As for the conflict in Switzerland, Louis XII believes that the confrontation between the two sides is the most beneficial to France. With the coalition of princes restraining them, the Habsburg family will definitely not be able to withdraw troops to support the Italian battlefield. In this way, what the French have to do is to send out a large army and drive straight to the Kingdom of Naples. Even in order to annex the Kingdom of Naples with many volcanoes, France intends to compromise with Venice. How to compromise? It is to give up the complete annexation of the Duchy of Milan. Before, the route of the French invasion of Italy was to annex the Duchy of Milan first, and then go south to attack the Kingdom of Naples. But this time Louis XII decided to do the opposite. He planned to unite with Venice first and pretend to annex the Duchy of Milan. Then, the Venetian army stayed outside Milan and confronted the Duchy of Milan. The main force of the French army quickly moved south and occupied the Kingdom of Naples before the Spanish reacted. The Spanish had limited military strength in the Kingdom of Naples at this time, and even famous generals like Gonzalo de Córdoba were not there. As long as the French acted faster, they could quickly occupy the entire Kingdom of Naples. By the time the Spanish reacted, the French army had already controlled the entire Kingdom of Naples. In addition, Louis XII also planned to change tactics, not to fight a field battle with the Spaniards, but to fight a city defense battle. The Spanish army is now popular with the Marin phalanx, invented by Marin, which has strong field combat capabilities and even restrains French knights. Therefore, Louis XII believes that it is not very cost-effective to fight a decisive battle with the Spaniards in the field. There are many French knights, and at most they can touch more than 20,000 knights. If they directly attack the Spanish musket formation, the losses will be great. However, if these knights were to guard cities and fortresses with infantry, they would also be very strong. Knights without horses are still masters of kung fu. The half set of plate armor on the ship can also suppress ordinary infantry on the top of the city. With the obstruction of the city wall, the Spanish muskets have no advantage. After all, the muskets of this era can only aim at a distance of 40 or 50 meters, and they are useless if they are farther away. Louis XII planned to let the French knights hide behind the battlements on the city wall, and chop whoever climbs up. In this way, the Spaniards will definitely be helpless. In addition, for the enemy's tactics of blowing up the door, the French also prepared iron gates, waiting for the Spaniards to attack. In this case, France certainly has no energy to care about the Swiss side. However, Louis XII was kind enough not to withdraw the elite French troops in the Swiss resistance army. If that group of people were withdrawn, Frundsberg could focus on dealing with the coalition of princes. And in the absence of France's reluctance to increase its troops, a temporary balance emerged on the Swiss plateau. The coalition of princes did not dare to attack rashly without the full support of the former. The Swiss resistance, which was mainly composed of the elite French troops, also suspended its offensive due to France's inaction, and Frundsberg's army, because it needed to absorb and digest those newly recruited mercenaries and mercenaries recruited after previous captives, was unable to provoke two enemies in a short period of time. Therefore, the three forces have currently suspended hostilities and are just staring at each other. Compared with the calm in the south, the North Sea Kingdom on the North Sea has set off huge waves. The North Sea Archduke Marin, who was rumored to have died in a shipwreck, actually returned to Emden alive. According to eyewitnesses, their Archduke was very embarrassed when he came back. His hair was not cut, his beard was not shaved, and his whole body was messy and dirty. Moreover, when he landed, it seemed that his legs were a little weak. He was scared. After all, before landing, Marin experienced a shipwreck. So, Marin didn't need to pretend, and directly played the embarrassing appearance when landing. After Marin landed, Emden City suddenly became lively. Many people's originally panicked mentality calmed down instantly. Because they knew that the god of war was back. The title of God of War was a title given to Marin by the people of the North Sea spontaneously. Mainly because, since Marin became the Earl of East Frisia, he has won every battle and seems to have never worshipped. The only mistake was when Dithmarschen was captured alive because of his arrogance. But then, Dithmarschen announced his conditional surrender to Marin, so that was not a failure, it could only be said that there was no victory. Therefore, Marin, who was almost invincible, was naturally called the God of War by the people of the North Sea. Although, this god of war was wretched, shameless and cunning, not so decent. When the news that Marin came back alive reached Auric, Angela immediately drove to greet him with Little Caesar. And Schwartz and other regent ministers also came to greet them. Of course, Angela, Schwartz and others knew the inside story and were not excited at all. However, for political needs, they all pretended to be, I am very excited. Only Little Caesar was really excited. Caesar, who was only 10 years old, had experienced ups and downs this year. It was really exciting. Earlier, he learned that his all-powerful father had encountered a shipwreck and had little chance of survival. This caused him to have a mental breakdown. After a period of despair, Caesar remembered Marin's instructions before he left. He realized that he, a little man, should shoulder the responsibility of the country and the family. So, the Caesar who used to play crazy with his younger brother in the palace all day long disappeared. Instead, there was a little Caesar who worked hard to study, grow up, and strive to be a qualified heir to the Grand Duke. Since learning the bad news of his father's death, Caesar has not laughed for several months. So, when he saw that his father Marin, who he thought about day and night, really appeared in front of him, the extremely excited Caesar cried and laughed.